night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I
this entire show is going to be geared towards the NFL draft.
This is going to be fun.
Tonight we'll have twists. Tonight we'll have turns. And with me is an entire roster of dumbasses.
Look at the camera.
It was a hot day in Nashville.
Stop looking at me.
I'm looking at the camera.
Great. Austin, you see what I'm talking
Directly
about?
looking at the camera, buddy.
The only person with their actual own segment this evening is the ranking, Professor Ranking. Austin, what's up?
The specifics of what I do for the NFL draft is I take a look at what picks are made, and very simply, I grade them.
Then we go to the Giants. That's a C-, is because they addressed the quarterback need finally. But it is Daniel Jones.
If it's Javon,
Trayvon Walker!
how did you see that?
I read his lips.
Stop fucking reading his lips.
The Steelers have traded up with the Broncos. My God. My God.
Najee Harris is a Steeler. My God.
I mean, this is the easiest pick in the history of sports.
Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love.
I'm in Aaron Rodgers' family's house. Aaron, you're a good quarterback. What just happened?
It is arguably the greatest day of the year. And I say arguably only because there was a day that Jesus was born.
Yeah, but we all realize that there are many other times that Jesus might have peaked at that point, and his birth was not his peak. So, if anything, this is still the best day ever in existence. Just saying. You know? Why not? Why not?
Can I start a fucking show without you giving Jesus strays? Josh, I don't want to sit by him, Josh.
Jesus sometimes deserves strays.
Why did Jesus just catch strays on the introduction to the 2023 draft show?
Yes. You started it. You're the one that brought up Jesus. I had to push back.
Okay, so Greg's already drunk. Austin, Josh, you guys are back. Josh, you recently back on Two Beers Deep, obviously. First draft show in a long time. Austin, back on camera for the first time in a while now. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Doing great. The last time I believe I was on here, we did a mock draft, and now it's time for the actual draft. So we're excited.
Here's a little tease for next week. You may see the ranking again.
Gasp.
Whoa.
What?
2 weeks in a row.
Where?
Man.
I don't know if anyone can handle that much ranking.
Who knows?
In a lifetime, perhaps. But
I can't handle that much, and I'm him.
That's a good point.
Man.
And I'm him.
He
Himmy,
is him.
Himmy Turner. Yeah. Wow. A year ago today, Greg and I sat here with Austin and we did a draft show, and now it's here. Josh, you're back. It's the 2023 NFL Draft. We have graphics galore. We have everything up and ready to go. And we have about 10 minutes till we get into there. So I have so much to talk about that will take the entire night. So I figured I'd start with the fact that, Austin, I thought you cucked every single one of Josh's predictions because Josh texted me your draft predictions, even down to the wording about C.J. Stroud's disappointment. I was like, hey, Josh, Austin, some of your info leaked.
He literally said he went through it this morning, sees it, and honestly, I thought too the same thing, that you basically stole everything from him. But now we just realized that is all that was said and done. So I'm glad to know, Austin, that you have your own opinion. I'm glad to know that.
That would have been a hell of an origin story or villain story. So
It definitely.
Can the ranking not be already a villain, though, in fairness?
Are we coming through twice? Greg, do me a favor. Unmute that computer.
No, you are not coming through twice.
Yeah, well, my fear is that if I turn Greg's mic on, because my stuff's going up now, when he talks, he's such a raving lunatic that he screams that both mics pick it up at some volume.
I apologize. I need to learn to contain myself when I speak. You know?
I wouldn't do that.
It's a bit of a problem.
A hell of a show. So, Austin, let's dive into your predictions first off, if you don't mind. And I want to intro this by putting you into what you are all about to see now, which is called Professor Ranking's classroom. So, Austin, Professor Ranking, walk us through some of your predictions here.
Sure. Let's. I did 10 of them. Obviously, you can't have a top 10 without 10, right? So I would say let's start
Great
off with.
start.
Hey, it's special because into number 10 we have 10 tight ends that are going to get taken within the first 3 rounds of this year's draft. The most, I believe, was 2019. Correct me if I'm wrong or not, but they had 8 tight ends drafted within the first 3 rounds. I believe Dawson Knox was the last of those tight ends to go. But this tight end class is so deep that you gotta figure there's probably going to be 2 selected in the first round tonight. I'd be crazy if there weren't 10 taken in the first 3 rounds. It's a hell of a bet. Pulling up here, we have our number 9. We have a individual that kind of reminds me a lot of last year's pick, Lucas Van Ness. I know his freak athleticism kind of relates to a little bit of one George Karlaftis that was taken by the Chiefs last year. And I believe Lucas Van Ness will be that number 31 selection for the Chiefs this year. Talented kid, but there's a lot of talent to go around in this draft. Gotta think he might slide. He might be one of the ones that slide tonight. Moving on after that is more of a predictable one that's been over the hump of many individuals since this week began, and that is Will Levis going number 2 to the Houston Texans. It's no secret I put on my 2-round mock draft. Don't have CJ Stroud help you out with your tests. He will have you fail, which means that CJ Stroud comes out of that so-called number 2 selection and it gets wonky. We really don't know what it's going to be, but the rumors are there were rumors that Levis was going to go number 1 tonight. Don't see that happening at all. I think that's a little smokescreen, but I counter with that. He will go number 2 to the Texans.
All right. Pause there. Josh, Greg, thoughts on the rankings? Kind of list of predictions here now that I know that they're not Josh's.
Yes, I'm relieved to know that too. So far, so good. The Will Levis going as high as you are expecting him to go, I call massive bullshit on Austin. But you know what? They are your predictions, so I'm not going to try to sour too much of them on. But all I will say is you are dead wrong.
Wow. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not going to shit on it, but
wow.
Josh, what are your opinions?
The classroom setting
I'm
is.
not gonna shit on it, but let me move on real quick. Josh, do you think I'm right?
Josh, please tell me I'm right. I've heard that Will Levis is definitely the one, or the one that's going in the second spot. I think it'll be interesting to see how far CJ Stroud falls. I think is really where we're at. And one of my bold predictions is that actually Anthony Richardson is going to go above CJ Stroud. So we'll see.
Yeah, you had some good ones that once, you found out they were yours. I was really happy with yours, Josh. I was also impressed with Josh's big board.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did I not? Okay. I have to add one thing in here. Looks like I forgot to add the big board stuff. But anyways, Austin, keep on chugging along. What else do you have for us while I set some extra stuff up here?
Let's go on to the next one. In terms of certain drafts, receivers are all about the plug and play. We really don't know which ones will go certain spots. Aside from maybe the most predictable was Jamar Chase going in the first spot of the wide receivers in his draft class. However, there have been times where, like I said, certain receivers went off that probably shouldn't have. I think this kid's good. I don't necessarily believe he's going to be he shouldn't be the first one. He's got a lot of talent, though, and that's why I think that Zay Flowers from Boston College will be the first wide receiver taken tonight. It's a hot take, I know, because, you have all of your – some people don't think Quentin Johnson's – I don't think he's that good. I think he's more like the 4th receiver. But JSN is probably the number 1 selected receiver that's probably going to be happening tonight. So Zay Flowers would be an interesting spot. I had to do this for number play. Funny for number 6. You're hearing this right. I believe that not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 corners will be drafted tonight in the first round. 6. Why do I mean by this? Explain. We basically know that at least 4 should be taken in the first round tonight, being your Witherspoons, Gonzalez, Porter, and Banks. However, Forbes has been rising up. You have the stock of Stevenson rising up as well. I know I had him mocked in the first round. I feel it, guys. I feel like this could be an actual opportunity to show how deep this corner class is. It might not happen because of just how deep it is, though. So I digress.
Let's take a quick pause there, Ross. I love those two. And let's dive into some positional rankings that all of us kind of have here. So let's talk about the wide receiver first, right? So wide receiver positional rankings. Zay Flowers, Boston College guy, massive deals coming his way to go NIL, to go other schools, similar to what Jordan Addison dealt with. Flowers sticks around, a lot of reasons that he stuck at BC, but dude dominated. Now he's a 5'9", I believe, as we're gonna pull up his card
he's
here.
Very undersized compared to what you would expect from most receivers. But what really works out well for him is the speed aspect of his game, his route running capabilities, and honestly, if you just watch him play at Boston College, the dude just somehow found a way to get open consistently. Even with subpar quarterback play, that's something that really shines a bright light on the elite level of skill that can come from the receiver class. And even though this is kind of a weak receiver class in general, Zay Flowers really should make some headway depending on the right team he goes to the NFL. Honestly.
Pig and Kurt, let me know if you can hear Greg coming in there, because if not, I'm going to kick you off and take you to Zoom. But let's look at Zay Flowers' card here right now. Zay Flowers, coming in at that 5'9" range, 182. Not a big wingspan, definitely a slot guy. A lot of people have been calling him Tyler Lockett in this position. For me, the real thing I love about Zay Flowers is the production, but it's out of the slot position there, so it's a little tough to justify him unless you're in love with him. I don't hate it in any way, shape, or form. I've been a Zay Flowers guy since day one, but as we look at our position, and you were saying hello. Mike's got to go over. I'm getting rusty, Josh. Positional rankings, though, yeah. So I have Cedric Tillman as the 3 here. Cedric Tillman is the 1, Josh. Talk me through that. You kind of said something in the pre-show that made our heads turn, at least, about these Tennessee wide receivers.
Yeah, so, my big board, has anyone seen it? Have you pulled that up yet?
He was typing them up at
okay.
They're doing pre-production stuff, and I will say, Josh, deep cuts on your big board. I'm impressed, and I'm also highly suspicious.
Sure.
Just curious.
So let's, as with Josh, every one of my, things, it comes through a lens, right? Yeah. Being a part of a couple of football teams, but really getting to know the coaches at Wyoming and understanding what scouts are looking at and hearing the kids talk about it. So when it came down to the wide receivers, one, I watched a lot of Tennessee this year. I think if you weren't watching Tennessee this year, you just weren't enjoying your college football season. But also, 2, what the thing that took me away was not necessarily Hooker, but as much as every time that kid let the ball go, somebody came down with it.
Yeah.
And the 2 guys he was throwing to were Cedric Tillman and Jalen Hylett.
Love that.
Okay, so here's my Tillman scouting report. He's a baller. He makes big catches in big moments, isn't afraid of contact, will be a wide receiver 1 for a decade.
One other interesting note there, Josh, when you look at kind of Cedric Tillman, the player. So you really got to understand one thing for me. He is bigger than Quentin Johnston. That's a lot of the people here are talking about Quentin Johnston, his wingspan, his pterodactyl-like features. Cedric Tillman comes in at 6'3", 213. For me, genuinely, he is a phenom when you talk about what he can do on the field. Because then compare him over here to Quentin Johnson, who clocked in 6'3", 208. The arms obviously bigger, the hands obviously bigger. To me, though, Tillman was the guy. So that's the interesting thing about Hyatt for you. Tillman was the guy there, gets hurt. Jalen Hyatt comes in, that speed demon, like you're talking about going to get it. Both of them, I'm with you, man. I think that they're absolute studs.
So my for Hyatt was fast, has bounce. Did you see what his vertical was? Insane. He probably jumped the highest out of the receiver group. Can make big catches for big yards. Was able to stretch the field for the team and pull in the ball in big moments. He wanted that long bomb in the big moments of the game.
Yeah.
Basically what I said was we'll look back at these two being on the same college team the way we do Alabama having Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy, and Jalen Waddle.
I kind of wish they had a third because I feel like all these come in threes. And Greg brought up LSU.
Yeah.
And they had Justin Jefferson too and Terrace Marshall.
Is the tight end not? Now I got to go look him on the board.
Tight end?
I wasn't aware of a Tennessee tight end that was going to be drafted this year, but
not drafted, but I thought the tight end was special too. I could be 100% wrong.
I mean, that whole team was special this year, and you're
right.
And you're Chris. Let's then dive over. So, Austin, you talked about the number of cornerbacks going, right?
oh, what a corner
Correct.
class this is.
So let's look at the DBs here, and let's look at our rankings here. So a lot of us sitting in that same area here. Austin coming in with Witherspoon, who is kind of the consensus one right now. Greg and I have Christian Gonzalez high, but I think we both have mocked Devin ahead of him. Joey Porter Jr., 3 for all of us except you, Josh. What's up, Tiff? Josh, Joey Porter Jr., and another name in there that I really, really was interested in your perspective for Brian Branch. We have him as safety, but as you've seen in our kind of things here, I have Cody Mauch as a center in the rankings, and there's so much other stuff that can happen. So Branch to me is a defensive back.
Yeah, Branch is kind of being looked at as almost like that nickel type slot guy that you can kind of move around and stuff. I don't know if physically wise he'll work well as a safety perhaps, but if you put him in as like the slot corner nickel type, like that's a weapon that can be used perfectly in today's NFL.
Shout out to Taylor Johnson of Nasty Burgers commenting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times. Titans 24 Super Bowl champs.
Oh my God.
Nasty Burgers is strong in the chat. So Austin, talk to me about these defensive backs.
I mean, it's kind of like they all have their own like repertoire of talent, right? Their consensus like top 4, right? I have Witherspoon ahead because I just think that he's going to fit more into the molds of what teams are going to be looking for, versus the athleticism of Gonzalez, right? When Gonzalez was at the combine, he flourished. He kind of like made us believe he was going to be that number 1 corner. When it came to, Joey Porter Jr., I firmly believed he was always the 3. And then you have the connections right now. You have maybe with us and Washington with Deonte Banks. I think that he's very good as well. And then you have, the risers. You have like your Emmanuel Forbes, a very speedy, not as like physically like built kind of corner, versus you also have Tyreek Stevenson, who has been moving up draft boards in Miami. So there's a lot of talent there to be said. 6 might be an overreach, but you kind of always want to bet your highs rather than your lows. So,
real quick, guys, because I missed it. I meant to do it 4 minutes ago. It is not 2 beers deep unless we do the thing. So let's crack these beers. That way we can start drinking and enjoying. And then I want to dive into what you said there. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you everyone that's commenting, that's here, that's joining, that retweeted, that liked it. Everyone knows that this is the biggest moment of the year for me personally in terms of like fun with it.
It's our
Greg
favorite
flies
day of
down.
the year,
Josh gets a night off from actually having to produce the show. We make Austin wear a ridiculous fucking bow tie. It's a great night to be alive. So, ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, action. So Kurt writes in. Shout out to Kurt Budosh. Kurt went to high school with me and has been a fan of Thoughts on the Bench. Literally, I think since our first show on Facebook, Kurt has been watching. So shout out to Kurt.
Kurt had a bad take the other day, too, and I almost texted you.
Ooh, big Falcons guy. So it was probably on Facebook if you want to go read it.
I think it was hockey.
Big Pens guy. So that would make sense, too.
Shit, it was... Oh, fuck. Now I'm going to go look. I'll get back to you.
Witherspoon has the most potential. Gonzalez is the safest option, good in press and zone. Gonzalez doesn't have the tape right now. Witherspoon has the highest upside. I like Gonzalez for the fact that, like Kurt said, he's pretty much a go-to certified cornerback 1 on a team. Shout out to Tiff. She said the bow tie's killing me, but I don't hate it. For everyone at home, I'm going to give him the solo cam real quick, guys. This is Professor Ranking.
Yes.
Yeah.
Austin is the ranking. My cousin is Austin. Austin the ranking. The ranking ranks things. The ranking has been a member of Tftb since the beginning of days, even before he had a show. Found a niche, absolutely killed it, and I will never do a draft show without Austin in attendance. So,
Because, quite frankly, he just does so well. He brings such harsh critique because that's exactly what we want in someone who is educating the youth of the future.
facts.
Yep.
Don't go after me like that, Josh. Kurt said.
His bad take was that he liked the Reebok Penguins jerseys, the Edge jerseys,
Oh,
more than the current jerseys.
No, don't bring
It's a
That's not
bad
that
take,
bad.
my brother.
That's not that
It's a
bad.
bad take.
Do not bring up the Reebok jerseys around Josh. He will absolutely have a conniption.
Let's while we're here, guys, let's talk about some other positions here. So we've tackled corner, we've tackled wide receiver. I want to go into I don't really want to hit quarterbacks right now, but I do want to touch on running backs. How many running backs do we think logistically go today? For me, it's the line for me would be set at 1.5, right? And that just feels safe because you look at a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs, who's kind of the question.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to walk out of here with Bijan Robinson, who I think this might be the only time all of us have consensusly said that guy's the best.
Yes, I don't even think it's
Other
I don't
than
think it's
Najee,
even
right?
close.
Well, I'm saying in these this year's positional rankings. Sorry,
Yeah.
Josh.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you are correct.
And also, in fairness, Josh, like, yes, we all thought Najee was the best running back in that class, but Bijan, like, in just terms of talent, just from this class alone, I consider him a top 5 overall talent in this class. He's just the way that he played at Texas, how just the absurd amount of off the charts athleticism that he has, and how well he tested. And I know that running backs are going to be devalued as they've always been in this case, but especially you can make a case for a first-round pick in that sense because now you get that extra year of control over him maybe before you have to pay him an absurd amount of money at that point. So because of that, I would actually be not shocked either if Jahmyr Gibbs goes in like the late 20s in this first round tonight.
Austin?
If there's any consensus, I believe that Bijan will be the only running back taken, I think, in this first round. With Jahmyr Gibbs finding a home in the very, very early second round. I think most of us, at least I think you and I, Deke, we've mocked Gibbs to Arizona.
Yeah, that felt like a safe spot. I love me some James Conner, don't get me wrong, but Gibbs is the Kamara, the cook of this class. Bijan is Bijan Robinson is a slot receiver on a bad day. That's how good this guy is. He's the closest thing we've had in terms of overall success to Christian McCaffrey in terms of coming out. Obviously, Kamara is close to that. Etienne has shades of it and whatnot. In terms of actual quality of play at multiple positions, Bijan is probably the biggest how do I want to word it? He's being the most disrespected in this.
Yeah.
He should go 1 if you're looking at talent.
He really should. And they touched on this, too. The last time a running back went number 1 overall was, I believe, 95. But in case, that's also back in the time in the NFL when we assumed that if you had an elite running back, you were going to produce. That's just not the case anymore. Whether it be using the passing game more or the fact that the offensive lines prioritize so much more in that case, you can get away with now having 3 to 4 different running backs and somehow being productive. Look at the Patriots. That's essentially kind of how it's set up nowadays. But there is something to be said for a guy that when you watch him on tape, you're just like, wow. And that's what Bijan Robinson is. And he should be top 5 in this class easily. But the way the running backs are valued, that's just not going to be the case.
Penguin would like to know if the ranking has enough to share with the entire class.
I do not. It is for myself. But I will let you know what it is. It is what looks to be a play on of a nice shepherd's pie.
Oh,
why do you not know what you're eating?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was going to be something else. That's why when she brought it in here, I was very confused because I didn't know there was going to be mashed potatoes in here.
Gotcha.
Because I didn't know what it was. So I just spooned it. It was mashed potatoes. I was like, all right, I think it's shepherd's pie.
I do have enough pizza and wings for the boys, though. So
yeah, I was going to say we have Smith and Lens pizza. So.
Austin,
I got some questions, guys. I've got some questions. Austin, when we texted earlier about what time we were starting the show, what time were you planning on eating dinner before I texted that? Because I feel like you just chose to bring dinner.
It just always follows through with the same plan. Always, there's always a show, and I always have food.
Hey,
I mean, like it's 8 o'clock there. Why?
Listen, I always am the proponent of always eating early. The lady
you're
wanted
not.
to make this. No, I'm not, honestly.
I was
But I'm
gonna
thinking-
say, no, you're not.
He tried to
man.
blame Bree. I
Shout
saw
out to
it.
the
Yeah.
Super Bowl champions on screen, Mahomes and Kelsey up there at it. So, yeah, I think that Josh, you are going to be the keeper of the mocks here, kind of
Yep.
keep us aligned. You have a point system. Could you break that down just to make sure that we know why I won?
Yeah. So it's going to go based on not just if the player is picked by the team that you predicted, but also if that team takes the position. Because a lot of the time, especially with trades and that kind of thing, you end up kind of getting screwed. But like if you can correctly identify the team's needs and maybe they just take the second best guy because they couldn't get the first best guy because somebody moved up, I think that's worth points. Also, you may be looking at your draft going like, yeah, they would really like to take X player here, but they can't. But they're definitely going to take a safety, but then they trade up and go get that player. As long as they take that position, you still look like a smart person. So you get a point for each.
I think that's a good call.
We'll update people as it goes.
And also, real quick, just to point out, as Josh, you were explaining the rules, we also had to announce, if you're not following along at home, the NFL draft is now officially open. The commissioner announced it on the clock, and now the Carolina Panthers officially have 9 minutes and 12 seconds to make their pick.
Taylor wants to know what your mullet's name is, Josh.
You know,
Good question.
I will have to get back. I promise that I will follow this up because there's some of my other friends are also growing their mullets after they've seen mine. So now there's like a cult of mullets, and I
for
feel
you.
like we should name them. That's a great idea.
Are we going male or female, you think? Or is it too early to make that determination?
It's a good question.
You know
too.
what? That's a great question, Greg. I could not, in good conscience, tell you that everyone's going male or female because I feel like there's some people who are definitely going female.
Okay.
For me, I'm going robot. I'm definitely picking a transformer name.
Okay.
And I'm going with that. I might even go Beast Wars after seeing the new trailer.
Taylor is, fun fact, the only person I've ever heard say, I love Michael Bay in open conversations.
Honestly-
So, there you go, Josh.
Josh, if you name your mullet Rat Trap, I am done. I am
Actually,
absolutely done.
I was gonna go Optimus Primal, but I think I like Rat Trap way more. Really, it's more
Rat Trap
my
is
my
good.
speed. It's more my speed.
As an Atlanta fan, with all due respect, hope Carolina completely screws this up. Yeah, let's take a look at some team needs here, guys. So Kurt's in the chat. Kurt is obviously notably a massive, massive Falcons fan, has commented on all of our mocks basically with one sentence and one sentence alone, and that is Tyree Wilson. Beginning, middle, and end of the sentence. So
Yeah.
right now, the needs that we have for them, though, is guard, tackle, edge, DT. We don't have cornerback up here, despite me. I feel like I should probably stop gaslighting Andre Fry, but I don't really
Do we
think
have
they
to?
need a corner. But the way that
know.
Dre just goes into this world, I just have to. So anyways, up front, they're a terrible team when it comes to sacking the quarterback.
Yep.
The Falcons are, in my mind, the best situation, right? If a quarterback falls, you go quarterback. If Gonzalez or Witherspoon fall, you go there. If any of the big defensive guys in Carter or Will Anderson or Tyree or these guys fall, you go there, and you have a nice picks for the rest of the draft. They are in a comfortable position to make that franchise worth something.
Yeah, they're honestly in no rush to make like any rash decisions as well. At this case, I think the Falcons have some good offensive pieces right now. I think defensively, the issue with them has always been they can't attack the quarterback. They don't have a lot of athleticism on that team. They're in a great spot based on how this board is going to fall. So in actuality, I can't imagine the Falcons making a bad pick here, unless something stupid is occurring and they decide to go another receiver. But I digress on that one.
Agreed there. I also want to say, boys, just, good luck tonight. Good luck in our little game. Do we want to bet something on the points there?
Oh boy.
Yeah, sure. Why not? We're all here.
What do we want to bet? Did Bryce go yet? They've just been showing him for like 30 minutes. I feel
6
like.
minutes still on the clock. Yeah. We'll be a good bet for all four of us. That's a good point.
Winner, the other three have to buy the winner a jersey of their choosing. So you're looking at like 120 something bucks, split
Divided
three
by
ways.
3.
I'm cool with
That's
that.
like 40 a person.
Yeah.
Deal.
Greg, can you do 40 a person?
Yes, I can do 40.
We'll sell some
Okay.
bands down here on Broadway.
I'll squeeze some funds out.
Chad says with the first overall pick, the Panthers select Bean, who's just kind of been. Oh, he's sleeping on the couch right now. He's wearing a hoodie though.
Yeah, sleeping in my spot.
Yeah. So let's go through some rumors too here, guys. We've had our predictions. So Josh, did you get to say all your predictions, bud?
I don't think so.
Yeah, rattle them off. We got time.
I had under 3 trades in the first round just because I think it is such a shit shoot. I don't think teams are going to move up to get a guy.
Interesting. Okay.
And then what was my other one?
Let me look. You texted them to me.
I would look, but my fingers are
No,
covered in
you're
hot
good.
sauce.
This is my job to do.
Priorities, man. Priorities. It's okay.
Josh's predictions. Anthony Richardson gets higher than Stroud. Joey Porter Jr. is the first defensive player taken. Under 3 trades are made in round 1. The defensive player taken one is a Penn State pick.
Very bold. It's very bold.
It's a double pick because it's the
Yinzer
Steelers
pick
too,
too.
baby.
Yeah, the Steelers
it's
trade
all
up to
about
1
Joey Porter
for
Jr.
Joey
Did
Porter
you see
Jr.
they showed Joey Porter Jr. next to Joey Porter Sr.?
Yeah.
I was so happy. I couldn't even. Oh my god.
Could you tell them apart? Was it a struggle for you to do that? Just out of curiosity.
No, I mean they have the same haircut right now.
Yeah, because one's not in the Hall of Fame, Josh. That's how I told them apart.
That's exactly right. And one of them isn't in the Ring of Honor or whatever the hell the Steelers call it. One of them isn't Mike Tomlin's best friend yet?
Fact.
Question mark?
Well, it's possible.
Nose tackle, first pick. Yeah, Sid said his barber said we got to go nose tackle, which, like, hear me out.
Wasn't that Trayvon Walker last year, technically?
Nose tackle?
I mean,
he's Austin. He's been moving to Trayvon Walker to, like, defensive tackle all day today. I don't understand him.
They've been maneuvering
He's
him
petty
around.
But that's
because
not
I
his
predicted
draft.
it last year.
No, he's petty because Austin predicted it correctly.
That's fair.
He did.
I mean,
Also,
wasn't a good
Greg,
pick.
let's not forget that Greg was reading lips last year and
That's
blew up
true.
the first pick.
I did. I apologize. I learned, In fairness, I've now learned a little bit.
The
compared to
problem,
last
though,
year,
Josh,
so,
is that
yeah.
he didn't announce it to our show. He just
No,
said
he just
it.
screamed.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Like,
Can you blame my enthusiasm? Like, come on, I'm just saying.
Yes,
I just-
can.
you-
You've been doing the show for like 6 years.
I know, right?
Greg,
I
hang
have
on,
not
hang
done
on.
much.
Say something nice about Greg. Greg, you look sharp today, my brother.
You look short.
Yeah, I do. Although this chair is very.
Greg, can you do a catwalk to the fridge and back? Yes,
on.
you can.
I need beer.
Get over yourself.
Yeah.
He does not need beer. There's a beer right. There's a beer. literally-
Wow. And he's got like skinny
literally a
pants
beer.
on.
There's a beer. Like, look, I
It's
can't
weird that he
stress this
kind of
enough.
looks like
This
a
is an
very
unopened
like
beer for Greg.
skinny Orange Cassidy.
He
I like it. I dig it.
He just needs the sun. Well,
Is Greg's mic up?
hands in
No,
his
Sid, we're
The
trying to figure it
original-
out. He's just soft.
the original draft show of 2 Beers Deep, Greg was wearing sunglasses. So
Talk. Your mic
There you go.
is okay. Whatever. Greg's just a weirdo. I wish his mic was off, Sid. That's what I'll say for this. Let's dive into another team here. One that we all very much.
oh, pick is in.
Pick us in, Greg. Get your head out of your butt.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I'm eating and keeping track and watching this. Come on, Greg. Do
Sorry.
something
Well,
other than be eye
before they
candy.
come up,
Multitasking is not my strong suit.
because they're not there. Houston Texans need quarterback, edge, wide receiver, guard. They have the first pick and the 12th pick, or not the first pick of the 12th pick.
Second pick.
Second
Second
pick
pick
here.
and 12th pick,
The
yeah.
interesting one for that for me is the Will Levis thing, Austin. I'm very interested to see if you are correct or wrong on that. And sorry, I just clicked on that one just to talk about it. And then we get to Carolina Panthers. Their team needs coming in here.
There it is.
Are
Did you see it, or am I ahead of you?
You might
100,000,000%
yeah,
ahead
you
of
might
us.
be ahead
Okay.
of us.
So you
Yeah.
just have to
With
wait.
the number 1 overall pick,
you-
the Carolina Panthers take, as we guessed, Bryce Young.
Okay, so you are announcing it.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess I'm ahead of you.
That's cool.
You are ahead
Cool.
of us, bud. Congrats.
See, Roger Goodell's just saying it right now. All right. Yeah, so there you have it. Bryce Young first overall. Dre, you're an idiot. For a long time, Bryce Young is shorter than my mom, Taylor said. That's facts. For a long time, we talked about how, it's Stroud. It ain't, man. It's the number 1 quarterback in college football for the past couple years. It's always going to be Bryce. He's too good at this sport for it not to be him.
I'm just glad to know that Josh McCown's a liar. So
Well,
that's
looking at the
least
measure,
good to know.
looking at the measurables, 5'10", 204, hands bigger than Kenny Pickett's, which are massive. Then
I wonder how many protein shakes he drank to get to that 204. Just out
who
of
knows?
curiosity.
All right, let's head over to the classroom. Austin, are you ready for us?
Yeah, let's do it. This had to be the guy, right? Bryce Young, quarterback needy team. You ain't going to start the Red Rifle Andy Dalton. He's trash. So throw him in to a system that is looking for some good stuff. I give it an A, an A+. This is the right guy.
An A+ from the ranking as we look at the draft. Bryce Young, first overall. This is notable because he is a short little shit.
Very
the
short.
smallest quarterback to ever go 1 overall. That's a short QB. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hear me out. He's still the best player in the class, probably, regardless of how tiny he is.
I'm surprised that you're saying that compared to how much love we've had for Will Anderson all year, that you would say he's still the best player in this class. That's interesting.
I think that if I was going to pick a guy that my team absolutely needed at a position in this class, it is probably going to be Bryce Young. I love Will Anderson. He's a home run hit.
Yeah.
Bryce Young is a franchise quarterback in a division that doesn't have any.
I'll be honest with you.
Sorry,
like,
Kurt.
The year he won the Heisman, I was still kind of iffy on him as a pro prospect, just because of the size and also just because of the fact that he's in an offense that utilized him having to throw the ball as much as he did. And I get that's why his stats were inflated to that degree. And also he had some elite receivers he was throwing the ball to. But what I can at least appreciate about Bryce Young is that he does strike me as a leader. I will give you that. And also looking at the Carolina Panthers, they've done a decent job building the offense that they're going to be working with next season with him. I'll say they were a solid running team last year. I know that it's a different coaching staff, but I would still say that the group that they're putting together should at least be able to make something work. And also, the coach finally has a quarterback that he wants. That's something that I think is lost in this equation too. Like in Indianapolis, Frank Reich just had this revolving door of veterans throughout the entire time that had a shelf life on this. At least now he gets a quarterback to be able to begin from day one and try to build a franchise with. So if this is the guy that they think that it is, more power to him.
The Texans pick is in.
All right, the Texans pick is in, as we talked about. We don't know where they're going. We all, I think, have 2 points right now, Josh.
Nope. Greg and I only have 1.
Who did you have?
I picked CJ Stroud.
What an idiot this guy is.
I submitted this mock like a week ago, but you know.
Yeah, no. Josh, I asked him today when we got home, did you update your mock? He's like, all I did was switch the Packers and the Jets.
That's all I did.
Okay, and then
Because I said I wasn't scared.
have fun buying me a Pirates jersey. Can't wait for that.
Baseball. I didn't
Black
realize
script
you
font?
did that,
Yeah.
okay?
Oh, I'm going to
Yeah.
go with the most expensive one I could find. What's up, boss?
Question for the group right now. Percentage-wise, what is this? Is it a quarterback to edge? Is it 50-50? Is it 36? Because D'Amico Ryan is the head coach of this. I've been seeing so many different mocks of them taking Will Anderson here and then moving back from 12 up until like spot 8 or 9 and grabbing Levis if he's there.
Yeah.
So it's very playable, but what's the percentage that we're thinking of that?
Deke, I think you brought it up in a group chat we were in too, is that I think it was everyone thought Will Anderson because of an edge and because they were using the Nick Bosa type logic with it. But when you think about it, the Niners built that defensive line like just taking best player available and kind of making it fit. So realistically, it's just trying to figure out that who do they believe is the better player between Anderson and Jalen Carter, I guess, at this point. So
I can't.
What?
I can't.
What can't you?
I looked at my phone.
Did you look? Oh,
No, I looked because
Deke!
my mom was texting me about your mic because you're an idiot.
So you know who they took?
I'm not allowed
Who'd
to
they
say
take?
anything.
The pick's still not in. Let's go.
It is.
The last time he started acting like this is when Henry Ruggs got taken as the first wide receiver. So I don't know what the hell is going to happen.
My
Oh,
phone's
I
just going to
can't-
charge over there. Here, I'm going to set it on the ground.
I can't wait for this now. Is this gonna make us like? Is this gonna stun us, or is this gonna like? I'm so fascinated.
We're
It's
going to be
gonna-
stunned. We're going to be disappointed. Like,
I here's how I'll word it. 50% of this show
Okay.
Is going to be talking about this.
is going to be very wrong.
Wow.
Very wrong.
Did they go corner?
What's that?
Did they go corner?
Look, man.
They still haven't announced it.
Yeah, but the Cardinals are technically on the clock right now.
I know.
So since the pick is in, that means like it's probably like gone through the like the NFL PR staff or some shit like that. I don't know. That's gonna be awful.
Yeah, the one thing I don't get about the draft is like the pick is in, right? But
Yeah,
the
like,
Cardinals clock is going down.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh, here comes Goodell.
Okay, Josh, let us
Do the
know.
announcement, bud.
Yep. I can't read lips, Greg, so I have to wait for the graphic to come up.
That's
Sorry.
okay. That's okay. Not all of us can be talented.
Oh my God, they took C.J. Stroud.
Wow.
That
Okay.
feels like fucking when Belichick was like pumping up Trey Young or fucking holy shit.
Wow.
How you doing,
What's
Josh?
his nuts?
How you,
I'm
Mac
doing
Jones?
great. No, he pumped up who's in San Francisco?
Trey Lance, Brock Purdy.
Trey Lance, thank you.
Yeah.
Remember, he was like pumping Trey Lance's tires the entire way up to it, but that's just because he wanted
Yeah.
Mac Jones the whole time. Like that feels like the opposite, where they were
No.
like,
Josh, you have that backwards. They were pumping Mac Jones's like thing a lot, and then they ended up taking.
Okay,
Trades.
we got to hold on. Let's talk CJ Stroud, and then because I think what you're saying, Josh, is they pumped Mac to make him fall. So yes, I know what you're saying.
yeah.
CJ
Yeah.
Stroud, though, Ohio State quarterback, this is the massive one. Stroud comes in with an S2 score that leaked, apparently, even though it was somewhat debunked, saying he was absolutely terrible at the S2, which is a kind of a real-time what's going on test.
It's like the new Wonderlic to a degree.
I think he absolutely did fail that. So I guess my question is, did the Texans fail the pick ranking?
Great question.
I mean, it's weird because the whole time they were like, we're not high on CJ Stroud. We don't really like CJ Stroud. And then they go and draft CJ Stroud. So the Texans very bipolar in this kind of scenario. I'll give it I mean, they needed a quarterback, so I can't fault them on that. I'm going to give them a B+. We'll see how it goes from there. I mean, but a lot of people, talent-wise, thought CJ Stroud should be the number 1 quarterback drafted. So I can't fault it. It's just the weird, like, we don't like him, and then we take him kind of thing.
I'm curious.
Welcome to the NFL draft.
I'm curious if this is a situation where ownership had to come in at this point. Because we were just watching Elliot Marino, and we saw what happened when an owner decided to butt his head in and chaos ensued. Or it could be a situation where the ownership stepped in and said, hey, we want our quarterback, so it's very possible that something like this could have happened, and maybe, I don't know, McNair decided to come in and say, I need someone to be the leader of my franchise.
So some of the comments coming in, oh my God, it's okay. He has a 2 IQ. Shout out to Taylor for that one. Kurt said the Colts are punching air right now. And then Taylor said, no, Austin, it's an F, like his IQ test, professor. Come on, man. And then Kurt says Cardinals taking Will Anderson. Guys, Stroud to the Texans feels a little bit like Derek Stingley to the Texans last year, which is, I don't know, but he looks good. We'll see if it works out.
True.
There were other guys we could have taken.
But let's be clear here though. Like Derek Stingley was clearly one of the best prospects in that class last year. Like no one,
I agree. I love him. He was
Yeah,
my
but-
top corner.
I know, but it's just the thing that I feel like everyone was knocking that pick because they needed so much else. But looking at last year's class, it was kind of like,
Well, I think the big knock was Sauce. All right.
yeah, that's true.
Any last things on CJ here? And the reason, obviously, 50% of the show is because you both thought he was going to be the green room sad boy a little bit. And I think before they put the pick in, so did the rest of the world.
Right. Big
Yeah.
time.
And now we move on with this one. This is like the main pick right now where is there going to be a trade? The Arizona Cardinals roster is
I
in.
just teed Austin up for like insight, and he just said, all right.
And he just blew right by it. He didn't want to talk about it. He was like, no.
I'm wrong. I don't want to. I'm wrong. I don't want to be wrong.
There's
Let's move on to something I might be right about.
There's one big thing that's been leaked and has been talked about, and he
Austin,
was
I
setting
hate
you
you.
up for it, and it was just like, nope. Just
Hey,
go
Austin,
through.
you were wrong, but maybe we can flip this. Yeah, so the Cardinals need keep going, us. Transition us. Then the Cardinals are on the clock.
Cardinals are on the clock right now, so we don't know if the pick is in, but this would be the selection right now where we thought there might be a trade because Arizona's team is just in dismay right now. There are rumors talking, which a prediction of mine had, that Budda Baker and DeAndre Hopkins would both be shipped off tonight.
Yeah.
In terms of, I think that maybe you have teams like talking about like the Titans, like they want to trade Ryan Tannehill. Do they want to move up and take one of these quarterbacks now since 2 of them are off the board and we thought that maybe an edge would go? Or is it someone like, do the Colts want to move up 1? I think it'd be stupid for the Colts to move up and take 1, but the Raiders are in play. Like, there's a whole bunch of different teams right now. The 2 quarterbacks are gone. Only really 2 are left in the first round for these quarterback needy teams to take.
The Cardinals, though, let's open that up. They do have the second selection in the second round, I believe.
Yes. I believe so.
Meaning that they easily could package up and go and steal in for somebody like the Cowboys or the Bills, who might not necessarily love the defensive tackles or guards in that area, and snag a Hendon Hooker if they want to do that type of stuff. Like, there is a solution here that happens. Oh, no. I don't know if Taylor just said, "Oh my God, I'm going to throw my computer." Taylor is a Titans fan.
Oh no, is this
They
very
just traded
possible?
for Derrick Henry. Wouldn't that be something?
Josh, on my life,
God.
I thought you just said that casually, and that's what.
Like that's what happened.
I knew it. I'm cursed. Every time I come to Nashville, something bad happens to the Titans. So clearly,
Last
this
year,
is my
Taylor,
fault.
you can blame Greg. A.J. Brown was
I'm
traded
the reason
while he was
A.J.
here.
Brown is no
Well,
longer a Titan.
okay, so
blame
we
me.
see on our screen about a minute left.
Trade
for the
alert
Cardinals.
just
Yeah,
came in.
They're
Okay,
trading.
all
Now,
right.
I almost guarantee you this if Taylor's swearing. It's either A, they're trading big moves away, and it's the Titans, or it's the Colts moving up one spot. And because
be.
that's a division thing. That's just breaking it down.
Right.
Trade is
But
coming
what if
through.
you're the Colts? Like, you know they're not taking Will Levis, and you've been
So-
obsessed with Will Levis.
Yes, but the Titans could move up. The Raiders could move up. There's other teams
Oh, I
calling
see.
for that pick, so moving up one will cost you less. Is kind of
I see. Especially because C.J. Stroud got taken.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
the Cardinals traded it to the Texans.
What?
Holy crap! Yeah, we just saw it on our end.
No,
They
he's
tra-
absolutely right.
They traded it to the Texans. The Texans moved up from 12 to 3.
Yo.
Wow! Holy crap!
And this has to be Will Anderson.
It has to be right.
Unless they want to get Jalen Carter.
Take Quentin Johnston, you cowards.
Man, they are.
No,
they want
dude,
Joey
wait,
Porter
okay,
Jr.
okay.
so bad
No,
they traded up for him.
Get JSN. Get him his number 1 target. That'd be incredible.
I'd say that's a whole story itself, Greg. Wow, that would be insane.
Hey, man, act like it hasn't worked though. Act like it has not been the key to that 2020 draft class going off.
It's a fair point for Josh. 10 points Gryffindor.
Well, Ravenclaw.
I'm Ravenclaw, but
All right, let me fix up the draft board. I do have something in place this year, Josh,
yeah.
if there's a trade.
Oh, cool.
So now the Texans are there. I have this little piece of wonderful color. It's the same as the background, and I just got to move this team up. And God, isn't the world a wonderful place to be alive?
The world is a beautiful
Let's look at the
thing.
draft board now that Derek fixed it up. The Texans now, guys, had the second and third pick. Are they the favorites in that division?
I wouldn't go that far.
Listen, that division is just an absolute. That's
Hear
a
me
guessing
out.
game at
Hear
this
me
point.
out.
Go ahead.
Josh,
Hang on, the pick is in.
what if it's Will Levis? And they're just
Oh,
like, one of these guys. One of them.
RG3 Kirk
That would be
Cousins
so
scenario.
awesome.
One of them.
This is like Ricky Rubio and Johnny Flynn all over again for the Timberwolves. My God.
Yeah, it's Anthony Richardson, and they're like, we're going to start Stroud and then put Richardson in later.
One.
Will Anderson Jr.
All right.
So the Texans come out of
Oh.
here as the greatest team in NFL history at this point. I mean, that is arguably just an absolute masterclass in what you need to do to be a professional football team in the NFL.
I can't wait to see this
Yeah.
trade now. I'm curious to see what the details are.
Man, he looks sharp.
Dude,
Will
he's-
Anderson
he's-
Jr.
He's hot. Pause. He's a hot dude.
The
So-
WA on the lapel is very fun.
Agreed.
I must say.
So let me ask you guys this question as far as the official scoring of this goes. So a couple of you did have Will Anderson at 3.
So the player is a point.
But it's not taken by the Cardinals.
That is
I
why
think
we hate
trades
doing
are null and void. I think we just all go, well, nobody gets a point for pick 3,
Okay.
which means no one
I'm
gets
okay
a point
with
for pick
that.
12 too.
Ooh, all right.
All right, Austin,
Okay.
give us your ranking.
So we have, moving up from 12 to 3. I thought this was going to be their number 2 selection. It was their number 3 selection, and I had an A+ by the second selection. So it's going to get an A+ now. So Will Anderson to the Texans, A+. You get your quarterback, you get your edge. let's roll. Roll Tide.
Shout out to Goodell, by the way, for like jumping as soon
Yeah.
as like Will Anderson hugged him and stuff.
That is.
Bringing that into like the draft canon is awesome. Just saying.
I just want to say, as a Bama fan, it's great to have 2 out of 3 at the top.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You're done.
Kurt said Texans won the trade. We have not seen the trade information. Josh, if you want to see if you can seek it out
Yep.
on Twitter or some shit. Massive, though. Okay, so the Cardinals waited forever. They were waiting for a partner. They wanted to move back, couldn't find somebody. The next question, though, is sitting here, I mean, realistically, the Colts had to be ecstatic. Despite them having to play Stroud and Anderson in their division, they now can just sit here like they always did and probably take Will Levis.
Or Anthony Richardson if they want to go that route, perhaps.
Okay.
It's gonna be wild, man. Like we still have no clue, like
Hate
how
this guy,
this
Austin.
board's gonna fall for quarterbacks, man. There's probably a lot of people that prefer Richardson over Levis. It's entirely possible.
What's up, Josh?
All right, here's the trade. The Texans and Cardinals.
What up,
The
Jay?
Texans trade up to draft Will Anderson Jr., 3rd overall. Texans exchange the 12th overall pick, the 33rd overall pick, and then a 2024 first round and a 3rd rounder. Holy shit!
I don't
The
know.
Cardinals
Dude, the
also
Cardinals-
send back the 105th pick.
The Cardinals
They
made out like
fleeced them.
bandits.
Yeah, because the Texans are still not gonna be a good team next year.
Kurt said the Texans won that trade. You're giving
man.
up. You're giving up the 33rd, which could be easily used to get back in,
Yeah.
right? Or is it the 33rd for the Texans? You said, Josh.
Yeah, because the Steelers
Yeah.
have the 32nd.
So now the Cardinals now have the 33rd and the 34th. Then,
Yeah.
oh, you're
so
right.
they have 2 picks there
high
that they
second
can
round
package
picks,
and
my
move
God.
up, as well as 2 firsts. What the fuck are you looking at?
So his draft grade, Will Anderson's,
This dog.
to be specific, is
Yeah, dude.
ranked as a perennial All-Pro.
I think in terms of based on what we expect, based on and also from just how good he was at Bama, I think that's a very fair assessment.
Will Anderson.
So are you saying like they got their next quote unquote JJ Watt? I don't know.
Well-
but like
This is the lineage of the Von Millers to the Bosas to the Chases. Like Will Anderson
Right.
is under the radar Bosa young, meaning like he's not getting the hype of those guys. But Will Anderson's, I think he was a 3-year, I want to say. So 2 years ago, his first year starting, Josh, people were looking at that Alabama D-line for their draft, asking when this kid was eligible. That's how good Will Anderson has been his whole
then there you go.
career. He is a
Okay.
guy that will walk in there and be D'Amico Ryan's best friend day one, and let the record show he got drafted ahead of Tyree Wilson, thank God.
Yeah, and also for the record too, like during the Heisman voting, I think he finished in what 2nd or 3rd the year Bryce Young won the Heisman too. Like that's
Could
that's
be.
and that's absurd. I didn't see that coming at all whatsoever. So in terms of just talent, he's got it. And I think
He's a beast.
He's essentially he's like a hybrid of like past defensive ends that the Texans have drafted with regards to like the talent that you're expecting versus the production
Yeah.
that I think will match as well with this.
31 first place votes, Greg, for the Heisman.
Which is absurd. No one saw that during that
Dude, it was
year
sick.
at all. It was
Third
incredible.
most of any player.
Taylor
Yeah.
writes in, if the Titans select Will Levis, I'm not going to work tomorrow. Telling this stream straight up, which sucks because I'm on PTO, so just no social at work. Jaden said, your boys in town. Have we made a pick yet? No, the Titans haven't made a pick. The Steelers haven't made a pick. We've only had 3 picks, and it's been an electric factory. Let's look at the draft so far. Bryce Young goes 1 overall, shock to nobody. Stroud goes 2 overall. I would say a shock. And then Will Anderson, a massive shock due to the trade up. The Houston Texans are here for real. I love it.
Yeah, the Houston
The Colts
Texans,
pick is in.
the Houston Texans have essentially pulled a draft day trade from the movie Draft Day. That is what they've done today. Getting
I like that you say a draft day trade from the movie Draft Day.
Yes, I have to make sure to push it out. You know.
Let's look at the Colts' needs. The Colts' needs: quarterback, edge, guard, tackle. Austin, who do you have going here? Titans are 11,
Originally,
dude.
I believe I think I had Stroud, but that obviously wasn't working.
Mhm.
So I think the next best thing would be the next quarterback on my.
Yep.
Who's that? Who's that? Say it.
I believe it was Anthony Richardson.
That's who they just showed on TV, and he
you
was smiling.
shithead. I thought you had the
Anthony Richardson to the Colts.
Is it?
Let's
There it is.
go.
Is that the
Let's
official
go.
pick?
My
Oh,
number one
man.
quarterback. My number one quarterback.
Your number one
Go.
quarterback went 3. in
Shut up.
quarterbacks, right? Okay.
It's good value. It's good value.
What?
You know?
So let's discuss this pick. Anthony Richardson to the Colts at 4. They needed a quarterback. Here's my question, though. Is there a better person to start the season when you draft a guy like Anthony Richardson than Gardner, who is their
Absolutely
QB1
fucking
right now?
right.
None whatsoever. And here's the other thing that's kind of scary too. Aside from Jonathan Taylor, I don't think this offense is nearly as explosive as they are going to be. Like, this is clearly going to be a run-heavy team, which I think is probably what you want for a guy like Anthony Richardson to kind of start, to kind of ease him into the NFL, learning a playbook and all that stuff. But then again, the entire offensive scheme could be changing for all we know, especially because they got the Eagles' offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen, I believe, who's now their head coach. So it's still kind of early to tell, but I think Richardson's in a good spot here, especially because I think the way that they could build this offense through the next couple of years will match with the development of Richardson.
Facts.
To that degree.
Let's take it to the classroom. Ranking, you're up.
Yeah, let's get it. Colts needed a quarterback. A lot of people thought this would be Levis here. I obviously thought it was Stroud, so I'm way off. I would say, given we don't know how many games Gardner's going to start, I will give this an A-. I'm going to give it an A- for now. That's probably a lot more generous than I should be giving it right now because, again, he's athletic, but he's raw. We really don't know what Anthony Richardson can be capable of. So, for now, though, it's not an old white man. So, I give it an A-.
I mean, it's not Carson Wentz, it's not Matt Ryan, it's not Phil Rivers, it's not Nick Foles.
It's not Zach Wilson. Yeah,
so here's kind of the question, though. Josh, I would consider you probably the closest to college football out of the four of us.
Sure.
After his first game of the year, Anthony Richardson was on Heisman watch, was the guy,
Right.
laid an absolute egg. Who's the last quarter? I mean, there's a lot of quarterbacks that go based off what they could be and all that stuff. I understand he's a freak athlete, but is that going to transition well for the Colts?
I have a comp for you.
Ooh.
And
We love comps here.
this gentleman was also seen as just super athletic, a bit of a risk taker. He has an arm, but maybe kind of uses his feet too much, doesn't really know how to play the position. Josh fucking Allen.
Oh.
Okay.
Huh.
I think Anthony
I
Richardson.
thought you were going to say Tim Tebow.
No. No, that's a little too close to the chest, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Look, okay, they're showing Donovan McNabb on fucking
Yes,
right
they
now.
are.
I think that's the level of player this kid can be. He's got two intangibles that I loved watching Florida this year. He's got a cannon, and he's not afraid to try to win the game.
Okay.
I'll take that. I'll teach you how to read. I'll teach you how to do all that other shit. I need a guy with balls and a cannon.
Patrick
And
Mahomes said
the
he
other-
didn't start reading defenses till his third year, Josh.
Which is
Exactly.
terrifying, which is
Plus,
terrifying.
he scored really well on this test we're all jerking ourselves over CJ Stroud about. Like, I believe in this guy. When you watch him drop back, there is a confidence and a poise about him that was NFL level. Do I think it's going to be this year? No. But having Gardner in front of him, we're going to talk about a guy with a cannon and a lot of confidence to learn from. There you fucking go.
I love that, and I think one of the things that we're going to have to understand here is that Richardson's not ready, right?
No, not
and
whatsoever.
but I think the Colts are in a better position than, let's say, the Texans to let a guy be unready. Because the Colts, I mean, the division. Let's talk about it again. Two things that come in. Austin Taylor said a team would have to draft Dennis Daly for the professor to give out a C. He lost to Vanderbilt, just saying, for Anthony Richardson.
That's
NBA
not
rigged
true.
in the
He hated the Danny Dimes draft a couple of years ago. I got to see
Oh,
mine.
that was a tough one.
should've
That was
been
a
an
tough
F.
one.
I thought that was going to be an F in fairness.
NBA rigged. Yo, love seeing you all. You guys are perfect on the perfect NFL day. Appreciate it. And then he says, Richardson, swell pick for Indy for the next 10 years.
10
Yep.
years. Okay.
I like it.
Fascinating. I mean, technically, part of the reason that he went so high is because of how young he is as well. So
Yeah, he's only 13.
That's true too.
yeah, you're betting. Yeah, you're betting on growth and maturity, and clearly that is the way to go in the NFL. That's why so many teams prioritize guys who are young when they come out.
All right, let's look at the draft board real quick, guys. Next up, Seattle Sea.
I just can't get. I'm so sorry. I
Yeah,
can't.
no, do it.
I love him. He was my number one quarterback on the board. And literally my scouting report was he has a higher ceiling than anybody. Now he could be a bust, but a higher ceiling than anybody.
I take that bet any day of the week.
Josh,
Totally believe that.
Josh, we completely agree with you. The talent level was there. It's just simply the fact that the rawness to his game was the thing that was going to be questioning everyone, and he had to go through the right situation. Which, by the way, if I'm the Seahawks right now at 5th overall, I'm kind of pissed because I feel like Richardson would have been the perfect. I feel like it.
I don't at all. I made a couple bets about what Seattle's doing. Let's look at their team needs: guard, edge, wide receiver, cornerback. Here's the reason I don't believe the Seattle Seahawks should try to get a quarterback right now.
Okay.
Hang on, real quick. Greg, does he have a jersey on underneath his hoodie right now?
I will neither confirm nor deny this. So.
All right.
Why?
There's plenty of jerseys in this apartment.
No, my Lynch one is in the closet.
Yes.
Okay.
It's only my Steelers ones.
Yeah,
I'm
we
ready
have
for
two
the
more
pick.
Steelers ones behind
Okay.
us.
Don't worry.
Alright.
The Marshawn
I'm
Lynch
sorry.
jersey's
What
back
do,
there
what
for
do they
concussion.
need? Tell me what they need.
Guard, edge, wide receiver, cornerback, and the reason you don't take a quarterback at this spot, right? There's no reason Seattle should be picking 6, based off the fact that they won about 3 more games than any expert predicted them to win last season. Does that mean that they just shouldn't care about the future? No, but you sign a 2-year deal, which is kind of disguised as a 1-year deal for Geno Smith.
It is.
You run out there with the same team, and you get a ton of players. Do you know what that does? That A, attracts another free agent quarterback when that happens next year, and B, if shit hits the fan and you lose as many games as you were supposed to last year, you are set up for Caleb Williams, Quinn Ewers, Drake May. I don't believe that forcing the Richardson pick, who is a guy that has massive upside, but Pete Carroll's he's going to die soon. He's like 90. I love Pete Carroll. Knock on wood, I'm not killing him. That dude, he's definitely retiring soon. He's not going to take a quarterback for the next guy right now with this pick when he's openly said he has had nightmares about not being able to get to the opposing quarterback with Tyree Wilson, that goddamn pterodactyl, and Jalen Carter still on the board.
And actually, the way that the board could fall, he might end up with both of them. There's a there's a chance because Jalen Carter might fall pretty far, and the Seahawks could probably think, all right, we'll just move up and get him at some point. So realistically, they definitely need some pass rush. But let's also give Seahawks the credit where credit's due. That draft class last year is one of the better ones we've seen in a long time. If it wasn't for the Jets getting the offensive and defensive rookies of the year, everyone would be talking about how good that Seahawks draft class was last year. So they've got a lot of momentum going into this year, especially for that case, the sake that you point out that this was a team that ended up with 3 more wins than people probably expected them to do. So
Seattle's pick is in.
Seattle's pick is in. I love that. Is it back, Josh, or is it just saying it's in?
Nope, we're back in. We're back. It looks like they're coming up.
Okay, cool. Pete has that white crusty stuff on the corner of his lips. He's got a year left. Shout out to Taylor.
It's weird that you noticed that, bud. But
It's not that weird.
Hey, credit to you.
One thing I would like to call out, Josh is the only one that doesn't have Tyree Wilson in some way, shape, or form on his big board, and I love that for you, Josh, because I got scared into
You are
putting him
not
on
a big Tyree Wilson fan either.
He's like an 8th grader playing 1st grade football that never learned to play football. He's just bigger, which works, but he's not a good edge rusher.
When was the last productive NFL prospect that came out of the Big 12? Tell me right now, fucking Greg. Tell me right now.
Oh, the Big 12. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Enough said.
Who's in the Big 12? This guy would
I don't even think for a second. Anyone
Hold on. Shut up.
Geek, you just got your boy, Devin Witherspoon.
Oh.
I love that pick for the Seahawks.
Seahawks?
My God.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Well, now they have arguably the best young cornerback duo in the NFL with Woolen. Wow. Well, I'm an idiot. I love Witherspoon, but I'm an idiot. Wow. So they go corner. You know what that means?
Love it.
I would put almost my entire humanity that the Lions go Christian Gonzalez.
Just to get their guy like
just to get a
I like
corner
it.
because
Okay,
there's
yeah.
only 2 elite corners in this class. Devin Witherspoon. Wow. Oh, I love
2?
that.
Only 2?
I think only 2 elite ones. I think Witherspoon and Gonzalez are in tier A. Tier B starts with Joey Porter Jr., and that's tier B
You're
plus.
fucking crazy
Tiff says,
person.
damn, that's a good pick, and I hate it. She's a Niners fan. Denny says, playoff hockey is more important than the NFL draft. Just putting it out there. All right, Denny,
Bye.
leave the fucking show.
Bye.
If I'm sitting here, it's not. Like, you're
like-
fucking wrong. Like, you're just wrong.
See ya. I love you, Denny.
Let me guess, Joe New.
Seattle needs passers. They don't need cornerback at that top. So the other side of it, though, let's look at this, and then we'll get to the ranking. Corners or edge rushers are sliding in a way.
yeah.
In a way.
In a way.
They have another pick later on in the class. They're going to get a Lucas Van Ness, a Will McDonald, somebody at that 20 pick and be very
Yeah,
happy.
and those guys too. Like, yes, they're a tier below. They're probably very raw to a degree, but if you're looking to shore up some spots on that defense and stuff, like you create a new no-fly zone, a new Legion
Agreed.
of Boom, if you want to go that route too. To say this is going to be a fun pick because as soon as I saw how good Witherspoon was, like during the middle of the season, I saw his tape. I thought, oh my god, this kid's going to be good. I did
Let's-
not expect top 5, but my god, I'm happy.
Take it to the classroom. Professor Ranking.
Yeah, it's funny. I had Witherspoon going with the Detroit pick, and it just went 1 pick earlier. I don't necessarily believe that corner was a big need for Seattle. I love the pick, though, but I think that there are other players we could have went here. I'm going to give it a B-. I think that has potential talent.
I'm not laughing at you, Austin. I'm laughing at the fact that Taylor said that you don't give out a bad grade, and you started with, I don't love this pick.
Yeah.
But I love this pick.
Yeah,
And
The
it's- I'm
player
sorry,
is
I'm
good,
sorry.
but the pick is a little, weird, but it benefits them. Like, you can't argue that.
Trust us. If we see a bad pick, like Austin's not going to be afraid to call it out. Like, there's a very good chance we'll see something stupid at some point in this draft class.
Yeah, go ahead, Josh. I'm pulling up
so-
Devin's numbers, but go ahead.
So Austin, and I only say this because literally I stood on the Wyoming sidelines and watched this kid 2 feet away from me.
Oh yeah, can't confirm. He's got firsthand account of this guy.
This kid is a lockdown corner. He does not need safety help. He does not need any kind of like special coverage to help him out against pretty much, I would guarantee, just about any NFL wide receiver except for maybe like the A+ tier. But at that point, like everybody needs help.
And there
right?
are none in that division, Josh.
And there are none in that division. Well, there is one, but he's on the same team. So like, but this kid, man, I mean, he will put receivers on an island and make them talk to fucking beach balls. Like it's fucking, I'm so pumped for Seattle. That's a Legion of Boom, best secondary in the league kind of move that they just made. Love Witherspoon.
And what's interesting too, Witherspoon is kind of like almost the opposite of the Legion of Boom corners because those guys were very tall, kind of lanky. They had the ability to make plays in the backfield. Witherspoon is a true
5'11" and a half.
He's a true man guy that was very different from how the Legion of Boom kind of ran. They were much more zone heavy. Sherman rarely lined up against the best receiver in that class. It was more of a lockdown on one side, and that was essentially it. So Witherspoon's an entirely different style of corner. Little undersized, but he's aggressive to that degree, which is something that doesn't work well.
Agreed.
Let's also give the ranking credit. He has him as his 1 on the depth chart for cornerbacks.
I think that the other side of that, though, I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, Josh, because you have it pulled up. Greg and I both had Witherspoon
at 2.
At
all 3 of us.
No,
did.
but going before Gonzalez in the mocks. I think Gonzalez is the better corner, but Witherspoon was always going first. Are you looking at your fucking phone, Austin?
I'm taking notes.
No, are you looking at your phone? Are you going to tell us something that's going to happen because you saw your phone?
I think he is, so that is why my phone is back over there.
Go ahead, Oz.
They did just go to commercial break. So
go ahead, Oz. But you know what
he
I'm
knows
gonna
something. This is always.
I was looking at my notes.
What do you mean you were looking at your notes?
We have a trade.
What are you?
Is that in your notes?
What are you? What?
God damn it!
So the
Austin.
line-
It's Arizona. Arizona has moved up with Detroit's pick.
Okay, so they probably.
Let's break it down.
Yeah.
Stop looking at your phone first. No, I'm just kidding. I'm
You
kidding,
wanted your
Austin.
draft day analogy? The Cardinals are in draft day right now.
What in the shit? Okay, so let's talk. Cardinals need edge still. Tyree Wilson is there.
Yep.
The Cardinals need, realistically, corner. They could be freaking a little bit and
Christian
move up
Gonzalez,
for
my
Christian
God, yeah.
Gonzalez.
Could go Jalen Carter still.
They could very much go Jalen Carter. Cornerback, edge, defensive tackle. Those are their top 3 needs there, guys. So the Cardinals make the move up. Austin,
that makes sense. He's right. It's Jalen Carter.
Have they made the pick on your end, Josh, or no?
Because no. Because a lot of us have Carter going to the Raiders,
That's true. That's the one.
and
that
that's
I want
one
to happen.
they
Yep.
moved right in front of the Raiders. Yep.
very much so. Portis, Forbes, Banks would be there for Seattle at 20. Bad 5th pick. It isn't a bad pick when you consider the drop-off from Devin Witherspoon to those guys, NBA. Like, I love Emmanuel Forbes. I have been fist-fighting Dre for charity for like a month and a half
Tackling
now.
has apparently become a new buzzword in our group chat.
I also,
because of this.
I'm just not a big Deontay Banks guy, but that's not
No, Deontay Banks, I think, is a combine darling. Not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just like, I'm so leery of guys that are combine dudes. I really am.
All right, so the Cardinals.
Yeah, but the other part. Can I pump Deontay Banks
do
for
it,
a second?
do it, brother. Go.
No, it's
You're
fine.
on
You
it.
know that he's played every position in the secondary, Greg?
So both corners and both safeties and nickel and all that too?
Can I ask you a thing, Josh? Is that a good thing?
I think it's a great thing as far as drafting a prospect because he may develop into, think about this. We drafted Troy Polamalu as a cornerback.
Yeah.
So
No, agreed.
I'll take that guy, right? I'll take that guy that can maybe fit into a bunch of different.
It only makes me think of Isaiah Simmons out of Clemson. Very, very different. But the guy that plays every position, yeah.
Yeah.
the trade
Well,
is
and that's
on
the speed, length, and athleticism coming into play, right? Like,
So the trade is on
agreed.
our screen
Sorry,
right
Josh.
now. The Cardinals received the 6th overall pick. The Lions received the 12th overall pick and a 2nd-round pick tomorrow, the number 34 overall.
That's all? Okay, so they still have the 33rd then.
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did the Lions get
Here
got?
comes the pick. Here comes the pick.
All right,
I think
Josh.
the Lions did get got.
What do we got, bud?
He's reading it now. Man, you are taken for. Oh, he's probably reading the trade. That's
yeah, I
he can't
forgot
even
he
read.
usually
What an
does that.
idiot.
Harris Johnson Jr. They
Yeah,
went and
that
got
is-
their tackle.
So Kyler Murray was petitioning for the general manager to think about Paris Johnson. So this is Kyler Murray. This is him like putting his foot down.
Yeah,
in,
but
in fairness, this is something I will say.
putting his teeny tiny foot down.
Yes, in fairness, this is something I will say. We have, as much as the Cardinals desperately need pass rush, we've also talked previously about the fact that I have never recalled the Cardinals having a good offensive line ever.
Agreed. Let's take it to the classroom.
Let's do it.
Ranking.
Okay.
Did I surprise you?
No.
I think it's done.
Did I catch you at lunch, teacher?
I'm gonna give it a C+. I think that it was an unusual trade.
Taylor got on his
I
head.
thought that this would have been like your Jalen Carter, your Tyree Wilson, maybe even Gonzalez in the corner. It helps, but we also know that Kyler Murray's not going to be playing for the majority of this season, maybe like half of the season. So this is for the backup. This is for Colt McCoy, maybe. I don't know.
No, it's for your future.
Even if Kyler is only playing half of the year, having a guy that you can plug and play as your left tackle is still something that's going to be looked at.
I'm sorry.
behind
Did you give a grade?
C+.
Yeah.
Okay, C+.
Okay.
So here's
There it is,
here's
Taylor says.
here's where I'm at. If you go back
Thanks, Phil.
and watch Ohio State play Georgia in that
Yeah.
playoff game,
Mm-hmm.
CJ Stroud had all fucking day
Yeah.
in the pocket, and it's because of his tackles.
And guess what,
I
Dre? He still
love
lost. Shout out, Dre.
Yeah, and I do not remember much of that game either, but I digress.
No, Dre's one point was that his best tape came as Georgia, which is his best opponent, and I said, okay, so they lost, which is
What?
complete gaslighting.
Because first off, CJ Stroud picked apart Georgia,
Yeah.
and that was like everybody, all the like Todd McShays of the world are like, go back and watch that game and tell me he's not an NFL level quarterback, right?
Yeah.
Because he picked him
Are
apart.
we surprised at Johnson being the first offensive lineman taken?
Yes.
Very much. Let's look at our positional ranking. So the other thing to think about here when you talk about the linemen, a lot of people do not believe Peter Skoronski is the tackle at the NFL.
That's fair.
Despite being the best lineman, tackle is clearly the most important position when it comes down to it. We all have Peter Skoronski, except for you, Josh, with Broderick Jones, who I do not think is a bad one. You have Paris Johnson at 5. Greg and I have Paris Johnson. I wrote Peter Skoronski. Okay, wow. I wrote on my entire life, guys. I have everything correct, and I was like, who the fuck is Peter Johnson? Back-to-back names for a penis. Just up on the board.
That's right.
No, Peter Skoronski. Josh, you are a savant. Great analysis on Paris. I love you. NBA Rig.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sharing the love today.
NBA Rig, we love you, buddy.
Why
thanks,
is he
buddy.
5th for you, Josh, if you were that high on him for that game?
Worried about his athleticism. He's
Fair.
got the size. He has so much size, and he's nasty, and he's great with that second push. After the play is developed, he's really good at that, like keeping a guy contained. But at the next level, how's that going to go? Now, he looked good against Georgia, but when you've got, Aaron Donald, you got I don't know how that's going to go.
Well,
That's my only question.
Well, here's the fascinating thing. This kind of reminds us of the year that we had those 4 tackles. And
Wirfs, Wills, Neal, or no, Thomas.
Yeah,
no,
Thomas.
Neal.
It was Thomas, Wills, Becton,
And Wirfs.
And Wirfs, yeah.
We thought all 4 of them were going to go to Arizona.
Yeah, it was trying to figure out who was the best, and it was kind of like to each their own in that case. Andrew Thomas was the one that ended up going higher. Thomas was more of the prototypical left tackle that we expect. Becton was the athlete. Wirfs had the size. Willis was the one that was maybe like the most raw, but still had the best potential. Johnson strikes me as the Andrew Thomas of this guy. He's like, you know what you're going to expect as the left tackle in that case.
Yep.
Big, has a stable foundation, knows how to use his hands properly, but maybe is going to take some time to adjust because Andrew Thomas didn't adjust well to the pros until probably the
See, I thought that was going to be Broderick
Jones.
Jones. I think Paris Johnson is the best offensive tackle in this class, no questions asked. I'm high on him. I think athleticism is a good call-out, Josh. I don't think he's the most athletic human ever, but he is a absolute master class at what you need to do at tackle. And I just think he's the safe pick so he doesn't get talked about. Chris Burton, what's up, buddy? Thank you for tuning in. Love you, man.
The other part of that, Derek, to piggyback on
Yeah.
you, all of my draft or scouting analysis is you can't teach size, right?
That's fair.
So like
Very fair.
you cannot teach
I
that
cannot
size.
coach somebody to be as tall as DeJuan Jones.
Nope.
Or
That is
long.
uncoachable.
Or as long.
Nope.
Let's look at some positional rankings that we all have here. I want to talk about the offensive tackles again. Josh, you are the only one also that doesn't have Darnell Wright in there. Greg has DeJuan Jones. I have Anton Harrison. Austin, I have the same there. So you don't have Darnell Wright in yours, despite the Steelers basically being right there and taking him. Talk to us about that.
All right. Okay. So he has and this is all off NFL.com.
please.
And go watch him. Okay. Now, and this feels very contradictory because I've been pumping Tennessee this whole time, but
He's not a wide receiver, though.
he's not a wide receiver.
That would be
He
sick.
can't get very low in his stance. Okay. So that's going to give him bad leverage, especially against a talented D end, right? Or a rusher, edge rusher. He's more of a bear hug than a technician. You're going to get called for that.
Yep.
Below average hand rest and finish on the run block. I mean, we need a guy who, like, the Steelers are going to run the ball. Most teams are going to run the ball at some point. And then where was the other? Oh, shows confusion against the twist.
That's, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So for those of you who don't know, the twist is when two of the D linemen switch mid play, where one comes behind the other, and it creates like which one's my guy?
Yeah.
Showing confusion against the twist tells me you're fucking dumb. An O lineman cannot be dumb. End of story. All of my O linemen that are highly ranked is because they're not dumb. And it nowhere on their weaknesses says confusion against the twist. The pick is in for the Raiders.
Is that why you don't have C.J. Stroud in your top 5 because you failed that test?
Yeah. Quarterback's a little bit different, kind of a little bit, but
Okay.
O linemen have to be the smartest guys on the field.
What are
They
the
absolutely have to be.
What are the odds that we could see Will Levis taken here at 7?
Yeah, so the Raiders
don't
are on
hate
the
that.
clock, guys. The Raiders could walk away here with Christian Gonzalez, Jalen Carter, Will Levis.
Wilson.
Tyree Wilson, yeah.
Those are the names. Those are the only names that I see going here.
I can't, in my head, I can't imagine who else they do. Unless Al Davis somehow resurrected himself and decides to draft Zay
You know what?
Flowers.
I am wrong.
That was my thought.
I could see
was
Peter
Zay Flowers.
Skoronsky going here.
Ah,
I could see them
Oh.
getting a line for Jimmy Garoppolo and Josh Jacobs.
That's a very old school pick too for them as well, which in fairness has never been something that the Raiders have been good at doing. So
No,
this
they
might
want
work out
sex. They want flash.
well. They do.
Yeah.
They could
And-
take Quentin Johnson here. Who knows?
Yeah, but their analysis of
I'm gonna grab
offensive
beer,
linemen
guys.
has been awful, especially for the fact too that I think the last time they drafted one was Colton Miller out of UCLA,
Yeah.
which
Well, he turned out to be good, right? Didn't he? Cole Miller.
he was okay, Austin, but I wouldn't say he was like he was solid.
He was better than your average guard. Let's say that.
Yeah, but Austin, he was a tackle that they drafted. So like that's my point. They drafted.
Oh no!
They Oh no. Okay, Josh, what is it?
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
Hold on, Josh. Please,
Yep.
someone pick Levis so the Titans aren't dumb and do it. Taylor
We
said.
brought the rest of the Montucky Colts next though, because we might need it after this. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to talk about dumb decisions, Tyree Wilson is a Raider.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Wilson is coming here next pick, and I'll stone cold so Steve Austin some beers. Kurt said. Kurt, I got bad news, buddy. Yeah, Tyree Wilson, huh? Josh, wow, what the fuck?
They drank that Kool-Aid, man. They drank that Texans
Hear
Kool-Aid.
me out. I like him a lot more at 7.
I
like him a lot
True.
more at 7.
True.
Instead of going number 2 or number 3 to the Texans or Cardinals, that's fair. But in terms of like stuff that the Raiders should have done, god damn.
Taylor writes in, Professor Tyree's outfit alone deserves a C+ to start. Let's see what the professor has for him in store.
What you got?
It's not a plus. We're gonna go with a solid C for this pick.
Oh. Why? Keep going.
Are you not taking
There's
wardrobe
many
into
other
consideration?
things that we could have done here. Yes, pass rush might be in play. But we talked about really this is based on all of maybe if his athleticism and everything. What if it doesn't pan out? Then he's screwed. Then he's just another useless Raiders draft pick.
In fairness, I would much rather take a chance on a guy who is extremely athletic and can probably be taught to a degree.
Can we talk about this really quick, guys?
Go ahead.
So,
Sure.
just so everyone knows, Taylor also said let's go, so I don't know if the Titans just moved up or something, but I doubt it.
yeah.
I think it was just that the Raiders took Tyree. Tyree Wilson's arm length, his wingspan, 35 and 5/8. A name that I know that we all sit here and think is massive. DeJuan Jones, 36 and 3/8. I mean, like, Tyree Wilson is a goddamn pterodactyl if I've ever seen one.
That's fair.
I don't really think there is a better position in the top 10 for him to go than across from Max Crosby, who's a surefire home run.
True.
Yeah. And Max Crosby
Oh,
doesn't even...
Taylor said because he gave a C.
Ah.
My bad, Taylor.
No, Crosby doesn't have the length. Crosby's just relentless. when he
Crosby
tries
is
to
an
attack
absolute hero. I mean, he's tattooed TJ Watt. Not as good, obviously, but
fair
there, dude. I think that this is an amazing pick when you consider the fact that they have the space to fail across from Max Crosby.
I'm
Yeah, but did
fascinated.
it address a need?
Well,
Because they need a lot.
Do I have a graphic for that?
Need and BPA.
Yeah.
I love it.
Let's
It's gonna be a great conversation.
slide over. Need offensive tackle, defensive tackle, corner, safety. So clear answer, no. They do need some pressure. Look at that division. You're sitting in a division where you had Carr and you brought in Devontae Adams. He's gone. Josh McDaniels is there. You have your new quarterback per se, and Jimmy Garoppolo, who we all love. I mean, the show loves Jimmy.
Jimmy
Look at that
G.
jawline.
He's a Hall of Famer here. That's fair.
Has never lost an NFL game.
Never ever.
Never ever.
They're up against the Broncos.
Yes.
Weak line.
Very weak.
Chiefs just lost their left tackle. Weak line. The Chargers. Weak team mentally.
Yes.
Here's my other thing though, Josh. If the Lions would have taken an edge rusher, it's not really a need. I would not have been surprised because when you look at these,
True.
like the need area, if you complement your best player, you are always going to have some success, right? So that's
Yeah,
what, I
I
mean,
mean-
Seattle taking a corner with Tyrese Woolen out of TCU or whatever it was, or not TCU, UTSA,
Oh yeah. It was a.
But-
it was a. I don't even.
5th or 6th, I
Yeah,
think.
something like UTEP or whatever.
But
yeah,
Josh, UTEP, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I need you're correct in what you're saying. It's the fucking Raiders, man. Who knows?
He's big and he's physical, right? So you like those things, right? But he's slow. So if you're saying that Max Crosby's the get off and he's gonna chase them over to the Goliath side, okay, fine.
I love it. So, Josh, update us on the mocks if you don't mind.
Yeah, not going well for anybody. But I mean, with all those trades, like we didn't stand a fucking shot in hell.
We have no clue who's gonna win this bet now, and I'm all
So
here for it.
Deke has 2 of the positions right and 1 of the players right for 3 points. Greg has all 3 positions right, no players, 3 points. Austin is also 2-1 with 2 positions, 1 player, 3 points, and I have 3 positions with 0 players, 3 points.
Anyone's game. Baby.
NBA Rigged
Anyone's
writes
game.
in. Yeah, we're all gonna finish with like
Anyone's
7
game
points.
is. Yeah, this is going to end in a dead tie at 3. No one else is getting another one.
Which player would you guys say is closest in skill set and physical ability comp to Micah Parsons? Let's do a round table. Austin.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I have a pick. I can go first. I'll go first.
None
Yeah,
of them?
go first if you don't
I'll
mind.
go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas. He is a definitely a shop and save Micah Parsons, but Drew Sanders was an edge rusher at Alabama, transferred over, becomes an interior defensive line or interior linebacker, for Arkansas. He's so good NBA that he transferred from Alabama because he didn't have playing time, which goes to Alabama, goes to Arkansas and is an absolute all-world linebacker. He's my number 1 linebacker in the class. He easily can switch outside in a 3-4. I think Drew Sanders, to me, would be the closest comp to Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons an A+, Drew Sanders might be a B-, B+ tier, but that is, to me, the closest comp here because he can play in the middle of the field and pick off your quarterback and put his hand in the dirt and rush.
I think the edge.
But he's a bad tackler, and he's dumb.
I think the edge
Well,
rusher
from- yeah,
part
he
of
goes
it
to
kind of
Arkansas,
makes
he's
you
dumb as
think
shit.
that. But I think in terms of the all-around skill set and athleticism, I'm leaning towards Jack Campbell. Just in my sense.
Jack
'cause
Campbell can't go on the edge and rush.
What?
He's not fast.
He's an inside linebacker purely only.
Yeah, but also Micah Parsons was drafted to be an inside linebacker.
But he's not.
I know, but they move him around a lot, and he'll make splash plays on the edge. But like he will absolutely go to the inside and make plays and have to read defenses.
But you think
Have you
Jack?
ever
No,
watched
no,
Micah
it's the
Parsons
flip.
play fucking football?
Yes!
It's the flip where Jack Campbell can't do any of that. He can literally only play the middle of the field.
I'm trying to give like a comparison here because like I don't necessarily think that Drew Sanders is I like it, but I'm also trying to give another example because I can't think of who else it would be in that sense. That's
Well, that was your pick, though.
yeah, I am because like I just
Go ahead. The pick is in for the Falcons.
No,
You think the slower, only middle of the line, like middle of the field linebacker?
I think he can be. I think he's deceptively a lot more faster and more athletic than we give him credit for.
I don't
to a
think he
degree.
is.
I think he can do every single piece that you want from a linebacker, which is something that I
But-
appreciate and what Micah Parsons can do.
Listen,
as
Jack
well.
Campbell's my number 1, but he's not that.
But Greg,
He's-
Sanders played defensive end and moved to middle linebacker. Jack Campbell was literally only a middle linebacker. Micah Parsons is both middle linebacker and rusher.
Okay.
he played
that's-
middle linebacker in college just because they needed him to.
Yeah, he could
not
have played
because
wide
he was
receiver and
built for that.
quarterback at Penn State. Yeah,
He could have played both sides
That's terrifying.
easily. He could have thrown the damn ball.
that's where I'm confused about. I don't hate
No,
it.
it's just
Trent Simpson
I know
might
you
be better.
love Drew Sanders, but it's also the logic too that like
That doesn't mean you can just say a worse comp
No, I'm just-
to
I'm
get
simply
back
saying,
at me.
I'm simply saying that, like, I think Drew Sanders didn't excel at one specific position, so he was moved around a bit. Jack Campbell at least excelled at the inside, which is what Micah Parsons was drafted to be, and therefore should correlate to that. a
You
little
would
bit.
comp
What?
Jack Campbell to Micah Parsons.
No, but I'm
Okay.
saying the closest in this class is the point, though, is what I'm saying.
You think Jack
All right.
Campbell is the closest to Micah Parsons?
I don't know who else it would be, honestly.
I have a pick for that, but here's
Wow.
the fucking deal.
Do it.
The Falcons went and got the swaggiest player in the draft, Bijan Robinson.
I got a point.
Suck it, Trey. Just saying. I want a damn
Wow,
apology.
dude. Wait.
I want
Josh.
Trey to apologize.
Yes, sir.
right
Can you
now.
write a eulogy for Cordell Patterson?
Yeah, seriously.
Well, no,
Ew.
okay. In Dre's defense, for me not gaslighting him, Dre said to 10, and we all were like, I don't know if that's happening. I think this gives him some credit that I'm never going to say again.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'll ever say it, that he called it there. Dude, hear me out. If Desmond Ritter fails, he's a fucking phony. You got Drake London and Bijan.
And Kyle Pitts.
All right, let's.
And
You know
he'll probably
what?
get another receiver at some point. in
Taylor
this
said,
draft,
"Ooh,
too.
Dirty Hawks throwing a wrench."
Looks like the Bears have a trade too.
No throwing wrenches in the classroom.
No doing that. Let's do it. This is the guy I had mocked here. I'm excited. Been saying
You
it
did
for a
not have him
while.
mocked.
For Bijan for Atlanta.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did. I'm so sorry. I'm
You're
so
good.
sorry.
Phony.
Don't call out. This is what happens. You try to correct the teacher.
Sure.
This is a straight up A across the board. I know Tyler Algier had his instances, nowhere in comparison to Bijan. This offense, you got Bijan, you got London, you got Pitts. Like, Desmond's got this. He has to.
I am. This rumor started like this week. You know what I mean? Like this was a very much a this week, this might happen type. I didn't hear him to the Falcons except for like starting Monday, guys.
No, I suggested this months ago in the group chat, and
Where's
I
Kurt?
got absolutely just like lambasted by Dre from it. So that's why I'm saying I want a goddamn apology next time I see him for this. But
Yeah, Dre does owe us all an apology.
I love this. I love this pick so much. Like Ritter has to be in one of the best situations right now, just for the offense that's built around him. And I think that the Falcons now at least have some sort of an identity. I think, by the way, they do desperately need to add some pass rush to that degree. But at the same time, though, that offense is going to be scary to manage.
Here's the thing. NBA brings up a point that I want to address with the group. Atlanta needed defensive help. They really did, right? Yeah. So you know, he gives them a C. They need defense. They need some wide receiver maybe. In my belief, that division is somewhat shitty. They just gave, arguably, and again, I hate to do this, guys, they just gave Quinn Ewers or Caleb Williams or Drake May the best weapon in this entire class for their rookie season. Because I like Desmond Ritter. He's not the guy.
No, he won't.
They're gonna kill it this year and pull a Davis Mills, and they're gonna come
manager.
out and they're gonna give one of their guys the greatest duo of Drake London and Bijan in
He's
here.
1,000% a game manager. Like, let's just kind of let's leave it to that. Like, he led Cincinnati to a successful season, but there's nothing necessarily about him that he, from a physical aspect, he doesn't, and all that he's going to be able to outperform other quarterbacks. If he's in an offense that can work to his strengths and he can manage it, perhaps that can work out very well for him. But he is not going to be a guy that's going to be looked at as an elite quarterback moving forward. But then again, just based on this offense alone, the Falcons and this division is so weak and so manageable. They could sneak in and win the division this year. They really could. They could. What?
You don't? Okay, all right. It's just the Saints and the Bucks actually have a team, and the Panthers have the best defense in that division. I think the Falcons finish fourth, no questions asked, no holds barred. I would bet you $100 on that.
Yeah, and the Panthers just went and got a quarterback that's ready to start tomorrow.
Let's talk about the only class that we all, or the only name that we all
hang
have at
on.
the top of our
Let me
board,
just
which
fill
is
you guys in
Bijan.
real quick.
Good luck.
So the Eagles and the Bears swapped picks. So the Eagles are now picking at 9, and the Bears are picking at 10.
This has to be Carter. This has to be.
If Jalen Carter goes to the Eagles,
So let's
my God.
let's talk about it. So
Or
I was going to
Christian
talk about Bijan. We all know him. Christian Gonzalez, Jalen Carter,
Yep.
Peter Skoronski. I don't think the Eagles are moving in front of the Bears unless it goes back to that thing we talked about, Josh, which is the whole why do you move up one? Well, because
So here's the thing: they swapped picks, and then they gave the Bears a 2024 fourth round. They just showed it. That's why I wanted to tell you.
No, you're fine. I think that's great.
Yep.
It's one of those three guys for me.
well, listen, I mean, like we've talked about how much longer Kelsey can play for, but they've already got like 2 different options they can move to center. At some
Well,
point.
Jurgens is the guy.
Yeah,
Dickerson stays at guard.
Dickerson.
Lane Johnson at left. You brought in
Jordan
Yeah.
Maulita as right tackle, I think.
Dude,
So-
yeah, they're set, and they have everybody they could want.
Yeah.
I like the Paris Johnson initial comp here because you put him in at left tackle. He, as a backup, he fills in at right tackle. All this stuff. I want this genuinely I really, really, really want this guys to be Christian Gonzalez, but I think Jalen Carter makes sense, Austin. You're kind of banging the table for him.
Yeah, I mean, if you pair him with Jordan Davis, like this defensive line
Fletcher
is doing
Cox back
Well, yeah,
too.
and that's also the
Cox
thing too.
too,
Fletcher
like-
Cox only probably has like a year or two left, anyways.
He
so-
took the deal,
Yeah, yeah.
hometown discount.
Yep.
And here's also something to
Meech.
I don't necessarily know if he's going to fit because I know the Eagles run a 4-3, but
Oh my
but
God.
Nolan Smith is also
Okay,
available.
so- Josh, go ahead.
Why didn't? Oh wow. He's very emotional. Okay, so they just took Jalen Carter. The
Okay.
Eagles did.
Oh
Good.
my God, I love
Good,
this
good,
pick.
good.
Love this pick.
He's emotional because he should be the
Out
number
of the
one-
first round.
He should be
or-
the number one player in the class and
Right.
had a very yeah. I mean, he's
Right.
he's been through as much as anybody has ever been through in terms of like recent stuff for him to come
Yeah.
out and still be this guy. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to watch the Eagles in the Super Bowl again.
Listen, Jalen.
Are you guys?
Listen, Jalen Carter should have been the first defensive player taken, arguably.
No, it
but
should have been Joey Porter.
But in fairness, but in fairness, he ended up in a great situation. So I think he'll be fine.
Let's see if he'll be fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
Austin?
This is my third A+ of the draft. This is the exact spot alongside Davis, that Eagles defense, basically essentially putting, a learning curve with Fletcher Cox teaching like Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis still. This defensive line is going to be absolutely unstoppable.
Austin, so the thing with that too, they're going to rotate their guys very frequently as well. Because that's how they won the Super Bowl a few years ago, was that they went too deep on their defensive line. That's the part that was terrifying to think about at that point as well. So now you're bringing in a guy who is arguably the best defensive player in this class, fell because of obvious criminal issues and all that. He's clearly emotional. He's happy that he was drafted. He's still in the top 10, and he deserves it. But he's in a phenomenal situation. An absolutely phenomenal situation. He gets to go play with Jordan Davis, who he played with on a national championship team at Georgia.
Oh, and
last
learn
year.
from Fletcher.
Oh, that's a
And
great
and learn
fucking
from
call
Fletcher
out,
Cox.
Greg.
So this is an incredible pull for the Eagles in that case. But
Agreed.
I'm curious. I am very fascinated if the Bears would have taken Carter here, and that's why they felt that they had to trade up.
Wait, if the Bears would have taken Carter here?
Yeah.
I don't think the Bears would give away a pick on a guy they were going to take.
I know, but
Right.
I'm curious because here's the thing: the Eagles were at 10, so
Yeah.
the logic for me is like I'm curious if how many other teams were seriously considering trading up to get Jalen Carter to this degree, or if that was
Yeah, but you would have
Yeah,
taken
but they
if you were the
wouldn't-
Bears, you would have taken a bigger package then.
Yeah, they basically made the switch because no one else was calling, and the Eagles said they were taking Carter, so the Bears were like, we're going offensive line, so cool,
Right.
whatever, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
And
Yeah,
there's
we'll
never
take your
a scenario.
thanks.
And-
Yeah,
yeah.
there's not a scenario where the Bears are like, we want Carter, and the Eagles like,
Right,
we're not
and-
taking him. Ha, ha, ha.
right. In the grand scheme of things, like a fourth rounder is not necessarily
That's-
that
yes.
bad either to move up one.
So
spot
are
and
we
get
sold on the
moved.
fact that this could possibly be Peter Skoronski here?
This will, in my mind, be Peter
It's
Skoronski.
gotta be. It's
If
gotta
you want
be.
Justin Fields to not be beat to pulp,
Yeah,
shit.
I can't imagine who else it would
But
be.
he's not
Broderick
a
Jones,
fucking
maybe?
tackle at the next level.
Broderick Jones?
Well,
Or Peter Skoronski?
Peter
you mean?
Skronsky.
No, but they need all their
They
offensive
need
line
everything
redone.
though, Josh. That's the thing
Go
that's
get a tackle.
I mean, you're talking about an all-pro, arguably people are calling him a Hall of Fame guard,
yeah.
versus Broderick Jones, who is a very good potential tackle.
Yeah, that's been the comp with Skronsky wherever you put him. If he's a guard, he's Hall of Fame. If he's a tackle, he's very good. So it's realistically like wherever he fits, we just need someone to protect Justin Fields. So
Let's
or-
look at
or
Jalen.
get
Yeah.
receivers here, which would also be an interesting.
I mean, Jalen Carter's 6'3", 314. I had kind of a big knock on him when he came to his pro day, overweight, didn't want to work out and stuff like that. I will say this. There is no bigger motivator than being on a team that just went to the goddamn Super Bowl.
And you're playing. on
Oh, my Lord, he will be fine.
You're playing on a team with probably a Hall of Famer in Fletcher Cox.
Yeah,
Like at that
agreed.
point.
All
You're
right, I'm
playing with-
sprinting to the bathroom, Greg.
you're
If anything
pla-
happens, change the graphics. I teach you.
You're playing with an up-and-comer like Jordan Davis that you've already have repertoire with at this point.
Right.
I can't imagine how much better of a situation Jalen Carter's going to be in at that point as well. So this is a great move here.
So the big knock on him that came out this week was that he has low motivation, right? That he doesn't try and practice, and he came in overweight at the pro day.
Well,
And that he doesn't take hard coaching well was the other big knock that came out this week. And the like, oh well, maybe the solution is that you need to put him on a senior laden team that have veterans that's going to teach him to be a pro.
which is
You know what I
literally
mean?
the Eagles. So it worked
Literally the
perfectly.
Eagles, plus you put him with a buddy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just backing you up, Greg. I think it's a brilliant move for the Eagles, and it's something that it's a no-brainer
Yeah.
to a lot of extent.
Yeah, so the logic is obviously like going to be that I understand the knock on him was that he didn't perform well at his pro day, he's overweight and all that stuff. In fairness,
Tub.
though, and I understand the situation that he was in was not great, and there can be whatever. I feel like that would mess with anyone when you're supposed to be training for the biggest performance of your life and you're dealing with something that is clearly a legal and a very bad situation to work in. So I would hope that he at least interviewed well with the Eagles, and maybe that kind of gave them the wherewithal to be like, hey, this is a guy, the talent alone should be enough for us, and based on the guys we currently have and how we won a Super Bowl, I think it's a gamble that was absolutely worth taking.
Being involved in a death will do that to you.
Here come the Bears pick.
All right, so they kept it, which I think is significant to at least mention here. And real quick before we announce it, the Bears needs, guys, coming in at something we all know: tackle, wide receiver, idiots, Chase Claypool, suck it, edge, and guard.
How about defensive tackle?
That is not a need for them.
Well, they just took Darnell Wright.
As offensive tackle, you mean?
Ooh,
I'm sorry. Yes, their O's look like D's.
Fuck.
I'm
At
sorry.
10?
Darnell right ahead of Skoronski.
Oh,
And
my-
Broderick Jones. And
Wow.
oh my God! All right, well there goes everybody on the fucking planet.
I know
Steelers
he's
mock.
not even on my board.
Well, he's on ours, but it's.
Darnell Wright, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn it.
Yup.
Damn it. I was not expecting him to be top 10. Shit. I wonder if it's the versatility of where they can line up at right or left tackle. That might be the play here, but damn. I was not expecting him to be the second offensive
Dude,
lineman.
we're so good. Everyone we've been mocked to is Devin Witherspoon, who went 4,
Yeah.
and Wright, who's in top 10. I hate everything. Austin, just you go now.
Go ahead.
Would have been great for Azars. Unfortunately, it's not. Chicago gets a great offensive tackle despite some of Josh's
He's
criticisms.
not great. He sucks.
Give him an A.
Oh,
You gave it an A?
yeah, wow.
I'll give it
An
an A.
A?
I'd give it an A.
He's sold on
He's
just like
dumb.
putting anyone there.
Austin. Why is it an A? Let's go back to the classroom. We're
Let me teach you a lesson here. Yeah, let me do it.
teach me a lesson.
Listen, okay? The fact that, yes, he was lower on the lines of offensive tackles that came about. So were many other offensive tackles that were supposed to go. Let's use the Andrew Thomas example. We had him, I think, for most of us, had him as our third, maybe fourth offensive tackle gone in that class. He went 1 and has proven with the right teaching that this can go a long ways.
But
now you're going to say that he's going to put in line of protecting Justin Fields? I certainly think that's a lot of potential for him to do well. That's why I have him in an A.
So, because our third tackle went first in a different draft, and they picked him to
It's an
block,
example. It's an example.
and then they picked him to block Justin Fields, it's a good pick.
You make it sound like that. You make it sound like
No,
an
I'm
idiot.
telling you what you're telling me, and that's why I'm confused.
I don't think I sound
It's
like
a good
that.
pick
Okay,
because
he
Justin
did
Fields
have-
needs blocked.
He did have Darnell Wright above what you and Greg had. He had him as this third,
Who's two?
and he had him behind Paris Jones Jr.
And who's
so
who's two? Say who's,
who's-
two.
His second is Paris Jones Jr.
Who is his one?
Peter Skoronski,
Okay, so he's
who's
still on
not
the
a
board.
tackle. Who's not a tackle.
But he had him as his tackle.
Yes.
Do you see?
Damn it! I tried, Austin. I tried to come in from the top.
You know what?
Austin's
You're gonna have
logic is, well,
smartasses.
he gets paid to do the job, so he has to be good at it.
Listen, you're gonna have smart asses in the classroom the whole time. The best you can do is just shove it off and go to the next things.
Okay.
No, this isn't a classroom. This is ISS. The fact that I had to listen to you.
Austin, this is where you turn on like a video for like the class to watch and be like, here, spend this the rest of your
Let's
day.
get to our positional rankings because NBA Rig writes in the question, Broderick Jones is better, right? So right now, Broderick Jones is Josh's number one tackle. I think we all have Broderick Jones ahead except for Austin, who has Broderick Jones at 4, which I think is fine.
Right.
Here's my thing. It is extremely exhausting for me to have told people we were going to probably draft a guy who then goes in the top. It makes me look bad.
It really does.
That these terrible players are getting drafted
It really
high.
does. Like, why would you do that, man? That's not good. That's really not.
I'm so pissed off at everything.
But the way the board is falling, though, I'm just saying, at 11, so the Titans pick is already in. It hasn't.
Yeah, so shout out to the Tennessee Titans because, and this is not the actual pick, I love the fact that they get Will Levis. Like, it's really cool. That shout out to Taylor. We got Will Levis. Sorry, Cumberland Creative. You are having no content people in tomorrow.
Oh, my God. Be incredible. Can
let's
you
look at the team needs for the
Imagine walking
Titans.
on Broadway tomorrow and just seeing people partying in the streets that we have that they have a
Eating
quarterback.
mayonnaise.
Yeah.
So the Tennessee Titans need tackle, center, wide receiver, guard. These
Sounds
are
like they
all the
need
team needs for the
Skoronski.
PNN. The tough thing is, for me, realistically, I understand it's technically not a need because Tannehill is there. Quarterback is a massive need for them.
Yes.
You have a division where C.J. Stroud is now there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a division where Anthony Richardson is now there, right?
Yeah.
You have a division with Trevor Lawrence, who I think next year takes an absolute MVP caliber leap.
Yes.
Yep.
Especially Calvin Ridley now, just saying.
I understand that maybe there's a better case to trade up into the late first and try to get Hendon Hooker. If this isn't Will Levis, this has to be Broderick Jones, Peter Skoronski, or JSN.
Especially
Jackson
when
Smith-Njigba.
you just released Taylor Lewan and his massive contract.
Well,
so,
Right.
like
I like him, but he's bad at football.
right, but there's so many.
I like
different-
the human.
But there's
Love
so
the
many
human.
scenarios you can go with in this case. But I would be curious how much they're going to blame last season on Ryan Tannehill, especially for the fact that I think they had a lot of injuries going into it.
All of it. He's the quarterback.
He is the quarterback. He is, in the end, you live and die by how good the quarterback plays, no matter what.
Unless you're the 49ers with Garoppolo.
Yes.
I'm
that
gonna
is fair.
say
Or Brock Purdy.
that it's Peter Skoronski.
Okay, I like your prediction and bold take, Professor.
That's not a tackle. What the fuck are we doing?
It's just
Well, their second need is guard if you don't count quarterback as a
Okay.
need.
and center.
All right, fine.
And center, yeah.
So he can
Okay.
play center. Yeah.
Good play center.
Oh, my God. Why does it say... Okay, so the Titans pick is in. Okay.
Yes.
It said
yes,
Detroit
yes.
Lions. I was like, who traded?
No, the Lions are on the clock because technically they're
God,
next.
who is the dork next to Vrabel
I was
with
just
a
saying
weird
that.
face?
Oh my God, he's
Like two
creepy.
seats down from there's the black guy and then the woman
What
and then the
the
guy
hell?
and then the creepiest human I've ever seen.
Oh,
Who
my
is
God.
that guy?
That is a very bad comb over.
Is it the one that's just staring?
Very
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
comb over. That's at that point, bro. You
He
gotta,
looks like the guy that made the picture for Vince Vaughn in Wedding Crashers.
that is my biggest fear that I wake up in the morning and look like.
Well.
Like oh
Fears
God.
come from reality.
Not in that jacket,
Ian
buddy.
Moorhead, what's up, buddy? You can really tell who's going to be a bust by the dap they give Goodell. That's funny.
Well, then Jalen Carter's fucked.
NBA Rig
all
says
right.
Levis is my prediction,
Well, no,
and
they
Taylor
had it
says
pre-planned.
NBA. I don't.
Odell that fucked up.
Taylor says NBA. I don't know if we're not friends. Levis is not the pick. I'm interested, Josh.
What do we got?
Oh my God, they went Peter Skoronski.
Let's go.
There
They
we
need
go.
me. Oh my
I don't
God.
know. I fucking quit. I quit.
Tyrannosaurus
I'm done with this
arms,
shit.
baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Continuously screaming in my ear, even with headphones on. No,
Okay,
stop
so let
saying
me ask
sorry.
you
I
this.
like it.
Let me ask
Stop
you
saying
this, because a
sorry.
lot of us had offensive tackle here. So technically, he is being drafted as an offensive tackle, right? Like we have to
Yep.
put that as point. All right,
We
cool,
get
cool.
to put
I
that
just
as
wanted
a
to make
point.
sure.
He says a
Thank you.
guard on there, actually. Wow. Okay.
So they have him as guard on his draft thing, Josh.
Did they really?
Yeah.
They do have him as guard because he's so fucking small.
He's a
There's
little
no way.
Tyrannosaur arms, baby. Tyrannosaur arms.
All right,
Oh,
Austin,
this is
you're
wrong.
up, buddy.
listen, at any point they needed offensive line help. There were talks of maybe getting rid of Derrick Henry. Maybe it's because the offensive line was crap. So maybe they figure out a quarterback somewhat. We said maybe the Hendon Hooker thing in the second round. This is another A. I think that this is exactly what they needed to do.
Taylor writes in, he's smart. He went to Northwestern. That's an A+ professor.
Listen.
Do you know why it's an A? Do you know why it's an A?
Why?
Because somebody had this exact pick in their mock. That's why it's an A.
Who?
Austin did.
Okay. Well, then why is
Oh
it not
my
an A+?
God. By the way, Professor, stop drinking with your pinky out. You're trying to show off how better you are than us. We don't appreciate it. Just saying.
Listen, I'm already in better clothing than most of you, okay? So
This is a
beg to
vintage
Hey, hold on,
t-shirt.
Josh.
I
Hold on.
beg
Hold on.
to
Hey,
differ.
Austin. Can we see your pants?
Yeah. I don't want to hear
Can we see?
shit,
Can we
Austin.
see your pants?
they are.
Show me your
let see
and
if I
one
can pull it up. I
basketball
don't know.
shorts. Show me your and
let's
one
see.
basketball shorts on. Hold on. You gotta.
Come on.
They're like a purple.
Thick thighs
They are
don't
purple,
lie, baby.
athletic, like swim trunk
I
athletic.
like to think it's because
shorts.
Bree makes him wear swim trunks to shower,
Thick
so
thighs
he has to
don't
get a
lie,
bath after
Austin.
this. So.
Do you have the shower wallet like in Scrubs?
Yes.
That's
yes.
all we want to know.
All right, guys, let's take a look at Peter Skoronsky's player card. 6'4", 313. He does have smaller arms than Tyree Wilson. He's at 32 and 1/4. The hands, not as. I think Kenny got him by a
Oh,
quarter
yeah,
of a quarter.
Kenny does have those small
Um,
hands. That's true.
Man, I'll be back on once the Titans trade up for Hooker. Amazing show, guys. Thank you. Love the West. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you, buddy. We'll see you later. Thank you for tuning in. Congratulations on Peter Skoronsky. I love it.
You say so.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Which, by the way, the Lions, just going to say, so they're on the clock right now. They have 5 picks in the top 43. I
Yep.
think
And
that-
do you want to know who their first one was?
What?
You're gonna be pissed.
I'm going to be pissed.
Yep.
Did it go ahead? Wait.
They just
If it
they
ends
just took.
if it ends up being Christian Gonzalez, I'm going to be furious.
No.
Nope. They took a position they're already more than set at.
Did they take Will Levis?
No, is it Jahmyr Gibbs?
It's Jahmyr Gibbs.
What?
Why the fuck did they take a running back?
At 12?
They now
Why?
have DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs.
If that is not – if Jared Goff does not win this division this year, he has no excuse. I'm sorry. He has
You can't play 3 running backs at the same time, Greg.
You can
figure it
try.
out, damn it.
All right, let's go to the classroom.
Jared Goff sucks. He needs all the help he can get.
You're on the board, Oz.
This is gonna be our first grade of the day.
Is it
This
a letter?
solid,
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna give it a big old D-. There's a lot of talent in that running back room, and I don't know if this is a middle finger to Jamal. You know, when he left to go to New Orleans, that they were like, "Oh, we're gonna take a running back now." You had Christian Gonzalez. You had JSN here. You had JSN to jump the Packers to take him. It's just dumb. Dumb.
I don't know about you, but the best way to bite off kneecaps is run the ball instead of catching it.
No, this is a terrible pick.
Yeah, this is a
Hear me
bad
out.
pick.
So realistically, what I think they would have to do. and you
Green
guys
Bay
can
just
tell me-
traded. Oh wait, no, they already traded up. Sorry,
Jumping the gun. I love it.
sorry.
I
Everybody.
like when we get Josh excited about stuff he's kind of
I know,
somewhat
I'm
knowledgeable
so
on.
happy. I'm so
Like the
Yeah.
draft is better because Josh is here.
I'm willing to bet
Thank
you
you.
he has not once looked at the score of the Maple Leafs game since we've been doing this either.
I have
No.
not.
I'm
I
proud
hope
of you.
that they're
Hopefully, as
losing.
I'm
Denny
proud of
has
you.
after we kicked him out. Wow. So this has been a crazy draft. Ian says, I just made a trade with the Packers in the city of Green Bay. We get the 13th pick and Deke back to Pittsburgh. The Packers get 17 and a cheese statue of Austin. It's a good trade.
Austin and a Cheesehead would be great.
That's a good trade.
The Lions room being thrilled about Jahmyr Gibbs is throwing me off so bad.
Do you want to know why?
Why?
He did not put on the official hat. He already had a Lions hat.
Well, I mean, here's what's going to happen realistically with that offense.
Go ahead.
And that hat is kind of sick, Josh. The hat looks
It
nice.
was a dirty hat.
I
It's
am
not the official draft hat.
formally calling my shot because NBA Rig says Detroit needs wide receiver. Next year, DeAndre Swift will play more snaps in the slot than he does at running back, meaning that David Montgomery is the Thunder and Jahmyr Gibbs is the Lightning.
DeAndre Swift did get vultured a lot this year.
He is a slot receiver now. Next to J-Mo and Amon-Ra St. Brown, they aren't idiots. They're just dumb.
It may be stupid, but it's also dumb.
I think that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I got to be honest. Like, hear me out. He could literally come out of this class, guys, better than Bijan, and I would still go, that's a dumb pick.
Is this the first time in like a while that 2 running backs were taken in the first round?
Especially that high.
So Najee last year, who did
Najee and ETN. So that was the
Wow, yeah, the 2021 class.
Yeah, because last year Brees Hall was the first one. 21 had
he was
2.
a second rounder, yeah. By the way,
that's why I said he won the second
Josh,
round.
I'm now seeing the commercial for Transformers Beast Wars. I understand what you mean. It's dope.
It's insane.
I said Brees Hall went in the second.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, and you said he was a second rounder.
Yeah, it was good for
Okay. He's like checking me, Josh. I might have to fight him.
I hope you do fight him.
I might have to take him outside.
For charity, of course.
Well, yeah, that makes it okay.
I'm four cold snacks in. Like, let me enjoy myself.
And nobody's telling you not to enjoy it. Whoa, man.
What?
He just punched the whole table, guys.
Oh, that was my knee.
Greg.
My knee's aggressive.
All right, so since everyone saw Josh's excitement, the Packers up on the clock, guys, and
your boys, Josh.
My boys.
I mean, walk me through this, Josh. This is JSN, right?
I mean, if the fuck you tour was to continue in Green Bay, it is.
Yeah, where is the fuck you tour?
It's everywhere at this point. I don't fucking know.
It's the entire New York
Tom
media.
Dubé, shout out Cap, texted me. He's like, the fuck you tour is now spelled Jets.
Oh my god.
I have Green Bay taking the tight end Darnell Washington here.
Yes. Okay, so talk to me. Let's go to positional rankings for tight ends. You are the only one that has Darnell Washington 1. I have a really good argument to why you have that I thought of, but talk about it.
Okay, so
you also don't have Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid at all in your top 5.
No, because I think that he just looked really good at Utah. And I hate Utah. Everything that comes out of Utah sucks.
I mean, Utah
with that being said,
horrible place. Just saying.
Yeah, but with that being said, both Hall and whatever their offensive tackle are in my tops 5 for both positions. Okay, so I have Darnell Washington because he's big, nasty, and hard to fucking cover. And if we know anything about the NFL, if you have a big, nasty, hard to cover tight end, it's like a gold mine, right? Gronk, Kelsey, Kittle, end of story.
None of those guys are 6'7" either.
Yeah, he's a
right.
He's
right.
He's a matchup nightmare. And what's terrifying to think about on that Georgia offense, they have a tight end coming out next year that
Brock
is
Bowers.
Elite, absolutely elite. And Darnell Washington still is probably a
can't teach size, Josh.
On that one. So
right, and I mean, if you take oh my God, they took Lucas Van Ness.
I
did say
I love it.
in a prediction.
You said he would go to the Chiefs.
You're not letting me finish.
Well, no, because that was your prediction.
Stop. I said in my 5th selection, my top 10, I said the Packers will take this edge rusher and not a wide receiver in the first round. I said them taking Nolan Smith, but it's Lucas Van Ness.
Okay, so you're wrong.
I
said
okay, so, no, but you were wrong.
What happened?
Right.
All right. I do like this because he's gonna take time to develop and all that, but I'm very surprised they did not go offensive line at least here.
Josh, I would like to say before we go to the ranking, congratulations. He was also my 2nd defensive end.
Yeah, I'm just.
You don't seem certain that he was yours.
I thought they were going offense.
Let's give Josh a minute to think about it and go to the classroom.
Yeah.
All right.
So Lucas Van Ness, I said athletic freak, obviously went a lot higher than I expected. I'm gonna give him a B+. I'm going to give him B+ for Green Bay. I think that's the right call. Listen, they just don't draft wide receivers in the first round. I just don't. I said it's not going to change when Jordan Love's in charge either. So.
Let's talk about him as a defensive end prospect here, guys. For me, one of the interesting things about him really was he didn't have a lot of tape. He didn't start a lot of games for them. He is an absolute upside home run hit is what they need out of him, right? So he feels like a guy that is going to be good but isn't quite great yet. The Packers have a somewhat decent pass rush, right? They brought in, wasn't it Kwity Paye out of Michigan, Josh? And I'm going to look up their pass rush right now. Apologies. I should have known that. Anyways, long story
who the
short,
fuck thought they were going pass rush?
That's what I'm saying is like we all looked offense here. They have, Devontae Wyatt, defensive end there, kind of. Preston Smith, Quay Walker, Rashawn Gary. That's who I was trying to think of. Damn it. Rashawn Gary as a sub line.
Holy shit, we just traded up.
Oh, we're on. We're up. We're up.
Holy
hold
shit.
on. Alex Kozora had a tweet earlier today that we will trade. We'll trade the 17 for the 14, and we'll trade like 108 for something. It was a tweet from Alex Kozora. We are up right now, guys. Congratulations. We just drafted Broderick Jones.
Oh, my God. Wait, no. Christian Gonzalez is still there, though. I'm just saying. Like,
I would cream either way.
yes. What did they trade up for JPJ?
For me, I would rather have
And
Christian
we traded with
Gonzalez.
the Patriots.
I would rather have Christian Gonzalez right now because you can get Anton, DeWand, you can get all those tackles
Yeah.
at 32, and we can move up for it. Give me Christian Gonzalez, please. Give me Christian Gonzalez,
Or
please.
they could trade down from 32 and even get more picks after that as well to replenish all the middle round guys that they don't have. So this is very possible. And based on how the trades have kind of gone out so far, if this was just the 4th round pick they gave up, I will be elated if that case.
Oh, Mike T just gave the best like Tiger Woods fist pump. Oh,
I'm looking now.
And they just cut to Broderick Jones.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I would be very, very comfortable with Broderick Jones.
Yeah.
I would be pumped about Broderick Jones. Clearly.
Look at Omar just like working the phone.
Bro, Omar's a god.
Look at
Omar's
Waddle.
coming.
Waddle on
How
the
did we
right.
get that lucky?
Bro, because we're the Steelers. It's what we do.
Look at that.
From God, Colbert to
Shaking
man.
hands,
Anyway.
dabbing up.
Waddle's
It's Brod.
pumped.
Come on.
Listen, Waddle's
Hear me out. I would cream for Christian Gonzalez, but
Waddle's
it's
a trench
Broderick
guy.
Jones.
Waddle's a trench guy. If it's
Bro.
Broderick Jones,
I mean, we possibly just snuck the best left tackle in the class.
very, very possible.
My best left
Yes.
tackle.
100%.
Look how iced out he is. Bud.
Okay, we traded the 14th for the 17th, and we gave up our 2023 4th round pick.
Oh.
Oh, steal.
What? That's all?
That is exactly.
That's it.
That's almost.
And we traded with the Patriots, which feels
Hear me out,
dirty.
dude. Belichick lost his fastball.
They're gonna trade. I guarantee. Listen,
Saying it.
Till
dude.
he takes 2 Hall of Famers.
I'm saying it, Josh.
the Steelers are either gonna trade the 32 down or the 49 down to recoup more picks. That's exactly what they're gonna do tomorrow, and I'm totally okay with it.
I'll take that bet after this. We can talk about it tomorrow.
That they trade down both second rounders.
That they don't.
Ooh, okay.
So, I mean, can we, like, assuming it is Broderick Jones because they just showed him, right, that we completely redesigned our fucking offensive line
Yeah.
over the summer.
I mean,
And
we're the
I'm
best
all
team in the
here
NFL. It's not
It's
even
either
close,
it's
dude.
either
It's-
Broderick
it's
Jones,
not.
Christian Gonzalez, or JPJ. It's one of the three.
But they only showed one of them. Right.
Well, it also can't be JPJ. He already got taken. Or I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Thank you. Oh, Greg thinks they traded up to take my boy.
It's very possible, Josh. I'm just saying.
It's not possible. I don't know why he's doing this to you, Josh. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't do that. Maybe they trade up and go get him now.
What if
I don't
they-
know.
Or what if they traded up for Nolan Smith?
They didn't.
All right, here we go.
There's no way they did because the Jets wasn't taking on.
Steelers. I've selected with the 14th overall pick.
Give me something.
Project Jones.
Yes.
Let's go.
Call that one.
Let's go.
Love that.
Arguably the
All
best tackle
of
in the
it.
class, dude. Josh is number one tackle,
Fuck
right?
yeah.
Oh.
What? My number one.
Boyd
tackle.
said he
Yes,
hates it.
sir.
Why do you hate it? You hate everything, Boyd.
Oh, we got a guy to shore up the trenches even more. I love it.
How do you
Hell
hate this,
yes.
Boyd?
Hell yes.
Let's go, Austin. You know what? If you love it, give Boyd an earful. You're up.
Yeah, you obviously are one of those people that don't study.
great pick.
You fall asleep in class all the time. You don't understand what time it is. So it's fine. You show up when you want to, but you're gonna fail. So I got an A+ for this. You get an F, my friend. Learn your stuff.
Boyd gets an F.
He just roasted.
Oh,
Is that braces? Fuck yeah, it is, Bueno, because we only take kids in their 20s. We love kids.
Woo!
Kids is our
He's a
shit.
he started as a sophomore at Georgia.
Bro, he's a
Come
freak.
the fuck on.
He's a
He ran a 4.97 in the 40.
Do you know what that is? Hey,
Man.
I just want everyone to understand the moment in time. We are such a good show. The Browns don't even have a first-round pick, and Bueno's here. Wow. I mean, good job, guys. Good job, guys. We did it. We did it. We did it.
Bravo.
I'm out here at a bowling champion rank king.
Woo!
He got braces. Yeah, okay, Bueno. Let's look at his player card. 6'5", 311, 34 3/4 wingspan. Hands the size of the rank king's notebook. Like, my lord. Now, the question is, guys, does this fill a need?
Definitely. 100%.
Well, I was teeing up the graphic, Austin. It wasn't like a... I love you, though. But yeah, go ahead, Austin. Does it fill a need?
Yes, it's our number one need. We needed a starting left tackle. We now have that starting left caliber tackle.
Here's my
He's so much better than Darnell Wright. He's so much better than Darnell Wright. I don't understand what happened. He is so much better than Darnell Wright, guys. He is so much better.
He is.
He is so much better.
He's a true left tackle, too. That's what's scary. He is a true left tackle. Darnell
I am
Wright,
so tired of Chucks and Dan Moore. I'm so tired of pretending I like them, guys. I'm so sorry to say this. I'm so tired of pretending I like Dan Moore Jr. and Chucks. Chucks, hear me out. Probably a great guy. He's just not good, Greg. He's just not good, guys. I'm sorry. I love the guy. He's just not good.
What if they draft DeJuan Jones at 32 and we have Jones and DeJuan Jones Jones as our tackles for the future?
I would be called. What's the
Keeping up with the Joneses,
Keeping up with the
baby.
Joneses.
Let's fucking go.
Good luck keeping up with these Joneses. Yeah, that would
I
be
want to point out we're about almost halfway through, and we've had 4 trades already. So
Was it 5 the line, Josh?
Mine was 3.
It was 3.
Oh, wow.
I had 10. So I had 10 trades in this first round.
I just didn't think that anybody, like, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of felt like everybody was going to be okay with what
Hear
fell
me
to
out.
them.
This is also, once again, another unconventional, confusing draft.
Yes.
Very
Of
true.
course.
Now, being that the Jets are now up, there are basically no more offensive tackles unless they want to reach. Can this be Christian Gonzalez and Sauce Gardner in the secondary?
If Christian Gonzalez and Sauce Gardner are in that secondary, that is going to be terrifying. And by the way, I'm just going to throw this out here. If Christian Gonzalez is falling this far, I bet you people are looking at the tape versus the combine numbers and probably are thinking to themselves that the numbers don't match what we see on tape. Because Christian Gonzalez, based on the numbers he put up at the combine, should have been taken a while ago at this point. Very easily should have. So the fact that he's not is kind of damning to that degree, if you would point that out.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think when there's still a bunch of corner-heavy teams that need to draft one.
I would argue, Austin, in all seriousness, I would argue every team is a corner-heavy team in today's NFL.
Very true.
Just saying. But
I'm not doing great on my prediction, though. Only one corner's gone, and I predicted 6.
yeah, I cannot believe we ended up with the guy who was arguably the best left tackle in this class. I'm legit stunned.
Bean.
Also,
What up,
I think there's like at least now, I mean, I like one tackle a lot more than everybody else, but I think there's 2 more tackles at least that can go in the first round.
Well, you have Anton Harrison and you have DeJuan Jones. I think those are the 2 that can go in the first round still.
Fair,
Right.
Fair that they could go, but it's going to be interesting because DeJuan Jones is not a pure left tackle. He's definitely a right.
No, he's a right tackle.
Yes.
He's a right tackle.
And
Well, let's break down his left. Harrison's purely left.
Yeah.
DeJuan Jones is purely right. And Josh has a bunch of names that I've never heard of on his board.
Blake Freeland, I think, is probably a second-round guy, but that's the guy out of BYU that I'm in love with. He's like literally, you cannot teach this man's size. Hang on, let me give you his stats. He is 6'8", 302
DeJuan?
pounds.
Yeah.
No, Blake.
Yeah.
Blake
No.
This
This
Freeland.
is
Hey,
a BYU kid.
hear me out, Josh. He was the guy that I told Greg today. If I think there was a guy that was going to go last out of all the guys I made graphics for, It might be.
it's him.
It might be
Yeah.
Blake Freeland because of I don't know. I don't know.
In fairness,
Let me-
though, we knew that the Patriots are probably going to do something
Yeah,
wild.
let
that's gonna
me
throw us off.
run through some comments really quick, guys.
Go for it.
Kurt says might be the pick here, actually, to pair with Sauce in terms of Christian Gonzalez. Cody Smith said Steelers should have picked Austin to play quarterback.
Well,
Love you, Cody.
NBA Rick says terrible towel. Let's go. Said it earlier. Broderick Jones is better. Pantherheads production. Shout out to Hunter. He just put out his short film. That's awesome. Said here for Derek Whitten. He keeps spelling my name wrong, and I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. NBA Rigged and Chris both say Bean. Okay, sorry, Josh. Go.
Anyway, so the kid 6'8", 302 pounds, 33 inch arms and 10-inch hands. He ran a 4.98 in the 40-yard dash. He's a big boy and he can move. And also you look at he had to protect Hall at BYU, who's a scrambling, moving quarterback.
Yeah.
So he knows what it's like to try to
Love that.
extend a pocket. I mean, there's a lot I like about Blake Freeland. His biggest knock on him is technique. At the NFL level, I think you can teach technique. You can't teach size and speed.
NBA says, question, why does Dan Campbell hate defense? He wants Detroit to lead NFL in points given up another year this coming year. He doesn't, because they actually have 2 quality edge rushers in one of the better classes they've had, and this is a deep corner class. They don't need the elite guys when it's a deep class. I don't know. We'll see. Bueno says JSN.
Sala just body checked somebody in the draft.
Who did?
Realistically,
Sala.
what do the Jets really need besides?
Oh, Austin, I'm so glad you asked.
queue it up, baby.
Tackle, center, edge, cornerback. I have no clue who this is, but hear me out, guys. That run on edges, I think, is about to start.
I think
Really?
so. I think
Okay.
this is where Nolan Smith comes off the board here,
I
guys.
think you
Nolan
only
Smith
get that
is
excited, Austin, for a guy of that caliber. Let's pull up our positional rankings for defensive ends here, because that's where we have Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith, 4th on my board, 5th on Greg's, not on Josh's, and
No.
3rd. Hear me out, Josh. Hear me out. He's coming off an injury, and guess what? Georgia won without him. I like his character. I also love N'Kobe Dean's character, so he could be. I'm fully not
N'Kobe
shitting on
Dean's a
anything you
dog.
do
Let's be
today.
clear about that.
He's a dog that sucks at football.
Fair. That's very fair. I'll give you
He's
that.
the same dog, you
We
know.
also don't even think about too. Miles Murphy's here too. Murphy's
Yeah, he
also
sucks,
coming,
though.
Murphy's coming off an injury as well. Just saying.
Yeah. Is Bean somewhere?
He's back over there.
Get out of his. He's in Greg's suitcase.
Hey. By the way, I brought 5 pairs of Vans in case anyone was curious. Just saying.
5?
I have 5. Yeah.
I do not take 5.
I have a problem. Okay, I'm willing to.
Yeah,
admit it
you
on air.
fucking do, you
Okay.
crazy person.
Tennis shoes, Sperry's, and Crocs.
Shoes. Wait, what was that? Your shoes are Sperry's and Crocs.
Berries and Crocs?
Sperry's, Crocs, and tennis shoes.
I'm not that.
You're
cool,
so
Austin.
classy.
I'm not that cool, Austin. Bravo on your part. Not that cool at all.
Bingo, I said when Seattle picked cornerback at 5th. That was horrible. Seattle still could have had multiple cornerback. 20 later.
Devin Witherspoon is just.
Agreed, but to his point, it was that the Lions didn't have to. But also, do we only have one cornerback taken so far?
Yep.
Yeah.
Austin, how you feeling?
Not great. I said it earlier when you went to do something. I was like, shit.
I went to pee.
Yeah.
I've been
I am-
drinking a lot of beer.
I am.
Like I got 6th the first round and only one's been off.
Yeah,
Not great.
yeah.
Oh, wait. Josh, would you like to hear Greg's review of Montucky Cold Snack?
Oh, yes, please.
Hang on.
As if he hasn't drank 4 of them already. Let him crack another one to give a good review.
It's a fresh perspective, damn it. All right.
While you do that, question, did Dan Campbell give up on Swift already? They can't coexist with Gibbs. No. I made the call earlier, NBA, that I think Swift moves to slot receiver. It is now the Gibbs and Montgomery show.
All right.
If he hates him enough, he'll put him at punt return.
First of all, love the can design. Just saying. I think the can.
Okay,
design
hang
is-
on. The Jets pick is in, and I'm going to tell you
Did
what
you
it
do
is,
that
and
on
then I'm
purpose?
I think-
Did you
I
do
think he
that
did. I
on
think he did.
purpose?
He did. He does not want to hear. He does not want to hear my take on this. He clearly does not, and I don't.
Oh, they have a Make-A-Wish kid giving the pick.
Oh, this is-
During Pride, they make them unicorns.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
That's right.
I'm sold on them already even more.
Keep in mind it's the icy light of the West, and if anybody tells you something different, they're idiots.
Can we all give a guess who this is before this child gets up there?
Go ahead.
Austin?
Nolan Smith.
Josh?
I don't fucking know.
Christian Gonzalez.
What? I have them taking an offensive tackle who's already been taken.
Yeah, there's no tackles left. I think that'll
I had
go.
a tackle in this spot.
Get a receiver.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
go. I'm gonna guess Michael Mayer.
Ooh, going tight end. Okay.
Should-
They
they
don't
did-
really. They don't have tight ends.
Dalton Kincaid. would be
And it is. Oh, what? Oh, he did like this. I thought it was over. Shit.
Let
Come on,
him-
my dude. Just
Who's
read
better,
it.
this guy or the guy with the Giants last year that hugged Kayvon Thibodeau?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, that guy was.
Oh, he just gave a huge. Oh, he's spelling Jets now.
He's just holding out his middle fingers. To the
I don't know who
crowd.
this kid is. He's
a Make-A-Wish
electric.
kid.
Make a
Let him,
wish
let him
kid,
enjoy
yeah.
himself, man.
Oh, Will McDonald.
Oh, whoa.
At
okay.
linebacker.
Freak,
Interesting.
absolute
Yes.
freak. Jumps over
This
cars for
I
fun.
have to go.
Did not learn about that until today, and I'm kind of thrown off by it.
Will McDonald, guys. For me personally, before we give it to the ranking, we'll give him a second to kind of think through this one because I think this is an interesting one. Will McDonald, for me, Greg, comes in as that freak, absolute kind of question defensive end.
Yes.
There's a lot of guys in this class that have questions. For me, Will McDonald, Mel Kiper had him going from anywhere in the top 10 to anywhere in the first 2 rounds. I absolutely 110% adore this kid. I don't know if it's a good fit for the Jets, but let's go to the ranking for an actual score.
Let's hear about this. Yes, ranking. What do you got?
Yeah,
for us?
to me, this is kind of the same situation a little bit maybe with what they did when they traded up and they took Jermaine Johnson. Now, not necessarily saying how well that's been
I love
paired
that.
because they've been talking about maybe putting him out as a potential trade candidate already. So it's definitely a need of edge. I am going to say a solid B minus. Now, it could be worse. I thought about C plus originally, but he has athletic potential. It's just how are they going to use him?
So one thing I want to say while we look at this, so the big board, obviously Will McDonald, massive fan. I guess 2 things. One, Austin, is we talked about the difference between OLB and defensive end.
Yes.
Will McDonald is the second best outside linebacker in this class to Von Miller. Okay, so there's edge, defensive end, OLB. They're all so much the same position anymore. Will McDonald is the second best outside linebacker in this class. 2, the second thing that I do want to bring up, NBA Rig said the Jets need O-line. Now, granted, he had a all-pro left tackle. Aaron Rodgers doesn't need an O-line.
No, he doesn't.
Nope.
He
Like,
had a
he's-
patchwork,
he's-
patchwork offensive line to work with this entire time.
And they're not terrible. So when you load up a Robert Saleh defense with a freak of nature like this, and then you bring in Aaron Rodgers, and Josh, I want to get your perspective on it because I think he does need some O-line help with Font and Betton and whatever. I love this pick for them right now because he is the second best outside linebacker, which I keep hammering.
Do you know what the scouts gave as a comp for him?
What's that?
For Will McDonald?
What?
He has the same get off as Dwight Freeney. Is that good? Jesus Christ.
That's very good, bud. That's very good.
Yeah, right?
Thanks,
That's
Greg.
very good.
Yeah, Greg, we know. He redefined what it meant to fucking play edge. Okay, we get it.
Here's the thing that I find fascinating. So, like, all the tape on him is him with his hand in the dirt. That's his.
Yeah.
That's his thing. And granted, that kind of proves the point that
Oh,
he
it's
can
Mac
play either a
Mr. Man.
4-3 and or a 3-4 outside linebacker. I think based on his build and based on his speed, he is much better fit in a 3-4 defense. So I'm curious how he plays in a Jets defense that is clearly a 4-3 style. But
Fair.
the sake that we brought this up to is that Saleh comes from a 49ers-led defense that will
Yep.
just put the best 4 guys possible that you can on your line.
Yes,
and stuff will
that's a
work
good point,
out.
Greg.
Kind of like what we talked about with the Texans. So realistically, this kind of should work out very well, especially with the amount of talent they're putting on that defense. So add as much speed, add as much athleticism as you possibly can, and it's great. And Josh, by the way, this tastes like I'm at a dive bar in Wilkinsburg, and I love it. Just saying.
Okay, well, good. Why are you in Wilkinsburg?
Yeah, I was going to ask that too.
Just cause.
That's why I love you, Josh. That was a good question. Let's talk about this. So NBA wants them to take a tackle. Guys, on our tackle list right now, Skoronski, which, Josh, I'm going to read off me and Austin and Greg's first and then get to yours because I love the analysis on Freeland and Stern. Or Steen, excuse me. So,
Yeah.
Skoronski, gone for the 3 of us. Paris Johnson, gone for the 3 of us. Broderick Jones, gone for the 3 of us. Darnell Wright, gone for the 3 of us. Who did you want them to pick, NBA? Because
Right.
Anton Harrison, DeJuan Jones, even when we get into some of your later guys, Blake Freeland, who I made a graphic for, Josh, mind you,
He did.
they're
He prepared.
all just. I mean, I made one for Bergeron out of Syracuse.
That's impressive. I would not expect him
Just
to be
in
first round.
case.
Yeah, just in case.
Let's
yeah.
walk through them. But Josh, out of your guys, was there a tackle that you're like, oh, I really want this guy to go to the Jets?
No, because all right, so we've already discussed like DeJuan Jones is like the dude, but
Freak
he's
of
also
nature, yeah.
on the right hand side. I really like Blake Freeland, but I feel like you can get him in the second because he's kind of slept on being a BYU guy. Steen is the Alabama left tackle, right?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
I think so.
Okay.
Honestly,
Yes.
I will fully admit,
Yes.
Josh, I have
might be guard actually.
No, he's tackle.
He's
Emil
offensive tackle.
Mikior Jr. is the guard out
yeah,
there
yeah.
that I like.
Steen is
So
definitely the
left tackle,
tackle.
yeah.
I can't confirm. Yeah.
So Steen, playing against real opponents, and the knock on him is technique based. Again, you can't teach size. But you also put the fact that he's playing against pro defenses, particularly Georgia, whoever you want to put out of the SEC. Like I'll take that kind of a guy,
Yeah.
but maybe they think they can get him in the second. I don't know.
Dude, we got Broderick Jones.
I'm fucking pumped.
You know what the
Let's
thing
talk
is?
about it
We
for
haven't
a
spent any
minute.
time reveling in this
The
conflict.
thing is
We have
that
not.
them Commanders are most likely need that I have the major for them right now is corner. So this could be Christian Gonzalez's home.
Oh,
Or
dude, I had
JPJ.
I had
Or JPJ.
JPJ here in every mock I did.
I think
Josh.
I do. I think I might too. Actually,
I don't remember what I put here. Josh, can you look and see what I had
Yep.
for the Commanders?
So you have Darnell Wright, offensive tackle. So that ain't happening.
The next best guess is this. I have it between three guys. Wow, they have the panel right now has our pick thing. They have Hendon Hooker.
So here's the pick. He's
I would
announcing it.
love for this to be Hendon Hook.
If this is Hendon Hooker, I'll lose.
Oh,
my shit.
Nope.
Good.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Ah! Let's go.
Okay.
Wow.
Greg.
They took a
Greg.
quarterback, but what
Greg.
the fuck?
Greg. Greg. We're in an apartment complex. Bean is look at Bean. Okay. That's also not even really one of your guys. That's my guy.
I'm just thrilled because we can.
That's my
I
guy.
mean, it is.
I like how he's
Josh,
talking to
the
him.
amount of fights I've
That's my
gotten in
guy.
with Greg or with Dre. For this guy to get me kicked out of my apartment building for screaming for this guy is Greg, stop apologizing. I can't. Josh, can you fly here right now? I can't with this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be
you.
there tomorrow.
Emmanuel Forbes, the #1 ball hawk. He led an FBS record of pick sixes with 6 of them. This guy is an absolute home run corner. I cannot believe the Christian Gonzalez slide.
And JPJ too.
You don't have to whisper,
I don't even
buddy.
have
You
it.
just can't scream at the top of your fucking
I'm thrown
lungs.
off, by the way. Like, how in the world is Emmanuel Forbes the #2 corner? I'm so.
Do you know I have a friend
Who is your friend?
that might be able to help us?
Who is your friend that might be able to
He's
help us?
a professor.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to know, Lauren. What do you got for us, Professor?
All right. I do believe I had Forbes, I think, on my maybe at the 4 or 5 spot, maybe at the 5 spot. So the Christian Gonzalez slide is having me a little questionable with this pick right now.
You didn't have Forbes, buddy.
A lot lower, but I think that
Devin
the-
Witherspoon, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, Tyreek Stevenson. Idiot.
I'm just thrilled that we both had him.
I like Tyreek Stevenson.
Fuck Deontay
I'm
Banks.
gonna give it. It's not an A. I'm gonna give it a B plus. I think that's fair, for given how Forbes wasn't looked as to be a first. I said he might have been a first round talent, but that's toward the end. This is the 16th pick in the draft, so credit to him. He might prove me all wrong. I just don't think that he had the physicality to maybe compete with like these bigger receivers. That's kind of where I fell off with him a little bit.
Can I ask you a question?
The Patriots pick is in, and you won't guess who the fuck it is.
Can we?
Oh no, it's someone
Christian
random,
Gonzalez.
I know it.
It is Christian
Okay.
Gonzalez.
Let me dissect his take on Emmanuel Forbes real quick. What was the last thing you just said, Austin?
That he didn't have the physicality to compete with like the bigger receivers.
Okay.
Okay.
And this is the thing that Dre and I got into fights about. On paper, you're correct. On paper, Russell Wilson should have never won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, I could go for days about how incorrect 165 is for him and how terrible that analysis is on a ball hawk like him. He is a great tackler.
Yes.
He tackled more than Sauce in college, and he
was gonna
never
ask-
had an injury.
I was going to ask Austin, what is your like opinion on his tackling, perhaps, if that was going to be something that might have to get brought up in that case?
That's something, yeah. I mean, it was mostly, listen, I knew that he was fast. I knew that he could intercept the ball well. I just, when it came to like where he was going to end up, in my eyes, I felt like the receiver height wasn't going to benefit to him. I totally see where you're coming from, though. I want to point out that that's 3 corners.
I was just thinking that,
Halfway there.
Austin.
The run,
No, that was a really good run,
the
Oz.
run on corners is now
That's
about-
where it stopped.
I'm so stunned that Emmanuel Forbes is the second
Yeah.
one.
Well, let's talk. Okay, so Emmanuel Forbes, guys, let's stroll along because we can attach these guys together. Josh just announced Christian Gonzalez, my number 1
So pissed.
corner. I
He's
think
so pissed he's on the bench.
Josh is number 5. Oh, what is that? Oh, sorry, I faded the black. What? How
My
the
number
fuck
2,
did that
I
button
believe.
hit?
He's my number 2.
Josh, everything just went bad.
Are you good? You
No,
back?
I'm great. I'm back. I hit
Okay.
a button and it just faded to black, and I was like, oh no, why did I press the fade to black button? Christian Gonzalez falls to the Patriots. Of course he does. Of course. Right? Like,
right.
of course. God, he looks so good too. I'm pissed.
What kind of annoys me is that I feel like the Steelers could have also gotten Broderick Jones at 17. I feel like they could have. They could have.
Hear me out. No, the Jets would have taken him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a huge gap between Jones and the next tackle.
Okay.
But yeah, Gonzalez. I mean, arguably my number 1 corner. Of course.
It's a goddamn Patriot. Figures.
Let's go to the ranking.
Professor, what do you got?
Yeah, I mean, it was a hard pick between having Witherspoon at 1 and Gonzalez at 2. I think it could be interchanged.
Yeah.
So the fact that New England was able to grab, in our eyes, either the number 1 or the number 2 corner in this draft when they desperately needed one, this is an A- pick for me. I think that this is right where they need to be. He's got the size, he's got the athleticism, in a division where now you have Aaron Rodgers. Like, you have Tua with that speed. You have
Josh Allen.
Forget Buffalo, but you have Buffalo with Josh Allen. Like, you have these picks where now you're gonna need some help in the secondary.
Wait, okay, 1, Austin, there's no way you always forget Buffalo's quarterback.
I feel like
No,
you
I
don't.
forget
I feel like
The
Buffalo.
fact that Josh goes, Josh Allen.
But in fairness, Josh is in Wyoming
I am
right now,
I am
so
a
feel like he's
decorated.
reminded
Do not
all
help
the
me
time about
cheat.
Josh.
I am decorated at this.
For
Please.
Austin to go,
What's his name? Josh Allen.
he's got 2 first names.
Oh, big, isn't he? Big? He's big, isn't he?
Good in shorts. What's his?
He looks. He's very tall.
Yeah,
He's very
very
tall.
tall.
All right,
Very
NBA's
tall.
coming in with some
Very
comments I want to read. Belichick nailed it again in the draft. See, that's how far off Pete Carroll was picking cornerback at 5th. Belichick just valued down on Pete on cornerback. I will say, Belichick continues to put a masterclass on holding your spot or trading back and
so
still getting the guy. Greg, Josh has is that?
You got a Naggarts.
Oh, it's the beer you hate.
Oh, I hate Narragansett.
Yeah.
I hate it. I'm happy you got it, but
A Narragansett,
I hate that. I hate that beer.
which
So-
is just, hey neighbor, give me a Gansett.
The Lions are about to be up again. And might I add, NBA, Josh, Austin, Greg.
Will Levis is still sitting there.
Yeah.
Will Levis is still sitting there.
These
and
next 3
and
picks
the
are perfect
Bucks
for him.
pick at 19.
Yes. These next 3 picks are
Oh,
perfect for him. And the
If it's not, yeah. I mean,
the Seahawks.
and
are
the
20.
Seahawks.
Mhm.
You're right.
These next 3 picks are perfect for Will
Yeah.
Levis.
Will Levis will go in the next 3 picks. At this one, though, with the Lions, full transparency, I think I'm leaning defensive end or cornerback. And who I think this might be the JPJ spot, Josh.
Man, okay. So obviously, my love for JPJ is a little bit different than everybody else's.
It's a
Is he-
combo.
Is he falling?
No.
He is very grabby,
Yes.
as Greg likes to say, which is the right comparison.
Aggressive, if you will. He's like
He's a linebacker that's playing corner.
Yeah.
Have you ever fucking met his dad or seen his dad play?
Fair, but
You get less flags at linebacker.
so
True.
Ike Taylor, when he first came to the Steelers, was very also grabby. That's why he was never like a ball hawk. He was very much like a guy that like stuck to you.
Yeah.
He had hands of stone, kind of like batted the ball down. Nothing wrong with that, but he just didn't force turnovers. And unfortunately, turnovers is kind of like what corners are going to be looked at more in like a higher regard with that thing. But there's nothing wrong with being a guy that just like locks you down to that degree. Nothing wrong.
I agree in the fact that there's nothing wrong with it. I think that if I'm looking at the Detroit team, they just need secondary help.
That's fair.
So the real names that are here, Joey Porter Jr.,
Yep.
Deontay Banks,
Yep.
Keely Ringo, Cam Smith.
Tyreek Stevenson, maybe.
Tyreek Stevenson, but he is so
Raw.
specific, yeah.
Are we looking at Miami corners and throwing a bias to them because we think of Artie Burns in fairness? I
No.
think that we might, and because he's kind of the same type of corner to a degree.
Oh, no, he'll be better.
Here is a surprise pick, and I had it in my
Appreciate
mock.
you, NBA.
JSN.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Austin, we haven't had a wide receiver taken.
Not one. And, Jamison Williams is going to be out for
Weird
6
class.
weeks.
It's a weird class.
Hear me out. If you're not selected a quarterback here, if you want to tank a little bit, you pick up Caleb Williams next year with this.
Or JSN.
So in the same breath as you, Austin, do you know genuinely who I had them mocked here the first time? Which, Josh, I don't think I had the Lions mocked here this time. I had him a tight end.
Yeah.
I had him, I believe, with
You
Michael
haven't
Mayer.
taken Nolan Smith on the
Okay.
edge.
Still there this time, which I love because I want to get.
Nolan Smith on this team would be.
So I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna stick with Nolan Smith, or I'm gonna go with a tight end in this position. I believe that Will Levis does get taken by the Bucs, though.
They keep showing Will Levis like he's going to the Lions.
Well, I think they're showing his girlfriend, full transparency,
Yeah,
or his mom. God damn.
Someone also
Speaking of girlfriends, fucking what's his nuts? Zach whatever had like 3 chicks around him.
Wilson.
No, Lucas Van Ness had 3 fucking
That
chicks
checks.
around
He
him.
looks like a guy that was doing really well in the Purge.
Yeah. Very well.
Zach Wilson
Redshirt
snuck
sophomore,
his way
baby.
back into the draft room in a disguise.
I mean, hear me out.
Get that glory
Will
back.
Zach's
Deke, Greg, Josh, Austin, all 4 of you making sports talk more fun. Thank you for sharing all your savant knowledge. Sports
Shout
is
out
fun
NBA
with the
Rick.
4 of you
Thank
on
you, bud.
Cheers. Yeah, appreciate
Oh,
it.
I'm glad.
We do this with no viewers, but it's much better with viewers. NBA, we appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, we'd be on Zoom screaming at each other otherwise, which we currently are.
Honestly, hear me out. The COVID draft might have been the greatest thing. Between Boyd not knowing what was up, Benny not knowing which way was up.
No, he was
and-
sleeping.
Yeah.
Boyd was the one who knew about.
All right,
the
Lions
Aaron
pick is
Rodgers
in.
thing
Fact.
before.
And
Benny
it
was the one that
is
calls it.
Jack Campbell.
Okay, inside linebacker. I had them taking a linebacker in the second, which is why I didn't think we'd get Drew Sanders. I did not. I haven't seen a single mock have Jack Campbell this high.
No, I didn't either. Like
I don't think we've seen, at least a mock for me, I don't think I've seen a linebacker taken in the first round.
I've seen Trenton Simpson.
Trenton Simpson essentially is like a Devin Bush comp, except he's like 4 inches taller.
I haven't met that Isaiah Simmons
Guess,
stuff.
guess who had linebacker?
You?
No way.
Who'd you have? Though.
Oh my god.
Overshown.
Did you? Oh, that's right. That's right.
Wow.
Let's go to the classroom.
Cheap points.
Yeah, I mean it's a need. It's a definite need. It's a little bit early, in my honest opinion, and I think that describes the Lions' picks very well with a running back and a linebacker in the first round. However, I am going to give the Lions a B for the Jack Campbell pick.
I forgot they fucking took Jameer Gibbs.
Jameer Gibbs and Jack.
Which I
Campbell.
want to point out, I changed the grade from a D- to an F. That is
Shout out Taylor. He needed that.
Thank God. Thank God the Lions are my number 2 team and not my 1.
So
'cause I'd be furious.
Let's talk about this. This pick makes sense. This pick is a Lions pick. I love Jack Campbell.
They've needed a leader in like their linebacker core for a while. So,
To
like,
me, though, this is a massive reach compared where you just came from. But it's a reach for the correct guy.
Yes.
It's a
I don't
reach.
disagree.
You disagree about what?
No, I don't disagree.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a massive reach in a position that probably isn't needed right now, in a scenario where he might have, could have, whatever. Get your guy. Go
Yeah.
get him, dude. And this is a Lion. He is a Detroit Lion.
Yes.
Him and
He does
Aiden
fit
Hutchinson
very
are going to have an absolute field day next year in the NFL.
Fits very,
And
very
the
well.
other, he's the only guy in the linebacker class that has been described as a field general.
Yes.
And
yes.
on that,
100 billion%.
in that defense, that's what they're missing. They've got all the other, well, not all
They
the
got
other,
bells
but, I
and
mean,
whistles, but they need the
right.
thing.
But they need their Ray Lewis. They need their,
Luke Kuechly.
Shazier. Right.
Yes,
Whoever the
Luke Kuechly,
fuck, they're
right.
Devin White, right? The guy who's like keeping it all fucking together.
I love
Also,
that.
you know that this is a Jack Campbell pick. Like, or a Dan Campbell pick. Like 100%.
I mean, they have the same last
fucking
name.
guy. Yeah, well, that
I
too.
want to point it out. I don't want to cut Josh off, but
No,
literally,
you're good.
graphic was shown for Tampa Bay, and then seconds later, they said the pick was in. This
Yeah.
has to be
This is
like,
yeah. Hear me out. I love that they have Baker, Kyle Trask. We were talking about this earlier where Greg's like, are they really going to wheel Kyle Trask out again? If this isn't Will Levis, though, guys, who could it be?
Nolan Smith.
We all have safety
So
here.
hear me out, Austin. Nolan Smith is too small for their
Yeah,
defensive
'cause they run a
scheme. Is
4-3,
kind of
I'm
where
pretty
I'm at
sure.
right now.
Well, yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing. Nolan Smith is a great pick. He feels more like the Levante David, Devin White middle linebacker that maybe they're replacing
Which, in
Devin White
fairness,
with.
yeah, if they're trying to trade Devin White, like I wouldn't be shocked if they go like a linebacker.
But
here,
you leave
perhaps.
Tom Brady.
That's such a yeah.
I think this is mayonnaise boy.
Again, the pick
The
for
amount of
their
weight.
our pick thing is Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, can it not be?
If it's Hendon Hooker,
I
oh
would
my
cry
God.
if Hendon
Hendon
Hooker has to
Hooker is
go
an interesting pick, though, because Hendon Hooker
He's Brandon.
is
he's
going to
Brandon
have
Wheen
to
in the
sit a
class.
year
He
with
is
the
not-
ACL surgery.
No, so he should be ready by week 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
His
all right.
physician came out and announced it, Josh.
Okay, okay. I missed that.
yesterday or something. You're fine.
You
Yeah.
gotta
Right.
think though, if it is
But still, it's onboarding from an ACL tear. Let's not act like he's going to be actually ready by week
No,
1.
yeah.
Sorry,
Oh!
Mason, I didn't mean
Like
to cut you
trying-
off.
Oh!
No.
Greg!
What?
Fancy!
Let's go.
That's sick.
I'm so
That's
happy.
sick.
Elijah Cansey,
That's
defensive
a great
tackle.
pick for them.
As someone who has watched him grow up in my years
Facts.
as a Pitt fan, as a season ticket holder, I can confirm that this dude is going to be scary good for a couple of years. He's not Aaron Donald level. He's not. But goddamn,
He's small,
he's
man.
relentless.
So
He
is
is
Aaron Donald. He's
relentless.
6'1", 281, 30 wingspan, and he had the 40 time of a goddamn jackalope.
He is relentless.
Dude, where's Will Levis going?
Do you know who also has the 40 time of a goddamn jackalope, Greg?
Who?
The ranking.
Sounds about right.
We're in the
Awesome.
classroom.
All right. It's funny enough. I think in one of the practice mocks I was doing, a couple of them I did mock Elijah Cansey here to Tampa Bay. So very interesting. I'm gonna give them an
That's
A.
bullshit.
Not on the official
That's
one.
bullshit. Get out of here. What a Dre thing to say.
Yeah, very
Oh, don't.
Ooh.
We're going in the Dre category, Austin. Yeah.
I have it an A-, Elijah Cansey.
All right, let's go.
So let's
They
talk-
literally just did the side-by-side with Donald.
Dude, it's his comp,
I knew
and
they were
it's
going to, yeah.
unfair, but it's real. Guys, let's talk real quick. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, let's talk about their genuinely their needs. Quarterback, edge,
Oh,
corner,
man.
guard.
Hang on, Derek. Can I read a body language for
please.
you?
Yeah.
This man just stood up like he was pissed that he fell that far. He was pissed, and then he hugged his mama. I fucking love this guy all of a sudden. Put him right back on my board.
I love
That's
that.
insane. He was
I
oh
love
man,
it.
he put the hat on. He was so mad, and then he hugged his mama. I'm
Oh,
all
look at
about it.
that.
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. Elijah Cansey's gonna
Work
be a
to do,
stud.
baby. Work
He's
to
gonna be
do.
a stud.
Yeah, that was his face, right? Work to do. Mom, I'm gonna buy you a house, but
Col-
also I'm gonna fuck this shit up.
Elijah Cansey is a 3-star recruit that was snubbed by Miami, Florida, and Florida State.
He's a
That-
Florida boy?
He is a Florida boy.
Wow.
Pitt recruited him. He committed. He built himself into an elite interior guy for us for years, and I'm so happy. He's staying in Florida, too, so that's even cooler.
The other thing I want to bring up, though, here, realistically, I think that the Bucks have as many needs as any team right now, right? You lose Tom Brady, who can fuel any team to winning. They had Gerald McCoy. So you're looking at a team that did have some guys through the years that are good rushers and everything. They are needing a ton right now. So you look at their defense, Vita Vea at the DT, which means that he's going to come in and probably replace Greg Gaines. play across Logan Hall at the defensive end. So they play a 3-4.
And Vita Vea is not a full-time guy either. I think he rotates a lot.
Oh, but he is so
He's elite,
he's a
but he
Samoan sexy
rotates.
boy.
Yeah.
My thing though is he doesn't have to play that nose tackle role, which is a lot of people were saying that if the Steelers take him, that's kind of the position he would have to play as nose tackle or off the end across Hayward.
Right.
He's in a 3-4 again, which means he can play that edge or not edge, but defensive end. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
The thing is, he doesn't have to play the nose tackle. He can come in here and really actually learn with it. My problem though for the Bucks. This solves zero of their issues.
It's just
not a
basically-
single
it's
problem they
taking
have.
BPA. It's taking BPA essentially.
You
Which
think
I'm
this is
never-
BPA?
I think it is. I mean, like I think Kalijah Cansey, like from a talent perspective, was very high to a degree. I think the athleticism was there. I think it was just
Is he
now
better
that
than
you-
Miles Murphy, who you have as your second?
Is he
edge?
better than Will Levis?
Is he better than Joey Porter? Maybe. Is he better? Let's go.
Zay Flowers.
JSN.
That's fair. JSN, no.
I would say right now, if we're talking, let's with the
let's-
Seahawks pick.
Let's bring this
If
up.
this
yeah.
isn't Levis.
I mean, Greg, is he better than Brian Brsay, who you have ranked ahead of him?
Or
That's
Brian
fair.
Branch,
I
who we
brought
all
that-
had as the top or one of the top safeties.
No, I brought this up to you earlier.
Yeah.
That like I thought Brian Brsay, from a talent perspective, was there, but he didn't have the production for it.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I'm not hating on your
No,
take.
no, like and we
When you
talked
say it's
before,
a BPA pick,
fair. That's the part that I'll bring up. It's
Calling
the
it-
older.
I'm calling my shot. This is JSN for Seattle.
Can we bring this?
Oh,
up?
yeah,
It's
let's
been-
go, let's go.
It's been 20 picks and we have not seen a receiver taken.
that's because they all suck.
When was the last time we saw that?
So
Like,
let's look at Seattle's needs: guard, edge, wide receiver, cornerback. The Seattle Seahawks stood there in their goddamn pocket and took Devin Witherspoon.
That dog.
I'll be completely honest with you guys. I don't hate JSN here. I think it could be edge though as well. I do think Nolan Smith would be a decent fit for them to try to get some pressure.
Nolan Smith would be terrifying to think about.
What about Will Levis?
Will Levis would.
I can't take this poor man.
At this point, it's gonna. You know what? It could be Minnesota that takes Will Levis.
I just was looking down that list.
Here's the
Austin.
Here's the funny thing, Austin. So like Hendon Hooker has been like mocked in a lot of circles to go to Minnesota because a lot of people are looking at the Kirk Cousins thing and are like, okay, he hasn't worked out as well. That's fair, but he could be a bridge guy perhaps, or maybe they can like have a guy waiting in the wings if Kirk Cousins doesn't work out to see how that works out. But at the same time, Will Levis falls to them. Oh man,
That has to be.
That'd
right?
be an incredible.
They're also in the market for another wide receiver. They're also in the market for another wide receiver.
That's true, 'cause they don't have
Minnesota-
Thielen anymore.
They could
Yeah,
do
that's
JSN with Justin Jefferson. Like,
Well,
Jesus
and in
Christ.
fairness too, we're thinking like 3 picks ahead. So like, let's focus on
Very
the
true. Very true.
Let's focus on the Seahawks right now. So the Seahawks did take Devin Witherspoon.
It just keeps showing Will Levis texting, and
So
it says
are we-
it's a 1.1% chance he would be available at 20.
So are we now essentially saying that Will Levis is now the green room darling at this
Yeah.
point? He's essentially is. Are we banking on the idea of Will Levis potentially not being picked tonight?
Ooh,
Well, I don't know, because you also have New Orleans.
New Orleans also has Derek Carr, so they have a quarterback. I'm not denying that, but it's interesting. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. With quarterbacks, though, it's so important to get that 5th-year option in because you want to make sure that it works out well for you.
right.
I would not be shocked in the slightest if, like, seeing Will Levis fall this far, like, teams are thinking to themselves, oh, my God, we can get a guy, like, who can be a franchise guy, like, maybe not need him right away or something like that, but it could work out. What's up, Bean?
And that's where I'm leaning Saints.
What's up?
How long have they? What's the Derek Carr contract?
It's what 3? Is it 3 years, guys? 3 years for Carr's contract? 3 or 4 it might be. I'm not sure. I know it's more than 2.
Four. It's a little long.
For what?
A little long if you're going after
For
Will.
Derek
Levis.
Carr's contract to be Saints.
He might have voidable years for all we know.
We were talking about realistically where Will Levis would go. I suggested Minnesota, and then we got on contract talks.
So yeah, Minnesota's actually a really good call
Yeah.
because they've been tied to Hendon Hooker a ton.
Also, I want to know.
Maybe Dallas.
I also want to know what the fuck happened to Jake Hayner.
Okay, I got questions for you.
I love that you brought up Jake Haener because I remember last year he was getting looked at pretty highly for
I
some
wrote it.
guys.
Yeah.
Decided to come back and then maybe didn't have a great senior year. But in fair,
They made they made and won the championship in the Mountain West.
I understand though, Josh, but that's the Mountain West. That's the Mountain West.
The Mountain West.
Well, no. But I'm sorry. What I'm trying to
The
get
way
at
you
is
worded
that,
it
like,
was very Mountain West-esque, and I love it.
I'm sorry. It's not like he came back and had a bad season. They lost a game, I think. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like he came back and like shit the bed.
I understand though, Josh, but looking at the quarterbacks though, like it's all about youth and it's all about like kind of
He is old.
He is old, and then it's also
Yeah.
like your resume.
That's a very
and
good
stuff
point,
like that.
Josh.
So
Or Greg.
He's not in a Power 5, and he's not young. So that's
Greg,
gonna
can I
work.
tell you something?
Go ahead.
When he's not good.
His spiral is mesmerizing.
Have you been entranced by the spiral, Josh?
I just stood where the receivers were running for warm-ups. And I just was like, "Oh, this ball's coming to me!" Like, and it was like the sky opened and the ball glue, and it was just like, "This is for you, Josh. Here." And I was like, "Anyone could catch this ball. It's so perfect."
Did you catch it?
Wait, from
No.
from Haener?
Yeah. Oh my God. It was
I
literally.
was wondering why he was in your
He's literally
like
descri-
draft now list.
He's literally
There were, like,
describing a
3 or
come to Jesus moment right now. It's like that's the whole point of Jake Haener.
There were 3 or 4 of us just standing there watching him throw the ball, and we're all like, "Yeah."
So is that why he's so high, Josh?
Yeah, for me.
Because I want to look at I do want to talk about the position rankings because you have two guys in Hake Haener, which I wrote, which I am the typo guy today. Hake
Jake
Haener.
Haener and Jaron
Jaron
Hall.
Hall. Talk to me about why those guys are ahead of Will Levis and CJ Stroud.
I would love to. The second this pick comes in here, it looks like Seattle's reading their pick now, and it's JSN.
All right. I like this.
So that means the end of Tyler Lockett is
Which,
here.
in fair, I love that pick because Lockett's getting up there in age too. In fairness, he has been.
You're getting up there in age.
Yes, I am.
Jackson
31.
Smith and Jigba, the god out of Ohio State. I think consensuously the number one wide receiver, even though we all love Zay Flowers here. The guy, I hear me out. I would be very surprised if this wasn't a good score from the ranking.
I would be stunned in that case as well. So, Austin, what do you got for us, bud?
Yeah, I put it on that I said that this is probably maybe JSN or a edge rusher. It was JSN. This comes to a line where Lockett is still playing, so technically JSN is the third guy, which is crazy. And for me, that's going to give it an A-, I think, for Seattle. Because, yes, Geno is still there, but, you're setting up weapons for the next guy. You still have Metcalf. You have maybe another – I think they're going to draft a tight end at some point. It may be in the second round to maybe compete with Noah Fant to get his lazy ass in gear. And then you have, Tyler Lockett who's still there on the deep threat. So overall, weapons in Seattle looking pretty nice right now.
Yeah. Are we surprised by the fact that it took until the 20th overall pick for a receiver to be taken?
No, this is a super weak class.
It is weak, but also, I would have thought they would have gone earlier at some point.
To me, and I'm going to say this out loud, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Jonathan Mingo, the gap is not big enough to warrant JSN to go higher than this.
That is interesting.
I love A.T. Perry. I love Xavier Hutchinson. I love Jaden Reed. I love a lot of these lower guys. And I think, I was kind of upset with the Allen Robinson trade for the simple fact that I wanted one of these later guys. Allen Robinson's much better than anyone in this class on his career. But I'm with it. But I do kind of have a question, Austin. What you reading? Because you don't have your glasses on, so how can you read it?
Yeah.
I know, it's...
Got him,
Sorry.
Josh.
No.
Fucking got him.
Hit him every time.
Got
Your
his
vision's
ass,
just
dude.
throwing you off so bad. It's
Got his ass. Let's look at JSN's card. 6'1", 196. Hands great. I mean, the dude went for 200 yards 2 years ago in a bowl game or something like that.
The Rose Bowl game. It was his coming out party.
It was
that's how he
awesome.
got on the map. And then, unfortunately enough, his other teammate decided to go off in another bowl game, and now he's on the map over JSN.
Marvy Poo?
Marvin Harrison Jr., baby.
Yeah, he's a freak show.
Oh, God, he's going to be elite next year. But JSN, I think, is in a great situation. He's going to learn from two very good receivers. He'll probably be a number 3 to start. And like I said, I can't imagine how many more years Lockett's going to be there. So I think this is a phenomenal pick for the Seahawks.
And Lockett, look, I'm a Lockett truther. I believe in not having sex before you're married.
Lockett, that's fair.
I don't. I'm over him. I think that he's not good anymore. I think that Tyler Lockett has worn out his welcome of being this elite wide receiver. It was very much tied to Russell and his connection in my mind. I thought he was okay last year. This is the DK Metcalf show, and you just got DK Metcalf, the best receiver in this class. You had a guy like Kenneth Walker, Charles Cross, Oberyn Lucas, Devin Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen. Seattle is going to win a Super Bowl in 3 years with Quinn Ewers.
Oh.
You are not off his Quinn
Josh,
Ewers bandwagon. I love it.
Love Quinn
He is
Ewers.
infatuated with Quinn Ewers.
How are they going to get him?
They're going to be bad next year.
Really?
Middle of the pack. Middle of the pack.
Okay.
Enough that they can trade up. And Quinn Ewers is going to be the third quarterback taken probably. It's a tough class. Caleb Williams will go 1. Greg's boy Drake May is he's gonna be the Zach Wilson of that class, the Mitch Trubisky of that class. I'm calling it. I hate that kid.
He's way more pro style than
Quinn
Zach
Ewers
Wilson
is gonna
was.
slip a little bit because that mullet, Josh.
Quinn Ewers' mullet is 100%.
No, he cut it off. He cut it off.
It's coming
He cut
back.
it off?
Austin, love your pink bow tie. Josh, love your manly stash. You two make our Tftb live stream watchable.
What?
Wow.
I'm happy he likes the pink bow tie.
Very entertaining,
What?
which is what sports talk should be. What do you mean watchable, NBA?
That
Greg
is
and I
some
heard
bullshit.
watchable?
That is some
Oh,
bullshit.
man, there goes our number 1 fan.
Hey, Rick, what the hell, man?
He's an
you watched
enemy
this
of the
for so long.
state
This
now.
is not cool. This is not cool.
So, does the run on receivers start now? Because now we have the Chargers.
No.
man.
Now we have the
Well, the
Ravens.
Chargers is a popular mock for Jordan Addison.
yeah,
Or Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers also as well.
Well, no, it's a popular mock for Jordan Addison.
I would be.
Could it be Zay Flowers? It should be. But it's a popular mock for Jordan
Zay
Addison.
You know what?
Would you like an update?
I think I have Zay Flowers in this one.
Hold on.
What?
I'm trying to decide if I want an update.
I think you want an update.
I do.
Okay. So right now, with 5 positions and 3 players picked,
I thought it was
Austin's in
going to
the
be
lead.
I thought it was going to be a trade or something, Josh.
No. Austin's in the lead with 8. Derek is right behind him with 5 positions picked, 2 players picked in a total of 7. And Greg, I got some bad news for you. As you give me
You should have
bad
looked at
news,
your
man,
mock.
it's my
That's
wrestling
what you
comp.
get.
I did.
That's what he gets.
Third, bitch.
That's what I
That's
get.
what you get. Because
what I
I
get.
looked at him and I said, "Did you update your mock?" And he said, "I don't need to. I swapped the Jets and Packers." And he got cocky.
I got cocky.
did.
I got cocky.
Which, in your defense, was kind of cool at the moment because I was
Yeah.
like, "Damn, this dude's
In the
looking good,
moment,
Josh."
Yes, in the moment, hindsight, no, bad idea.
Have a Gansett,
Uh,
Greg.
Okay, Will Levis just stood up. I don't know why.
If Will
Oh,
Levis is
no.
going to the
It's the
Chargers,
Chargers. Maybe he's
Yeah.
going home. He's had enough.
Hear me out. So let's talk about Will Levis spots. Vikings.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Here comes the pick.
Anyone else?
Giants.
But no, I
Vikings.
think someone would trade up in the Chiefs
Saints.
spot. I
Have
think
to.
someone trades up to the Chiefs spot
Has
for
to.
Will
It's
Levis.
not- has to at this point.
Which,
yeah.
which means no Hendon Hooker in the first round.
Woo! You guys were right about the receiver, but I think you'll be surprised who it is.
It's not Zay Flowers.
If it's
not
Quentin
Jordan
Johnson, I'll jump
Addison.
out my window.
It is Quentin Johnson.
I'll be back. I'll be right back.
I'll be back.
Shut up. Oh, great.
Quentin Johnson.
That's a Mike Williams lookalike. God damn it. What are they?
It is not a Mike
That
Williams
is-
lookalike.
no,
it is
no,
not.
no,
It
no.
is not. This is a Kevin White from WVU lookalike, Austin. He is the bustiest of all bust wide receivers. He is absolutely terrible.
Oh my God.
Who put the white text on the yellow background? Thanks for tuning in, Anastasia. It's
Thank you.
like 10 minutes left in the show. Shout out Anastasia.
Oh, this is incredible.
Quentin Johnson. So let's talk about him real quick.
I can't wait for this.
He to me, guys, he is the most bustable player in this entire class. And the only person that has him in his top 5 is Austin at 4. He doesn't high point the football. He's a freak after the catch, but he needs to catch the ball. TCU doesn't play the best talent.
Nope.
And was an absolute fucking... He might as well have not dressed for the college football playoffs.
Yeah.
You put Max Duggan out. Max Duggan's a warrior. And Quentin Johnston was an absolute ghost. This is one of the worst picks that I think I've seen on air.
That's saying a lot, by the way.
And let's see.
Do you forget when in 2020
When who?
they took Seattle took a guy that literally wasn't on anyone's
Josh
board,
goes,
like, I had to make
I don't have a graphic for him.
Yeah, literally.
Hang on.
I think I gave that an F.
First of all, Jordan Brooks
Jordan
actually ended up
Brooks, I
being.
think that
Yeah,
was.
but
Jordan
you
Brooks
didn't
is a
like
Pro
him.
Bowler.
You didn't like him.
No, but he's also
All
a
right,
Pro Bowler.
let's go to the
fairness,
rank. Let's go to the classroom.
Yeah, as much as like I like to try to hype up Johnson, this wasn't the right one.
Love you, lads. Sorry.
This is
silly.
literally like this wasn't a mock per se or comparison to Mike Williams. It's just the size difference. It's the same thing. So it's weird that they would put him here. I'm giving it a D. I feel like this should have been like a Zay Flowers or a Jordan Addison, someone that could play that like speedy slot role. Hell, even Jalen Hyatt. I think this would have been a lot better of a selection than Quentin Johnston.
Are we putting too much stock into the fact that he was on an undefeated TCU team? Essentially?
What do you mean putting too much stock into it?
Like, are we?
We all hate Quentin
I
Johnston.
understand, but like, are we?
Like, what do you
talking about,
mean?
Like the national pundits or like the like the scouts or anything are looking at this undefeated team and are like, oh, who was the guy that made them go? It's clearly
No,
that guy.
Quentin
No,
Johnston
the
was
guy who made him go is Max Duggan.
Quentin Johnston was very good last year. You can't hate on that.
No,
Kevin White was very good at WVU.
That's fair too.
He went 7th.
That's fair.
I mean, guys, this guy to me, absolutely 1,000,000% could not have gone to a better spot because he is going to hide behind Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. He is a wide receiver 3.
After they just got contract extensions too.
But that's my point.
So yeah.
They now have a really possible big upside wide receiver 3.
Yeah, he's competing with what, the number 3 wide receiver, which is what, Palmer?
Yeah.
Josh Palmer, yeah. That's literally who he's competing with. So yeah, he should be able to win that if he's any talented.
So Josh Palmer.
Tell Greg's getting drunk.
Well, not when he screamed.
I will be taking a bathroom break.
Bro, what?
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 What was the sentence
just
you
like-
just said?
He's just like casually talking
what?
about shit. Now I love
You
it.
said, bro, what?
I don't know.
Show him your Montauk's.
He doesn't know.
No, I have 6 in front of me.
He has
so, yeah.
6 Montauk's in front
He
of
has
him.
6 Montauk's in
Yep.
front of him.
I did, and then I took out the trash, and now time for Smith and Lentz, baby.
And I'm about to as well in a second.
You can have, okay. I love this.
Greg, I just saw the cup you were drinking out of. You
It's Pittsburgh
have
Cups.
3/4 of a beer left, man.
Welcome to the draft, where we talk about
Oh,
stuff
I'm sorry,
and players.
it's tinted. It was tinted,
Oh,
Greg.
yeah.
I'm sorry. The glass was tinted.
It's the Pittsburgh
That's-
skyline.
That's my fault, buddy. I thought that was beer. I'm
No,
sorry.
No, this is water.
What do you guys think is on the back of the blanket on the ranking? If you had to squint, no zooming.
Ooh,
It looks like
ooh,
zoo
no
animals.
zooming. No, they're cats.
The way you said that.
They're like pink and
No, they're cats.
Angelica cat.
There are no cats in America.
Can you guys tell Austin, feel free to change his outfit. Don't another makeover this summer beach outfit, perhaps? So NBA, Austin doesn't always dress like that, but he does.
No,
he loves
he's-
himself some colorful shorts.
Yeah, oh, the colorful shorts. I
Yes.
can't pull that off.
I'm surprised there's not anchors on them.
I mean, he do got that wagon, you know
He's
what I
got- he's
mean?
got
He
the
anchored
boat-
down,
He's
you know
got
what I
plenty
mean?
of boat
Anchored
shoes.
down.
You would be able to figure it out. Yeah.
I do want I do think I do want a different variation of Austin every show. Let's go to some positional
Ravens.
rankings here. So the Ravens are up. I think they go defensive back. So let's talk about some DBs that are still up, guys.
JPJ is. Oh my God! If
JPJ
goes,
could be a
oh,
Raven, Josh.
no.
How do you feel?
Terrible. I feel gross. I need a shower if that's the truth. I have them taking a wide receiver.
So-
Especially, well,
Go ahead.
yeah, especially now that they
Zay
have
Flowers, Jordan
OBJ.
Addison. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just signed Lamar. Like, maybe they go get him a new toy.
JPJ has been on record saying that like his dad will wear a Ravens jersey if he becomes a Raven.
Wouldn't you?
That's a fucking lie. His father will never wear another fucking color scheme other than black and goddamn gold. You're full of shit, Gregory Malik.
Oh, are they talking about Joey Porter maybe going here? Is that what
That's
issue?
we're talking about them probably going corner, Os. To me, the perfect fit for the Ravens was always Deontay Banks.
Yeah.
athlete, upside, fits in. But I didn't expect JPJ to still be there, to be
Right.
fair.
Right. Well, in some mocks, it's like I had him as falling as low as Jacksonville. So I think maybe if Brian Branch, they're deciding
Some mocks you did?
no, some mocks
Some
that
like,
I've seen
okay.
that Joey
Like-
Porter Jr. fell as low as
I thought you were saying you were all the teams and he still fell there.
no,
I was
no,
going to
no.
say, wow.
Some, I've seen some as low as
Yeah.
Philadelphia's second pick. I've seen as like low as like Jacksonville's pick.
Oh, they're hugging.
I'd be okay with him being an Eagle.
Who? JPJ?
Yeah.
You get to watch them twice a year.
Yeah.
I mean, what else? Let's take a trip down what they need lane.
I just see this Jagoff holding up a championship belt for the Ravens, and I just want to smack him.
They need wide receiver, cornerback, guard, OT. Dude, can I tell you something, Josh?
Yeah.
The way you just handled that, Greg's not going to be able to handle Jordan Addison there.
No.
The way that you just handled JPJ going there,
Yeah.
he's going to go outside and cry.
Yeah. I might.
Jordan Addison is gonna be a Raven.
Nightmare.
He's
My
going to be a
worst
Raven.
I'm my worst nightmare. If I've seen,
I would
Jordan
almost
Addison
rather them take Zay
destroy
Flowers and Zay Flowers be a bust because they took him than see Jordan Addison go there and be a bust because nobody they take is going to be good at wide receiver.
people. I have seen Jordan
Right.
Addison absolutely destroy defenses in the ACC. I do not want him as.
How
a
long
Raven.
till OBJ has a Antonio Brown-esque quit mid-season, mid-game, rips his jersey off?
No,
I have a
he
bet
won't
with a
have
friend
that. He
about
won't
him
have that.
leaving at week 7.
He won't have that.
That's
Seven?
the
Okay,
line.
I think that's a good line.
Nah.
Austin, NBA Rig said, can you guys tell Austin, feel free to change your outfit, do another makeover like Summer Beach often.
Oh!
NBA Rigged also says, I know Austin does his flavorful like ice cream. We need sports talks every day. Josh.
What do you take?
Deontay Banks.
I know I already gave the Swaggiest Man award away,
Oh.
but Zay Flowers is looking fine as he's going to start wearing purple and black.
I didn't mean that.
Oh, damn.
I
it.
didn't mean
Damn.
I didn't mean what I said. I
but
was
I
just
didn't
being
mean
nice to you guys.
but I didn't mean it.
I was being nice to you, Greg.
Why? Why?
Hey, Derek, do you want to know what? You're tied with me too right now
Oh, man.
because of that pick.
Did I mock him there?
No, I mocked a receiver there.
Oh, and was I in first?
No, Austin's still in first.
You were in third and moved up?
Yeah, with
Gotcha.
the last two picks, literally.
I will
Nice.
say
Hell
this
yeah.
though.
Yeah.
I'll
I
say
had
I'm
Deontay
moving.
Banks here, so
Ah.
All right, let's look at his card real quick before we go to the ranking. Zay Flowers, 5'9", 182, an absolute phenom. Everybody loves this kid. Stayed at Boston College despite NIL deal money. Played with the kid out of Penn Trafford. I think he is could easily be considered the best wide receiver in
Oh,
his
such
class.
a great
And
route runner too.
hear me out. So was Rashad Bateman and Hollywood Brown. Austin,
That's
you're up.
fair. I'll give you that.
Very true. I'm gonna give Zay Flowers to the Ravens a B+. I did not think that Zay would have been here. I thought the Chargers would have taken him instead of busting on their pick. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting because you have Bateman coming back. You still have Mark Andrews. You have OBJ. You have Devin Duvernay that's still there. Like, it's gonna be weird. I thought that they were maybe in the ranks of maybe taking Hopkins at some point too. So I really thought they wouldn't have went receiver here, but it's interesting. It's still like their most desperate position of need, I guess.
Yeah, man. They
Huh.
you know, their GM came out and said when Rashad Bateman basically had all his stuff, they said, dude, his comp is Tyreek Hill. Jesus fucking
No,
That's
I'm
literally
not
the
going
comp
there.
they're giving him.
I'm
I'm
watching
not
it. I
giving
hate
that
it
comp.
so much.
Absolutely not.
I hate
Um,
it too. He reminds me more of Rodney Adams than fucking Tyreek Hill.
That is.
Who's Rodney Adams? He's an undersized speed receiver from USF back in the day. Thank you.
Oh my god. Here's what I
Did
will
he have
say.
a beard? Rodney Adams did have a beard.
Right.
Here's what I'll say. I think we need.
He
to,
had a chin strap.
I think the offense though, like, might be slightly different because if they brought in Todd Monken, like, clearly they're going to try to like maybe diversify the offense, use more passing aspects with it to that regard. Because Georgia worked.
The last time they took a wide receiver in the first round, I think, was Hollywood Brown, NBA. He
That's
said
correct, yeah.
Ravens take a wide receiver in the first round. They have Rashad Bateman too. Here,
I thought they traded. They traded for Hollywood Brown.
He's saying that the last
No.
time they took a receiver in the first round, it was
they drafted Hollywood in the first round at
They
17.
traded him last
Oh,
year.
okay.
They traded him away.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. their GM came out and said to Rashad Bateman, basically like, they're not playing my system. Their GM's like, dude, we're going to take swings. We are going to swing, and if we get a home run, we get a home run at wide receiver. I knew that they were going to take a wide receiver. I think that this isn't... Hold on. Ranking, we got to stick to the script. Austin, you're up.
Okay.
Before I pop the fuck off on this team.
I did. I thought I gave my grade for Zay.
He did.
What'd you give it?
I gave it a B+.
I hate that. Anyways, so... sorry, Oz. I'm so sorry. I'm flustered. Here's my problem with the Ravens. They just took a kid to justify paying Lamar Jackson money.
Yep. They bought him a toy.
For the third almost straight draft. Not third straight, but Rashad Bateman they took because of Lamar.
Yeah.
Hollywood Brown they took because of Lamar. They signed OBJ because of Lamar. Hey, guys, I'm starting to think this Lamar guy's the issue.
Yeah. Also, who's the running back from Ohio State that's always injured?
I can see his stupid face.
Was it
Austin, who is it? J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins was another one.
Whatever. Hey, guys, hear me out. Low key, everything aside, good, because we play the Ravens in football.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
good. It could have been Banks. It could have been a good pick. I love Zay Flowers. They're gonna ruin him. He's absolutely ruined.
So now we get to Minnesota, where there are 3 options now.
Well, yes,
They-
Steph, the
they-
dream still.
It's the NFL draft, Steph.
Steph said I dipped for 3 hours and the ends are still streaming. Yeah, the draft's still going on.
Yeah,
Steph,
that's
what
how
are you
this
doing?
works.
So
That's how
What's
this
up,
works.
you
Austin?
have the obvious need picks, corner and wide receiver. So this could be Deontay Banks. This could be Jordan Addison. Or this could be the answer to their quarterback. By
Go
taking-
Will Levis.
So this is the only pick, Austin,
yourself.
where all of us
Away from
have
his
something
mic.
different. I have a quarterback, you have a wide receiver, Greg has edge, and Derek has defensive tackle.
I mean, Will Levis here would be incredible
It
if
ain't
he's
DT,
still in
I'll
the
tell you
green
that
room.
much.
If he's still in the green room, that's the point. That would be incredible.
Why would
Zay
he not be?
Flowers is just like literally
He's
inside
getting
of
mobbed. I love
the
this.
Ravens pack. It's awesome. You gotta love that though, right? Like I know we just gave 1,000 reasons why he's ruined, but like the player, you gotta love the human.
Oh, I
is
love
like
him.
the only one that jumped off stage and went to his
His quarterback went to Penn Trafford. Phil Jerkovic.
Phil Jerkovic, yes.
Phil
He's
Jerkovic.
Pitt's QB this year, baby. We're winning the ACC. We're winning the ACC. Damn it.
Did Clemson leave?
What? I don't care. We're winning the ACC. We're winning the ACC.
I'm glad
Did
you guys,
Miami just
I'm glad you guys
implode?
got
Like,
that.
what happened to Miami?
I'm glad you guys got
don't
that.
start Miami. Miami gets hyped
All right,
every single year, and then they
I
fall
wanna
off
say,
after
Josh,
week
did I have-
4. I don't want to hear shit.
Did I have Jordan Addison here, Josh?
You have
Yeah, who do we all
Addison
have for the
here.
Vikings, Josh?
Okay,
Oh,
so
missed
Deke
wildly.
has
Wow.
Cansey, who's gone.
Very much so. So
Greg
I
has
get a
Luke Van
point
Ness,
for my
who's
guy
gone.
point.
You have Jordan Addison, and then I have my boy Jake Hayner.
You know what? You know what sucks about the fact that we're live streaming the draft is
Shut
that
up,
I kind of would love to hear like
Hold
Mel
on,
just
Greg,
go off
hold
in
on.
some case, but just me.
Just,
Shut up,
hold
Austin.
on, Greg.
I love
Josh,
you.
Shut
Josh
up.
just said he is his boy Jake Hader, and Austin goes. What were you saying, Greg?
Shut up.
I was gonna say the only thing that I miss about not being about like doing the show live is that like Mel going off on like a rant about something is something I miss, but that's just me.
I mean, we'll just rewatch it tomorrow.
That's
This
true,
show
we
is
probably
live.
will. No, that's what we mean. Like we'll watch.
Greg's like,
we'll watch-
what?
Okay, this could also be Joey Porter too. I forgot he's still there.
Yeah, so let's talk
Porter
about.
Jr. is still there.
Hold on, let's talk about some of the guys that are still there.
Bro, if JPJ is
Uh,
there 32. Oh my god.
He might be, honestly.
He might be. at this
Let's
rate.
talk about some of the big guys still available, really. Positions that we think are kind of big, and I'm just going to read off here. I mean, Keon White, defensive end, Miles Murphy, Nolan Smith. Those are the defensive ends. Still kind of there. Defensive back, Joey Porter, Deontay Banks, Tyreek Stevenson, Wide receiver, Jordan Addison, Quentin Johnson obviously went. Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs are still there. All of the tight ends, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, Darnell Washington, safeties. The only one that we have really in the first round is Brian Branch. Josh, I also have Jair Brown ranked as my third safety. I love the kid, so I'm with you on that one. Running backs, I'm not even going to read those off. They don't matter. Quarterbacks, Hendon Hooker's still there. Will Levis is still there. Jaron Hall and Jake Hader is still there.
Breathe.
Tackles,
Jared Hall can ball, baby.
Anton Harrison,
Ball.
DeJuan Jones, Blake Freeland, Tyler Bergeron still there. Guard, both guards, Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance still there, and all of the guys Josh has. Linebacker, Drew Sanders, Trenton Simpson, DeMarvion Overshawn, I'll give you that one, Josh, and Diane Henley, who I really like, Austin, are all still there. Defensive tackle, Brian Brisset, Mozzie Smith, Keanu Benton, and a bunch of guys Josh has are still there. There's
A long way to
there's
go.
a lot.
A long way to go.
Well,
tied
I'm
for
not-
second right
Let's
now.
go. Let's
I'm
go.
tied for second.
No,
I don't-
let's go to positional rankings because I want to talk to you about defensive tackles. Austin,
Yes.
this is a new game called Tell Me Where These Guys Went to College.
Oh God.
Cameron Young.
Utah.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
Jaquilin Roy.
Clemson.
Zach Pickens.
I know that one.
Illinois.
Brian Brisset.
Clemson.
All right, so you got
Just
one.
Picking schools.
He's just naming
I
schools.
knew
Josh.
Brian Brisset.
Oh!
He said CCAC twice.
Austin! Austin!
What?
Jordan Addison's a Viking!
They
Wow,
care more
I
about
love
their
that.
offense than their
Oh, Kirk
defense.
Cousins, baby. I missed it. Tampa Bay Bucks select
This
Kansas
I
with a
can
smart pick.
deal
Yeah,
with.
NBA. We'll talk about that in a second because
This
that
I
is a
can deal
big
with.
one, brother. Jordan Addison, arguably the number one wide receiver in this class. A Viking. Him and Justin Jefferson.
I'm gonna kill
Here's,
everybody.
if Kirk Cousins doesn't throw for 6 trillion yards, what are we doing?
Oh, I'm so happy. So happy.
Wide receivers there on their thing.
Throw the
Let's
ball,
look at-
Kirk.
Let's look at his player card before we break down the ranking. Jordan Addison, 5'11", 173, massive arms for his frame, which is great.
Silky smooth.
Dude he's probably, I would say, the best route runner in this class.
Yes. 100%.
He's a route runner.
100%.
And Downs is there from UNC. I
Yes.
would give him some nods here, but Addison wipes the absolute floor clean when it comes to pure, silky receiving. I'm curious if the ranking feels the same.
I'm curious as well. This
Listen, I had a mock tier. I thought this was the best situation for him. You have him, you have Justin Jefferson, you have KJ Osborne, you have a wonderful wide receiver trio along with, they got rid of their tight end. Doesn't matter. They have TJ Hawkinson.
Footage. Look
So,
at that pit footage.
yeah, wonderful, wonderful offense. This is an A. Jordan Addison is right where he needs to be.
I would like to give Greg a minute.
So, for people who don't know, at this time last year, I was down here for.
Show like,
The
come here,
NFL
get
draft.
close to me.
Sorry.
Show your face
For
and your
for-
body.
For people who don't know, I was here last year for the NFL draft. I enjoyed my time.
Oh, he's gonna
you
get
know,
real
it was
sentimental,
a
Josh.
beautiful time in Nashville, my first time here.
This is
And then the day after, day one of the NFL draft, I was getting blown up on my phone about Jordan Addison leaving. And Jordan Addison decided that he was going to go to USC.
to Usk.
To the USC, yes. I was furious. As a Pitt
Raging.
fan, as a season ticket holder, I was
Didn't even go there.
I was angry. Furious. If you
One for
will.
one semester.
Furious, if you will. Shut up. But you know what?
So
you know what I
mad.
learned from that?
What's
though?
that?
I
Tell
learned that as angry as I was, I decided to at least harness the good.
Let it go.
Harness the
harness.
enjoyment that I got from the fact that I watched
Keep it in.
one of the greatest connections I will ever see from a quarterback and a wide receiver in my life.
Because we can't find women
Which
to connect
was-
with.
The Steelers quarterback of Kenny Pickett and Jordan Addison, who is also a first-round receiver as
Yeah.
well. So you know what? The bright side and
Yeah.
the positive side of this is simply to just appreciate the things in life.
Be happy it happened.
And then when they're gone, let it go.
Wow.
You definitely never let Jordan Addison go.
Thank
First
God.
and foremost,
Thank God.
you never let him go. There were moments last year, Josh, during the season, and also too, he would be like, "Man, Jordan Addison would make this team sick," I know for a fact.
Yeah,
you
but you know
thought
what? Yeah,
that.
but you know what helped Jordan Addison didn't didn't help USC win a bowl game against Tulane.
Well, no, because
so
Caleb
whatever.
Williams is a fraud.
Yeah, 'cause
And
Caleb-
Tulane was really good this year.
Tajay
whatever. No one
Spears,
expected Tulane to
baby.
be that good.
Tajay
Okay.
Spears, baby. That green wave coming, Josh.
Oh,
Wow. I like that pick. I think that was a good pick.
I'm happy for
It's
Jordan
just
Addison.
like-
I'm very happy for him. I really am.
It's nice for the Vikings, but it's like the Giants' main need was wide receiver. Like,
That's a big one that a lot of people had, Austin. I fully agree with you that it's kind of a weird thing, but looking at the big boards, Josh Downs is still on your board, Austin. I have Tillman as my third and Hyatt as my fifth. Josh has Tillman and
My
Hyatt
two.
1-2. Downs, Tillman, Hyatt. How many of them go in the first round still? Because when we're looking at these picks, guys,
Not a lot.
we have the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think wide receiver. Giants, I do think wide receiver. Cowboys, I would not be surprised at wide receiver.
The fact
Bills, I would not be surprised at wide receiver.
The fact that two running
Yeah.
backs have already gone and the Cowboys haven't picked yet is crazy to me. Is very, very
Agreed.
crazy.
let me put it this way. The only reason I think the Bills don't take a wide receiver is if they successfully make the trade for DeAndre Hopkins.
Interesting.
Bills were linked to like the two main teams that they did that exercise
Yeah.
with. That Hopkins was like Chiefs and
I agree.
Bills essentially. So imagine that DeAndre Hopkins and Stephon Diggs on the same receiving core.
Terrifying. Very,
Like
very
if you're gonna
terrifying.
beat Kansas City, you're gonna do it with that.
But looking at this 24th overall pick with the Giants, though, it's fascinating because Austin, me and you were together when Daniel Jones was drafted.
Trash.
Austin hated it.
I hated it too. I laughed my ass off in my parents' living room as I watched Daniel Jones get taken 6th overall. It was a night that I will never forget because it's the only night that I never watched the draft without Deke. So that says a lot right there. But
He is feeling it, Deke.
I look at the Giants right here, and it's just they give Daniel Jones all this money. Saquon Barkley, they have no idea what the hell's going on at this point. Just add some weaponry to this offense. You know?
I think if they're them, I think I trade down.
Well, they've
Either
already,
that or
I think they traded up technically because Jacksonville was in this spot and the Giants moved up 1. So they clearly
Correct.
ha-
He's correct.
So they
He's
clearly-
correct.
Oh, so this is a trade. Oh wow.
Yeah. So
Okay.
they have their eye on someone at this point. So
I think this might be Joey Porter.
you think they would trade up 1 spot just for a corner though?
I think that at least what I'm seeing right here, their main needs are wide receiver, offensive line, and corner.
Okay.
I think they're thinking right now that the way that division is and some of the weaponry and how they were able to get to the quarterback, but they really couldn't do a lot in the trench of the secondary.
I'll be honest.
Maybe this is where Porter goes.
I will be honest. If Quentin Johnson was not picked by the Chargers,
This would have been where he would have went.
yes,
Yeah.
1,000%.
This is where I had him mocked. So
To where?
to the Giants.
I said if Johnston didn't get picked, this is where I had him mocked to the Giants.
I have Johnson as the biggest bust we've seen since
I
Kevin
understand,
White.
but that's why I have
Yeah,
him as
we
a
know.
Giant. Honestly,
No, but like Josh, I'm telling you, this guy's at like a 3rd round grade for me, and even there has upside. Like even there's a
He
little,
wasn't in my 5.
I'm with you. I'm super low on him.
Right?
I would rather take a swing at a Mingo or a Perry, full transparency, than him.
you would rather.
Yeah,
take
he
Mike
wasn't in my
Johnson
5.
than- Okay.
Yeah.
I had Josh Downs higher than him.
Josh Downs, the Steelers called it one of the best meetings they've ever had with the receiver.
I believe it.
So the hour pick for the individuals right now at the desks, they're saying that the hour pick they're thinking is Jalen Hyatt for the Giants.
Okay.
Man,
And
Um,
here's what it is.
what do we
It's
got?
coming
Josh?
in right now.
What happened to the Jaguars?
They just traded.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
Yeah, they
holy
moved-
shit! I thought
European.
I thought I missed way more time.
Oh! We've been talking about him all night, wondering when he was going to go.
There he
Deontay
goes.
Banks.
So corner. Okay, so ahead of Joey
That's
Porter.
That's fine. I don't care about the
JPJ
Giants.
is dropping.
Like
Damn.
not being a prick. The
JPJ.
Giants are just not on my radar mentally of the space I can take up. So that's fine.
Yeah.
If we get JPJ with the first pick of the
Dude,
second
we're
round,
going to 100%. It's done.
man.
We got him. I'm locking it in. Austin, I'm speaking into existence.
I
We got Joey Porter Jr. at 32.
Would you flip with the Chiefs just in case?
No, because the
No.
Chiefs aren't taking a corner.
Yeah, they're gonna
Because
be
here's the thing, Josh. We already said a team wouldn't trade away from like, or are you worried about other teams?
Well, because
You know what I
okay,
mean?
so a lot of us have the Bengals needing a cornerback. A lot of us have the Jaguars needing a cornerback. I mean, there are still other people who need secondary.
Let me put it this way:
But
if
if
the Jaguars
No,
are
sorry.
if the Jaguars
No,
are
no,
up
I'm sorry.
next, they will be taking Brian Branch, I think, because he fits that nickel need that they
The
need.
Jaguars 100,000,000% have already come out and said
I will give you
Brian
credit
Branch
for
is the
that, too.
perfect fit for them.
I will absolutely.
Okay. Greg has the Chiefs taking a cornerback.
So
Greg,
looking on the screen, it looks like the
explain
Jacks have
yourself.
traded again,
You whore.
and they've traded to the Bills.
Oh, Bills are moving up for Osiris Torrance, huh? Crazy. Austin, rate me this Deontay Banks pick.
Look, I had him, I think, as like did I have him as like the fourth or the fifth corner in the thing? Fourth, I think.
You said hold on, in your ranking you said I love this guy so much he can marry my daughter. 4.
That's what
If you had one.
if I had one, I guess.
He might have one.
He has a dog that's a girl.
The ranking fucks,
Fairness.
dude. There's I mean,
B plus for Deontay Banks. I think it's right.
that's Deontay Banks?
Yeah.
I've never seen that guy.
It goes back to who the fuck is that guy?
The best thing was like I know the names, I know their size, I know everything about them, and then I see them and I go, "Oh shit, Tyler Bergeron's black." Like, okay, cool, yeah, nice, yeah, good for him.
No, honestly, like when
So-
when we're watching like ESPN and you do like the scroll on the side
Go to
for
the
like the stats of someone, and then you realize, oh my god, that's what they look like. It's like,
Yeah, I was like, "Oh my god, Will McDonald had a farm and he's black." Like, huh,
yo.
fucking who would have thought? All right, cool, yeah.
What the hell?
Like, oh shit, that guy's white. Damn. No, I agree, Oz. I think Deontay Banks. I gave him a lot of shit, and here's why. I didn't want the Steelers to take him. Do I think
At
Banks will be
17,
good?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, Banks will be fine. The upside. So what I said basically, if the top 3 tackles and top 3 corners, top 3 tackles for me were Paris Johnson, Peter Skoronski, and Broderick Jones.
Yep.
And top 3 corners, I think we can all agree based on our rankings.
Which, by
were-
the way, can we take a second just to realize for the fact that we got one of the best left tackles in this draft?
the
And
best
we have,
left
we have
tackle.
not like celebrated at
the
all.
best left tackle
We
in
have
the
not
class
celebrated at all whatsoever. and
by
I'm so
just
happy.
giving up a 4th round pick next year.
Woo! No, I think it was this year. It was 2023.
Who
fourth.
gives a fuck?
I don't care.
Um,
So fucking happy.
Austin, love the trio: DeAndre Hop, Diggs, Gabe Davis. Did you say he should go to Buffalo?
Yeah, I said if they were looking for a wide receiver, I think they wouldn't take one of these new guys. I think they would trade.
I agree. Because you got Isaiah McKenzie, you got Davis, Stills, V, whatever.
Diggs still. I think honestly, I think this might be Nolan Smith finally. I think this is where he comes.
Are
off
we
the
moving
board.
on?
He hasn't
can
gone
hold
past
on,
that.
hold on.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm thrilled that Peter Schrager was completely incorrect, by the way. Just saying.
If it wasn't going to be a top 3 tackle, top 3 corner, in the corners, Christian Gonzalez, Devin Witherspoon, JPJ, which proven wrong. A lot of people wanted Banks for the Steelers.
Yeah.
I hated it. I wanted Forbes
No,
over
I hated it
Banks.
too.
Banks is athletic freak, massive upside, all of the things that make me feel like he's going to be a bust in the wrong situation. And you can't tell me that the Pittsburgh Steelers are not the wrong situation for a rookie cornerback.
If they're gonna play.
Football?
No, like start. You know what I mean?
I don't know what else they play.
Yeah,
Clearly, you don't
think
know
you're
what I
right.
mean.
Because
But,
Akilla
like-
Witherspoon and Cam Sutton and a lot of the younger guys are good. Is that what you mean? Like they can't start right
Yeah.
away? Okay.
Right.
Sorry, I was like, Artie Burns cannot play football.
No,
I
he
got you.
cannot.
I'm with you, Josh.
No,
I'm with
he
you.
cannot.
So I'm glad Deontay Banks is not a Steeler, is what I'm wording here. So
Yeah.
sorry, let's transition, Austin. You're correct. The who's up? Jacksonville?
Buffalo.
No, the
They
Bills.
traded.
They traded up
Oh my god,
from
I hate this so
27
much.
to 25 or 26.
Josh,
I think.
I love doing the graphics, Josh, so much for this. This is my favorite day of the year. I can't. You're doing it next year.
Okay.
There's too many trades.
a
I'm
lot
doing it.
going on.
I made all the graphics, and I go, I didn't think about trades. And now I have this little yellow block that just goes over, and then I have to re-upload everything, as opposed to just doing it all in. I build
This
it
is
on Photoshop.
riveting
and
TV,
then-
by the way.
Oh, it's just NBA. He loves us.
Yeah, he's fine.
All right,
Oh,
screw
that's
all
what's
that.
up.
Let's talk about team needs. So, who the fuck is up?
The Bills.
All right,
The Bills.
You got a graphic for them. Here we go. Buffalo. Are you Buffalo?
Another one where
Guard.
we all have different picks for Buffalo.
Ooh, who do we have? Guard, cornerback, linebacker, safety is the needs, Josh. Who do we all have?
You have Steve Avila at guard.
Love that.
Greg has John Michael Schmidt at
Ooh,
offensive
at center.
He's the center. So like
center.
it's-
Thank you. He had OC. I was confused. I was like, that is not
Good
the
question.
offensive coordinator. And then Austin has Cansey at defensive tackle, and I had Zay Flowers at wide receiver.
I love that they drafted an OC.
love
That's so fucking
Oh my
funny,
God.
dude.
If they could do
Oh
that,
my god.
could you imagine if we would be allowed to like draft?
draft college coaches?
Oh my god! I would
Greg
lose my shit.
It's so hammered, and I love
It's
it
my best.
because
It's
like
the best
I
day
only
of the
get
year.
to see him this drunk every once in a while.
Josh,
I
Josh-
do want to point out that they just gave a thing for Buffalo that Von Miller missed 6 games last year from a torn ACL.
Oh,
Nope.
here's the pick.
Oh yeah.
Would you hang on?
Hold on.
I think I'm right.
Kincaid.
So that's weird.
That feels weird.
2 tight ends with Dawson Knox. I
No,
love this.
okay. So you're doing what everybody wants to do,
The 2 tight ends,
which is say, "Oh my god, a 2 tight end set
the
with these 2
casual
good."
person. Yes, fair.
They've never ever attempted that.
So
Name one other tight end for the Buffaloes in the last like 10 years.
I could not. So I'm not going to even bother trying to get.
But he replaces Knox, who's a
probably a free agent or a soon-to-be
but
free agent.
a decent tight end. is
No,
where I
very
was coming
decent.
at it.
But based on how good this tight end class is, and based on
Well, based on it, why wouldn't you wait? Luke Musgraves.
yeah, they traded up for him. That's the part that
That's
throws
the
me
weird
off.
thing.
Yeah.
You know what they
It's
see
very
him as?
weird.
They see him as just a tall white receiver. Speaking of tall and white, let's go to the rankings classroom.
I don't know about tall.
Yeah, he is short as shit. My bad. Awesome.
I think this might be the first time I've ever given this letter grade. In all of them.
Ooh.
This is listen. I gave it an E.
That's a thing.
Is that worse or better than an F?
That's a thing.
That's better than an F.
Okay.
Incomplete.
Wait.
No, E's the thing. E's
Wait,
the grade.
wait,
E's the
wait.
grade. Hold on. E's the grade. Let him finish, and then we can fight.
I just for me, let me can fight. For me, it's just this is not. Dawson Knox has been great at the tight end position. It's all about the fact now they're making an excuse to give him a weapon, but also they don't want to pay Knox. So it's like, why? Why then don't you go for more of a position of need? It just showed that Von Miller tore his ACL and missed how many games. Why don't you take Nolan Smith here? That's dumb. That's dumb on their part.
All right. So
This to me was a terrible pick.
2 things. Number 1, if Nolan Smith ends up as a Dallas Cowboy, I'm going to be furious.
No, he very well could.
I'm going to be furious. Number 2,
I don't think he will.
is Dawson Knox good, or is he good because of Josh Allen?
Dawson Knox is signed through 2026.
That's why I'm asking. Is he good because
No,
of
but
Josh
you
Allen?
talked about his contract, is what he's saying.
But fair. But I'm like bringing up is like, is he good because of Josh Allen and how the offense is working, or is it because of the fact that he's just
Okay. I believe you, and I believe in your question. My point here, Dalton Kincaid is not solving the issue of letting the Chiefs score in 13 fucking seconds.
Thank you.
That's where I'm at. He's not
Needed to get
solving
back.
the issue that you let up the Chiefs to score a touchdown in 13 seconds to take you away from arguably this is going to be a team that we all look back on with rose-colored glasses and say, "Oh my God, Josh Allen was so good. It sucks he never reached a Super Bowl."
Yeah.
Do you know what makes this even worse?
It is. It's
No,
the thing.
No,
Sorry,
you're fair.
Us.
That's very fair.
Well, do you know
Us.
what makes this even worse? The fact I know they got Jawan Taylor. They
The
just
Jets don't
got rid of
have
Orlando Brown.
They
This
just
was the prime to take Nolan Smith.
Wait, what?
I'm
Like
sorry.
they got rid of their left tackle. That was a star left tackle in terms of blocking for Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, you're saying the Chiefs in the exact matchup.
Exactly.
So I'm not. Yes,
I got
if
distracted
you're
by the
thinking you
Cowboys
can't draft a guy for
Cowboys draft
one,
him, I
I'm with
apologize.
you, but I see what you're thinking. To me, it's the entire conversation about what we just discussed 14 picks ago with Aaron Rodgers, which is give him a defense, he will make something out of nothing. Josh Allen deserves us to say he's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL right now. I mean, Josh, you've been riding him since the draft. You are the
Wyoming,
truther
baby.
of all truthers. Giving him another weapon in a vertical wide receiver at this point is not as good as giving him a defense that can hold the other team to no points.
Right. Josh Allen will outscore everybody except for Patrick Mahomes. It's the other end of the ball. And even look at what the Dolphins did to them. It was the wild card game where the Dolphins almost came the whole way fucking back.
Yeah.
You have corners in this class. I hate them, but Keely Ringo, Cam Smith. You have guys, JPJ still there. You have defensive tackles and Mozzie Smith still there.
Yep.
Brian Brisset, who we all like. You have edge rushers, Keon White still there, Felix still there. You have so many. You have linebackers. Edmonds just left, and you could take Drew Sanders or Trenton Simpson right now, and I loved him. You can replace Edmonds instantly. And what you did was basically say, oh, Dawson Knox hasn't been doing enough.
Unless you're trying to diversify the offense in some way, that's all I can think about. That's really all I can think about this.
Yeah, but the thought is being forced. I agree with you, but like we have to think how they're thinking. They are going to run Dalton Kincaid as a wide receiver. That's my take.
That's fair. Because like, who's the blocker between Dawson Knox and Dalton Kincaid?
Now it's Dawson Knox.
Yeah, which I
Kincaid
can't
don't
imagine
block.
him being happy about. By the
Let's
way, the
look at
fact-
our. Oh,
I'm
go ahead.
watching the Death Star like draft room. By
I know
the
you
way,
are.
and they're just like struggling, and now all of a sudden they're just like.
They're happy. Let's look at our tight end rankings here. We all had Dalton Kincaid somewhere there. Austin and I had him too, which Austin, I think you and I are both in the same. That's just behind Michael
For your
Mayer.
fucking self.
If the
that,
Cowboys
Josh?
I did not have Dalton Kincaid at all.
if the
I
Cow-
said me and. Oh, Josh, every time I say we all, I want you to understand.
Oh,
I
you mean the three of you.
I'm sorry.
Got it. So sorry.
You're good.
Uh,
You hate Dalton Kincaid. Why?
because it's Utah.
But you
and,
also
like-
have Utah players ranked higher.
I have BYU players ranked high.
Oh, was it just
okay,
Mountain West?
when
you're
you
saying?
relocate to the Central Time Zone, is your bias gonna
BYU's
switch?
independent.
But you
They're about
said
to be
something
Big
about
12.
having Utah
wait.
players in your
College football,
positional.
sir.
When
You
you-
said, no.
Wait.
You said you had Utah players in your positional ranking tops. You said even though I have their somebody or their somebody. I'm gonna have to go back and find the clip now.
Hang on. When
All
you
right,
so
re-
mad
when
at
you
you.
re-
Go for it.
when
I'll
you
take your word for
relocate
it.
to the
Hold on, I'm
Central
looking
Time
it up.
Zone, is your bias going to shift at all? Just out of curiosity, or no?
No, because it's still technically Big 12 country, and
true.
kind of Mountain West country because like Albuquerque's right next to Oklahoma City. So
Oh my God, the Salt Lake Tribune already has an article up about Dalton Kincaid.
I believe it
They got
because
that shit.
everybody jerks themselves off. Like, what's his name? Oh, Cam Rising is their quarterback, and
it
everyone's like,
is.
oh, Cam
Hey.
Rising.
He's a good college quarterback. He's a
Exactly.
good
And
college
Dalton
quarterback.
Kincaid's a good college tight end,
Oh, I like that.
which the Cowboys
Josh,
pick
here it is.
in.
No, I got it. Braden Daniels, Utah guard. You have him at 5. Fuck you.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Fuck you. I knew it. I had to do a lot of Googling to find that
I can't
guy.
wait to see who the Cowboys pick here.
Mozzie
Okay.
Smith.
Here comes the Cowboys pick.
That's my pick, Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith.
Michael Mayer.
Thanks,
Going
NBA.
sixth.
Michael Mayer would be a great pick actually here.
I hope it's Michael Mayer. I'm gonna. Yeah, I hope it's Michael
They
Mayer.
need a tight end actually in the worst.
Jason
way.
Witten 2.0, baby.
Have they?
Mazzie Smith?
Yeah, there you go.
That's
dude.
what I just said, Josh.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, Mozzie
That's
Smith.
not on your mock, but
No,
okay.
but that's what I just said.
Oh, I
They should. They
hate
were taking a
that.
defensive back. Who did we all have on our mock, Josh?
Okay, you had Brian Brees.
Defensive tackle.
Tackle, D-tackle.
Greg
Side
had
position.
Michael Mayer.
Ah,
Yep.
Austin had Dalton Kincaid,
Tight end.
and I had Anthony Badford.
Point for Derek. Who the
Oh,
fuck is
damn it.
Anthony Badford?
Well, I'd love to tell you. He's a guard.
Let's go to the ranking.
I'm so,
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Mazzy
so
Smith,
mad.
hold on.
It's actually a
Hold on.
reasonable pick.
Ranking.
Mozzie Smith, defensive line was a position of need that they had. Like the pick, I'm going to give it another B+ for Dallas.
I'm kind of mad. I was hoping he would be there in the second round. I was not expecting a first round pick on him.
No.
I had Mozzie, I think, at the very end of I had him going to Philly with the 30th pick.
Mozzie Smith is a great D tackle.
No, this is a very good solid.
Every one of the Steelers to snag him at 32. I agree with you, but he fits exactly what they needed. I had Brisset just because Brisset had the higher grade from day one. He's a 5-star recruit. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm very cool.
Point out how it feels weird that the last 4 or 5 years in the drafts that the Cowboys have.
Oh my God, he walked out shirtless.
Yep.
I mean, he's a draft pick. He's going to.
Well, no draft pick ever has done this shirtless.
You know who did do something shirtless? Antonio Brown.
Yeah, but no draft pick ever has done that shirtless. And Greg goes, he's a draft pick. Of course he's shirtless.
I was just being. He just has cockiness. I don't know. I was trying to promote his confidence. And then Austin went off on the beaten path by saying Antonio Brown. Wasn't expecting.
Yeah, but he's the only player to ever do that. That's
Some
cool.
of you need to mix in a water. I'm just gonna say it now. Some of you need to mix in a water.
One of you.
I'm hard right now.
Let's talk about this class. So at defensive tackle, I kind of have some questions for everybody here. So we push aside the fact that, Jalen Carter, we all sit there at the 1. That one feels extremely easy. Me and Austin have Kalijah Cansey at 2. Greg has Brian Brisset. Kalijah Cansey with him. We swapped that for Brian Brisset. Mozzie Smith is the 4 for all of us. Greg, Josh, you don't have the Mozzie Smith train at all here, bud.
No, I don't.
Is it the anti-Michigan slander for you?
No.
That sounds
Okay.
accurate.
No.
That really sounds accurate now that I think about it.
So I have Cameron Young, who's a Mississippi State product. And I want to look at he ran a 5.1 in his 40. He is long and fast for a 6'3" frame, carrying 304 pounds.
I have to ask.
I'll take that boy.
The 40 for a DT.
Yes.
Because I don't know if I've ever thought about that. Because Kalijah Cansey ran a 4 sub, right?
Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really think about why did that matter for you when you were ranking him?
It's the get off at that point, right? He's
Okay.
got speed.
Okay.
He's got even the 10-yard split was a 1.8. He's going to be he's going to be in the offensive line's face before they're ready for it.
I love that.
Particularly at the guard. You know what I mean? I'll take that.
I
Or
think
overwhelming
the
a
length
center.
of the 40 versus the get up.
And
You're
that,
right.
That makes sense because even if you're undersized and all that, you should still be able to get up on you. Even undersized from that perspective. Though.
He's
That would work very
6'3".
well. Yeah.
304 pounds. That's a big boy.
Austin, do you rank this one?
I did. I gave it a B+.
I have to ask. Well, and my thing is, so if we go back to the positional rankings, just to pull it up here, why not Brisset, Austin? You have Brisset at 3. I have Brisset at 3. Greg has Brisset at 2. Josh has him at 5. Why do you think this wasn't Brisset, Austin?
A lot of people had Brisset mocked here
Yeah.
from all the stuff that I've watched. I think that while Brisset, he kind of fell off a little bit, I think, in his last year. 100%. And I think that's a lot of what they looked at the tape.
No, go ahead, Austin.
I'm sorry.
What you
I'm
just
just
did
excited.
does not warrant a hold
I know.
on.
I
Is it
know.
the
I'm
hold on?
excited.
Is it the Steelers?
Give me attention.
No.
Okay, then go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I think a lot of people looked at that tape and they were like, this might be a second-round grade kid instead of – I think Mozzie Smith, he had a lot of upside left and a lot of talent. I think that's why they went over him instead of Brisset.
All right, Josh.
Brisset's stats don't jump off the page. It's not like he had a bunch of sacks or a bunch of tackles for loss. Also, he's injury prone.
Here's my things for Brisset. 5-star recruit, great up until last year, injuries, and his sister died.
Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry.
Well, and it's not like a not. Yeah. It's a
Right.
thing about him still being in this conversation with all that going on. The injury prone thing, I'm with you. Because once you get one of those injuries the DT gets, you get it.
Right.
I would feel extremely comfortable if the Steelers took Brisset at 32.
I would as well. Yes.
And I mean that from like an injury like he
Well, why are we taking a defensive tackle?
because we need a nose tackle.
and also
Okay.
because Cam is 34.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting up there.
All right.
Do I want him there? No. Would I be okay
Okay.
with if we took him? Sure, whatever it is. what it
That's
is.
why like
Alright.
when that's why when Alex was like pushing the idea of Keanu Benton being perfect for our scheme, we were like,
Yes.
oh my god, yes, we saw that.
Let's talk about some needs here, guys. So up right now on the clock is who?
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Thank you. Sorry, I did not finish building
There
out
are so
the
many
mock here.
guys that are available.
Jaguars,
I'm like, just stunned.
This is Brian Branch, guys.
It's gotta be.
This is Brian Branch. This has to be Brian Branch. Cornerback and safety, tight end, guard are their needs. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be floored if they took Michael Mayer. I wouldn't be floored if they took Steve Avila or Osiris Torrance in terms of guard. But when it comes down to their absolute needs, they're on the record saying Brian Branch is their guy.
Are you
I would
surprised
be
by the way that
floored
he's
if
like
this
not
wasn't
one of
Brian
the best
Branch.
available? For
Would you
Brian
like to
Branch?
know who it is?
Yes, I am. Greg, yes, I would. Josh, give me.
Okay.
Josh, milk it for like 2 seconds. I'm
Well,
building the
I will
graphic.
tell you that absolutely zero of us picked this position that they took. And actually, it's way off all of our boards.
Did
the
they take a
man
wide
from
receiver?
Oklahoma, offensive lineman
Anton Harrison?
Anton Harrison.
Shut up. I
Anyone
love
have
it.
Anton Harrison.
So here's the thing: Cam Robinson today
Yeah,
got hit with a PED scandal after they paid him.
yeah, he did.
Oh.
I don't know if those are direct correlations based off their draft needs.
I can't.
I will
believe
say
that.
Anton Harrison. You know who he feels like?
Who?
Kenyon Green. Last year's guard to Texas A&M, who everyone was saying is only going to be good for a short amount of time.
Only a guard too.
Yes, one position and only going to be good for a short amount of time, but is going to be a dog for that time. That's who he feels like. But there is not a better human on the planet to tell me if this pick was correct than the ranking.
See what you got, bud.
Yay! Thanks, guys. So with that being said, I feel like this was more of a forced need with the whole Cam situation.
Did you know about it before I said that?
Yeah.
All right, I just had to
Alright,
ask. I love you.
Just saying.
Your hair
No,
looks
my
really
pleasure.
good right now.
Cody Smith, who was in the chat earlier, is a Jaguars fan. He Snapchatted that to me.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a
Wait,
jag off.
Wait, they exist.
haha. So I think this is more of a forced thing. That's why I'm gonna give it a B minus. I think he's gonna do okay for what that position is, but definitely a force here. I feel like the Brian Branch was there. You could argue even if he didn't want to go that, the Joey Porter Jr. was there. Like, I get all about protecting Lawrence. That should be priority number one. But what are you gonna do when you start piling on offenses that can score points?
That division is a powder keg.
It is.
I gotta say it, guys. I think that's the last good tackle.
You're not even gonna consider like DeJuan Jones or anyone else.
I don't know, Josh. You have him super high. I think DeJuan Jones is too big.
I think it's because he's a right tackle.
Well,
That's fair.
I'm gonna point this out here too. Like
a really good
Darnell
point.
Wright is definitely a right tackle. And
Is he?
Yes. I don't think
He's
he can
played
move
both,
to
but
left
he's a
tackle,
right.
and I feel like
Okay.
in today's NFL, because of the fact that we have so many like really good athletes now, like on the defensive line, regardless of position, I don't think position necessarily matters as much for in terms of pay scale. I don't think it does. Like I think if you have a very good right tackle, because think about it, TJ Watt lines up on the right tackle side. So like what are we talking about here? Like if you can have very good pass rushers, regardless of where they are, as
Yeah.
long as you have very good guys that can line up on left or right tackle, that's all that matters.
Well, the difference is the quarterback's blind side.
that's
Right.
always going to be the thing. Though.
Yes, but that's yes, but that's it. Right. I can if I turn here and I'm a right-handed quarterback, I can see TJ Watt.
Fair, yeah.
I can't see Alex Highsmith. The blind side, for me to see TJ coming, I'm going to throw it away.
But
That's why the left tackle is important.
but isn't that also based on like who you're playing against though? Because like here's
Not even at all, because I can see if for example, Aiden Hutchinson,
yeah.
Max Crosby, all these guys we talked about all night tonight.
What the
are
fuck is going on?
the Bengals.
Yeah, just took Miles Murphy.
Oh, that's a great pick.
Yeah, but I don't think any one of us.
No, not at all.
Nope.
But we didn't also, Josh, I would be curious where we all had Miles Murphy going before this.
Yeah, because I had him as my number 2 overall defensive end, so I'm happy.
I think I had him like my second pick to Seattle.
Yeah,
He honestly deserves it. He's very, very
Shout
good.
out to me and Josh, who had Will Anderson, Lucas Van Ness. Josh had Will Anderson, Lucas Van Ness, and Will McDonald ahead of him.
Yeah, that's impressive. I'll give you that.
I guess I had Tyree Wilson, too, who went.
I still can't.
You didn't have him taken in the first round, bud.
Me?
Yeah.
I hate Miles Murphy.
I can't believe no one's has.
I'm saying shout out to us who had people going before him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. No, I think Miles Murphy's fine. He's injury prone and was on a good off. I think he was a benefit of Brian Brissett.
I'll give you this. If Nolan Smith does not make it out of the first round, I would be totally okay with the Steelers not trading 32.
I would be totally okay with this Venom version of the ranking with his hair down, giving us his ranking.
And what's up, Eddie Brock?
You do look like you're dancing around.
What's
Bob.
up, Matt Gargan?
Actually, the Peter Parker Spider-Man 3 like.
Facts. Those are the
Yeah,
names he's
yeah.
throwing at you.
Emo Toby Maguire to be.
Listen,
You look like the boyfriend I wouldn't want to fight in Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, that's the first one.
No, that's all of them.
I'm gonna say I don't know if this was really a position of need for the Bengals. In my honest opinion, I think that their right tackle is wanting to get traded. I think DeJuan Jones, if you really wanted to risk it, would have been the pick here. I think that you had Brian Branch. Both like their safeties are gone. You have their corners are in need. You had Michael Mayer here as tight end that they could have picked because they have no tight ends. If you really wanted to reach for a running back because they have the whole Joe Mixon thing, this was just not on the board at all. I give it a C.
Yeah, I'm with you, Us. I don't know. To Josh's
Weird
point
pick.
at the beginning of it, it's a weird pick because it's hear me out. It's a good edge rusher. Like it's a quality B edge rusher in the NFL. Miles Murphy's a good player. It doesn't solve Eli Apple getting burnt. It doesn't solve Joe Burrow getting sacked. It doesn't solve them getting points put up against them. That
Jesse
pick does
Bates,
Right.
that
Bell
doesn't
gone, like
scare
this.
me at all. Like as a Kenny Pickett truther, that pick okay, cool. We have Broderick Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Nice pick. If they would have taken Michael Mayer, I would have gone, fuck, dude.
Yeah.
If they
Which
would have
I'm
taken Austin, if they would have taken fucking Stevenson, I would have
Or a
gone,
lockdown corner.
dude. Yeah, exactly. Tyreek Stevenson out of Miami or Keely Ringo or somebody. I would have been like, God damn it, man. Pickens has to deal with that. Miles Murphy, I go, okay, that's a guy.
I'm not really like scared from
No.
like from that perspective. I'm trying to find out who the starting safeties are for Cincinnati because I know they drafted one like not too long ago.
For the Bengals.
Yeah,
So they got rid of obviously. Well, I can't say
they got rid of
They
Von
let
Bell.
they
and
let
Nick
Jesse
Scott.
So they have Dax Hill out of Michigan, and they have
Dax
Cam
Hill.
Taylor Britt. They do have Mike Hilton listed up there. Nick Scott is their starting safety. Yeah, but Dax Hill's their big name, dude. I can't believe they let Jesse Bates walk.
Yeah, I mean Jesse Bates going to Atlanta, Von Bell going to Carolina. Like this is the
Bell
this
too.
was
True, good point,
prime spot for Brian Branch.
dude. I can't believe it. Miles Murphy is not a bad pick, right? I don't know.
Right, but
think
it's
he
just
is. I
it's
think he's
bad
talented.
that
Greg, he's talented, but
Wasn't-
are you scared as a Steelers fan? Like, really, genuinely, do you sit here and go, "Oh no, they drafted him"? The way that I go, "Fuck, the Ravens drafted Flowers."
No, but
Think about it.
No, but I also look at the fact that he could develop into being a top edge rusher. Because here's the thing, he fits a 4-3 scheme, which is exactly what the Bengals run. So I look at it from that perspective. In a couple years, maybe he'll give me some nervous type vibes. In all fairness, but for the
He
most
won't.
part, no, not right now. No,
Not at all.
I think he's injury prone. To be fair, but I think he will, in terms of talent, like end up being better than what he was drafted at compared to like some of the guys that were taken earlier. Absolutely.
Okay, so then let's break that down. So you said better than where he's drafted at. Let's look at the defensive ends here, guys. Will Anderson across all of these are there. Lucas Van Ness, Miles Murphy, Tyra. You think he's better than Nolan Smith? You think he's better than Keon White, who, Josh, full transparency, Keon White and Miles Murphy at my 5 was there. Like, I was like, dude, I like Keon White a lot more than I like Miles Murphy, but I stuck with it and took Miles Murphy like a fucking
And he
fraud.
plays both odd and even sets, Greg. Which I know you already said they ran a 3-4, but some versatility would not hurt them.
Some
they run
other,
a 4-3. They run a 4-3.
I'm sorry, 3. Whatever.
but some other names we have here, genuinely, Tuli, Tuapolotu. I tried my ass off there, guys. I'll be fully transparent there. Some other defensive ends we have graphics for is where I'm going at here for Greg.
Yeah.
So we have Tuli.
I think Miles is better.
We have, you think, agreed. Nolan Smith. Better or worse than Miles Murphy?
Better than Miles Murphy? Yes.
Nolan Smith is better.
It's close, but I would give Nolan the edge.
Okay. And everybody has, please, Austin, Josh, please dive in on this. Keon White.
I think
Better or
Miles is
worse
better.
than Miles Murphy?
Miles is better.
Austin?
I'm going to say better, but it's really close.
Who's better?
Keon White.
Josh?
I have Keon White better. You know, the big knock on Miles Murphy from the scouting report is that he's slow in the open field, which I don't know.
It's a good fucking, I like the knock at least.
Right.
Because it's true.
Right.
Isaiah Foskey.
Then Miles Murphy?
Yeah.
Miles Murphy's better.
I have Miles Murphy too. Us?
Yeah. Yeah, that when you start getting off them, that's when Miles Murphy starts getting better.
All right. Are you ready?
We absolutely are, Josh.
Brian Brees has finally been selected by the New Orleans Saints.
I love that pick.
Oh, I had them taking Mozzie Smith, I
I
think.
love that pick. They've desperately
You
needed
did.
defensive linemen in the worst way.
Yeah, Brian Brisset. That's a great pick. Be careful moving the table, buddy. You're good.
That's my own strength.
Well, it's just about.
Oh,
it
that's
moves the
I had that
camera and stuff.
exactly. I had that pick. The player and the position.
All right, Austin,
did.
can you not act so surprised? We're supposed to.
I thought I had Mozzie Smith.
We're supposed to be good at this, Austin.
Sorry, I thought
Oh my God! I fucking did it.
I thought I had Mozzie and him switched.
You're good,
I was
buddy.
like,
Austin, looking at you,
hold on.
you look like you have had a very rough day in the classroom, and you're like, "My God, I need a happy
you know what?
hour."
No one understands me, Greg. So
Austin,
I hope you understand that.
Sing your
This
praises.
is for you, bud.
You
Go
get
ahead.
a minute to talk about how you selected
Go ahead.
this exact pick.
Yeah, I think this is exactly the position of need that New Orleans needed to go. A lot of people. I originally had them taking Osiris Torrance here as the guard. I thought that would have been also a nice selection, but this is like an easy plug-in player that can do some decent damage for you. So I thought it was perfect fit. So I would give him a solid B.
You mocked it here and you give him a B?
Listen, it doesn't have to be good. I just thought of what they would select.
Okay. That's a great answer.
Austin, I'm frankly jealous by the fact that you can have your hair down that low. Just saying.
I can have it here.
Oh my
I can
God,
have it
Greg.
over here.
I can't, Josh. He's jealous you don't have. I'm not going to say that.
Can you go get Greg a really big Gatorade?
No.
Nope.
No.
Fuck, Greg. He got this drunk. That's on him. Yeah. So DTs. I think we all agree that Brian Brisset was a first-round grade.
I think he deserved it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. Again, does this scare me, worry me? Do I think anything of him? No. But do I instantly think the Saints now have a DT? Yeah.
Yeah.
Instantly he's a starter.
They-
Is he an all-pro player? Maybe not, but
They-
he's a starter.
They lost 3 starters on that defensive line
Yeah.
this year, which is crazy to think about. But yeah.
I would feel extremely confident for not just the player they're getting, but the human.
I think that's the key here. We kind of get lost in the talent perspective, but the human perspective also plays a big factor in this. I feel because I feel the human aspect kind of gives you a perception of someone that is going to give it all in the end.
Yeah, Brian Brisset is a guy that he'll die for your team.
Yes, absolutely. Which is kind of a lost art in today's NFL prospects that you're looking for.
All right, Will Levis still on the board.
He's done.
It's insane.
They just showed his girlfriend laughing and like the look he gave her was like, we're fucking done. Like, like I mean, he is though. He's done.
Wait, which one is the girlfriend? Is it the one in
The
the red dress or-
brunette with the curly hair.
Okay, just making sure. But like, just pointing this out here, like, are we not expecting anyone to trade up to try to get him? Because
No, why would you? 30 and 31st pick.
because you're getting a quarterback on an extra year option, bud. That's the logic. Like that's.
I think if anybody would be the person to trade out of this scenario, it would be Kansas City.
Maybe
So,
they need
But
edge.
Philly also just got Jalen Carter, so like they can afford to trade down if they want to.
I don't know. I mean, that's crazy to think that you would give up a first round pick if you were the other two teams. No.
we literally talked about this guy being the number 2 overall pick, and he's sliding out of the first round.
Well, in fairness, like the whole number 2 overall pick stuff, I thought was kind of bullshit because like it was all Vegas like inflating the odds to that degree, but you never know what was going to happen to that.
Man, he's just doom scrolling Twitter. Like every time they cut to him, he's just doom scrolling Twitter. I feel so bad for the kid.
Let's put it this way. Johnny Manziel found his way into the first round.
No,
Yeah.
do not compare Johnny Manziel to Will Levis, bud. They're two
All,
completely.
look, all I know is
Yeah,
that
Johnny Manziel actually got drafted.
Oh,
That's the difference.
I had a Johnny Manziel T-shirt.
You had a hoodie.
I had a money.
You had a Money Manziel hoodie, baby.
Money Manziel.
Uh,
Oh my.
All right, guys. So the Eagles are up. They took
Nolan Smith.
Jalen-
It's gotta be Nolan
Carter,
Smith
yep.
at this
You
point.
think?
I think.
I don't, because they took Jalen Carter.
Get more Georgia boys. They got no Kobe Dean. They got Jordan Davis. Why not?
Yeah, Nolan Smith would be interesting here, man.
We should have done over. All right, next year we need to do BPA of like everything instead of like our top players. I don't know. We need like 2 years to prep for this. Top players available on the defensive end board. All of our guys are gone except for Keon White, who very much and Nolan Smith. I'm so sorry. Keon White, Nolan Smith very much could go here. Moving to defensive back, we have Joey Porter Jr., who could very much go here, and I would not be shocked in any way,
to
shape,
the
or form.
Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles, they fixed their defense. They brought them back, is what everyone's saying. Yeah, Slay's also old as fuck. No, they're not going center, so not going to be that. Wide receiver, could you imagine them getting Cedric Tillman here, Josh? I would cream. Tight end, too. I mean, 2 tight end sets are really good for them. Michael
Mayer's
Mayer
not
would be
been picked
great
yet,
here.
yeah.
But full transparency, Josh, if they were going to go tight end, it's Darnell Washington because you want the flip difference.
Matchup nightmare would be incredible.
I also have a very real fear, guys, and fear is not the right word. I have a very real situation that we take Darnell Washington with the first pick tomorrow. I want us to be prepared for that. Safety for the Eagles is something they could go with. I think they could easily take Brian Branch here. I think they easily could go that route. That's the only safety I give a fuck about, to be fully transparent. Running back, there's not a God-given chance that a running back goes here.
Zach Charbonnet.
There's no way. I honestly, Dre said something I wanted to smack him one day. He was like, Zach Charbonnet's the third guy. You don't even have Zach
sounds about
Charbonnet.
right.
You don't even have Zach Charbonnet in your running back list, Greg.
All right,
No,
so
I don't.
so what do we
because
have?
I love his
What's up,
style,
Austin?
that's why.
I'm saying, what do we have here for Philly? I'm going Nolan Smith. I think it's too
Obvious.
of a glory pick for them to not take.
I don't know about glory pick, but I feel like it's very obvious at this point.
You know what? I'm gonna go Steve Avila. Who do I have mocked here, Josh? I'm so sorry to ask you that. But...
He's already off. Will McDonald.
Okay.
No, well, you said Steve Avila.
But no, I mocked.
Ah, okay. My bad.
You're not wrong, Josh. To me, Steve Avila would be a nice pick here because Cam Jurgens eventually goes to center. Landon Dickerson is the guard. I don't know, guys. I was a little worried.
I have a guard for them here.
Osiris
That
Torrance.
felt, Josh. No, it's not Osiris because he hates him. That felt like in The Hangover when Zach Galifianakis goes, I would like to say some stuff, and it's only because I don't know any of your guards, Josh. I really, really, really want to hear what you. I please,
Hang on, I gotta find it.
because you go. I have a guard.
I have Braden Daniels.
Yes.
big, tons of speed. You can't teach that.
you have
Maybe
Anthony
a project on
Bradford.
technique.
Wait, no, Josh, you're not. Your top guard is Steve Avila.
I'm so happy that you can't
Oh,
teach
yeah.
that. It's like a desire for Elsa. So
I was
Oh,
just
I
telling
love
you who I had on the mock.
You had Bradford here.
Yeah, no, I had Braden Daniels here.
Or I'm sorry. Oh, you had Braden Daniels here. You have him as your 5th guard.
I had, yeah.
Do you have all the other guards? going?
I had a project going because he could be a project player.
Okay,
for them.
that's fair. Because with Jurgens and Dickerson and
Right.
all the yes.
Right.
Oh my God, it's the Dude Perfect.
I
Guys.
love that Dude Perfect is like helping to.
Fuck, dude,
and-
perfect.
Why are they doing
I'll
Philly?
never
They're from
forget
Texas.
how my life was completely torn up in shambles when I found out their content wasn't real.
Welcome to
Bud,
the
like, come
world,
on.
Austin.
Hey, don't say, "Oh my God, Greg." Have a little imagination, you.
I said, Bud, come on. I didn't say, oh my God. Big difference. Big
It's
difference.
the same thing. Austin, go off.
Oh, it's just dumb. My heart's racing. That could be the
What an
Shepherd's
idiot!
pie
This
next
guy
to-
believes in magic. What a moron! I mean, Greg, grow up. Austin believes in something.
Nolan Smith, holy shit.
fucking go, dude. They are lining up with that Georgia team. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith.
I love
Oh my
this.
fucking
I
God.
love this.
What are you guys gonna do for the Eagles Super Bowl? Or do you guys want to hang out?
We could, it's a 4-hour drive from Pittsburgh, so why not?
Oh my God, man.
Oh yeah,
Probably know some
Josh.
good
Just
spots
so
to
you
go
know, Greg tried to tell me today that the same drive to Philly is exactly the same amount of miles as Cincy and Detroit.
No.
Either or.
None of them were correct.
No.
First of all, since
Have you ever driven it, Greg?
it's a half hour less to Cincy versus Philly.
Okay, but you were wrong.
So I was.
You can't just say, yeah, but it was only.
I was correct on that one. I was.
No, you.
I was correct on that one.
How?
Because I said it was less.
Josh, I'm gonna fight him in this.
I know. All right, listen.
Go to the ranking.
What do you got?
This is easy. This is an A. Philly's knocking it out of
Wow.
the park with this. I also saw like a thing that said with their 4th complimentary pick, it was essentially trading Hargrave for Carter and
Yep.
saving $20 million. That's
Beautiful.
Howie's a fucking genius.
Oh,
Who did they send Hargrave to? Us. Why can't I think of it right now?
I don't think they sent him to anyone. I think
Or is
it
he
was-
just a free agent?
I think it was just a free agent.
Okay.
yeah.
Austin, I agree. This is an absolute home run, and dude, it's so exhausting. I wish we were the better team in Pennsylvania. Josh, you look like
I
you
don't
were-
have Nolan Smith.
like as a defensive, like what do you not like him, or did you just not put him somewhere?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, in your defense, he was hurt all year. He kind of is an OLB and DE. He fixed both.
It's a conversation
undersized.
about whether or not he fits like as a 4-3 edge versus a 3-4
God.
outside linebacker. Actually,
I forgot about N'Kobe Dean too. They have 4
The
fucking
dog.
guys
Yeah,
from that
well,
Georgia defense.
so he's a bust, so it's okay.
it's
But
only
they
1
also
year, man.
he's terrible.
Give him some credit.
He's not good at football.
It's only 1 year.
Okay, Greg, but it's a year in the pros on a team that needed linebacker help.
I feel like this is what what Washington was with Alabama. They would just draft.
Yeah,
them.
dude. Jonathan Allen, De'Aaron Payne. Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Oh, this is the tiny guy.
Yes.
Okay. I got it now. Yeah, that's why he's
The whittle
that's why
whittle
he's
man,
not on mine.
if you
You
will.
missed a tiny
Yeah, he's only 6'2", 238. Literally, the sources tell him on the NFL.com as you worry about him holding up over 17 games. Yeah.
Are we surprised, everybody, that not a single cornerback went to the Eagles?
No, because
These
of
are
the-
I know,
great
'cause I
picks,
feel
but-
like that was something that we
Yeah,
had
Josh.
addressed as them being the first pick for them in the first
Very
round.
much so.
They established retaining both Darius Slay and
100% us. And James Bradbury. I think that oh my God, they're wheeling out the fucking Super Bowls.
Wow. What a flex.
My issue though, Os, is age. They've done it
Yeah,
really
that's what I was
well.
thinking.
So you bring in Jordan Davis, you bring in N'Kobe Dean, you bring in Derek Barnett. You bring in Cam Jurgen and Landon Dickerson. They've done well with age on every position except corner. Now, this is a deep corner class. I'm not hating on them for this. They could easily tomorrow snag Keely Ringo or Cam Smith, and I go, fuck, the Eagles got them too.
That's kind of the logic, I feel like.
I am a big fan of drafting best player available in this situation for the Eagles because they got room to burn, and they don't have Bijan Robinson.
Can't
Fuck
believe
you,
Bijan
Dre.
went to the Falcons.
Dude,
so
Austin,
happy.
Austin,
So happy.
look
I'm
me in
so
the
happy.
eyes. Look me in the eyes and tell me you're not going to pick them on Madden.
Dude, I'm
For
I'm
a
gonna trade
career
my-
starting moment, oh my god!
gonna
that's
trade
the
my
time.
dynasty picks away just to move into the first pick and pick Bijan Robinson.
How you doing?
So what do we think? What do we think the Chiefs do here? Derek, you have them taking Jalen Hylett at wide receiver. Greg has Emmanuel Forbes at cornerback. Emmanuel Forbes has already been taken.
Yep.
Austin has them taking an edge, which he had Will McDonald, who's already been taken. I have them taking also Will McDonald at edge.
I would be surprised if they walk out of here. So tackle left. DeJuan Jones feels like the best tackle. That I think we can all kind of agree on
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was a first rounder. Yes.
Yeah.
I can agree.
He's just on the wrong
I
side.
wouldn't be floored if they took DeJuan Jones. I feel like he's a little slow for them. And Josh, tell me if I'm wrong there.
I don't
feel
think
like
side
he's.
matters, though.
I
in
don't
fairness,
disagree.
Josh.
He's a big boy.
Here is I think, an obvious one.
I love that you touch your hands when you talk.
Very professor-like, yes.
It feels good. It feels comfortable, dude. Oh, dude! Every time when Austin goes, "These are my thoughts."
It's like, hear me
This
out.
entire monkey suit does not feel comfortable. With this feels comfortable.
What's up,
You're
Oz?
wearing shorts. I think you're okay, bud.
No, he's way more dressed up than all of us. What's up, Oz?
Jalen Hyatt.
If they get another
Okay, so
receiver
my
as,
pick,
like,
you
a
fucking
gimmick,
fraud. This
No,
guy,
I'm saying,
Josh,
like-
this fucking guy, dude. Are you kidding me?
I had them. Did I have them taking Cedric Tillman with
Who did we have, Josh?
So you have an edge. You have Will McDonald.
I'm saying for their second. Well, I had a 2-round mock. And I think I had Cedric Tillman.
Okay.
Cedric Tillman.
I don't have your
Josh,
second round.
why don't you pay
I just have your
attention to
first.
the
It was in the
I'm
sheet.
just saying. I'm just saying.
Who's their deep threat right now?
Marcus Valdez-Scantling,
Okay.
Miko Hardman.
Okay.
But they
You could
suck.
upgrade there.
They suck.
Patrick Mahomes.
You could upgrade there.
They're fine.
So let's look at the wide receiver class that we all agree on. So we all sit here and we go, "Oh, cool, like wide receiver." I think the conversation comes down to a few guys. Josh, you and I are the only guys high on Cedric Tillman.
Yeah.
You and I are the only guys high, I think, even though Greg definitely has him higher, on Jalen Hyatt. I'm so high on that fucker. I just had Addison, Flowers, Smith going ahead of him. Josh Downs is the other guy. Dude,
Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah.
for me, I'm with you, man. Cedric Tillman is everything I want in a receiver. He's the biggest.
Heinz-
the biggest
he's like big Heinz
receiver.
Ward.
Dude, if another motherfucker, Josh, tells me that Quentin Johnston's the biggest receiver in this class, I'm gonna smash my head off this table.
Yeah, and I like Downs too. Big producer for 2 years. Can out
Great
jump
route
everybody
runner.
else. Elusive receiver. I
I
wouldn't
think-
hate either of those picks.
Would we be floored? I mean, hear me out. I think the only guy we all kind of care about from the tackle perspective is DeJuan Jones, right?
If he goes to
Yeah.
31, I'll be stunned. Actually.
But we somewhat. I mean, I love Blake Freeland. I have a graphic.
Oh,
ready.
now you do?
Hear
He's
me
got a
out.
graphic for
I
him.
go to
Oh, now
graphic
you do?
for him.
he's got a graphic. That's all that matters.
Not as much as you.
No.
Not even close. But all of my tackles went. So
How do
that's
you
a good
think-
thing.
How do you think Patrick Mahomes would deal with a Mormon?
What does that matter?
Well, Josh, I'll tell you
It
how I
matters.
I'll tell you how I
It
deal with a
matters.
Mormon. I'd probably talk to him about Jesus. So that fucking I hate Patrick Mahomes so much, dude.
I don't think that's the.
That's basically
I
Patrick
don't know what
Mahomes.
Mormons believe in.
No,
but
I don't
I-
think Mormon is Jesus.
What?
I don't think
Like
Mormons
it is Jesus, but it's like a little bit
So,
different.
Josh, can we talk about how Jesus also caught strays at the end of the draft?
Yeah.
He
he did.
did. He did from Greg.
Beginning
The guy who
and
gives up
ending.
drinking for Lent.
The guy who Austin, what do you do for Lent?
Nothing.
Yes, because you
Yeah,
don't believe in,
no
in
one does,
childhood
Austin.
stories this late in life. The only guy here that actually gives up something for Lent. Just shit on Jesus at the start and finish. Greg,
What?
we're going to church tomorrow. It's Friday.
Bullshit, we are.
Austin, where do you think they go, buddy?
Wait, why do they have 3 stands for the Super Bowls for the Chiefs?
Because they're going to win one
Because
next year.
They have 3 Super Bowls.
Is that their okay? So they won one before Mahomes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Super Bowl
Thank you.
before.
So-
Yeah.
like a bullshit one, Josh.
I'm sure.
One of them,
Dawson
one of them,
Bank.
one of them fucking questionable ones.
Yeah.
There was 4
greatest-
teams and all of them went to work after. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Len Dawson, the greatest picture ever of like him smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer at halftime.
The
of
greatest
Super Bowl.
picture ever, or the greatest picture of Len Dawson ever? Because I got some titties, Greg. I can show
Well,
you.
holy fucking shit!
Thanks, Austin. Wait. Okay.
Did anyone have Felix Unduki Uzma?
Hey, Josh. Can I give you a quick heads up?
Yeah.
Because he has a fucking graphic.
That's a great pick. Phenomenal pick.
He was one of the guys I was worried that wasn't going to be there. There's Felix, Kansas State, 6'3", 255, 33 and a half, 9 and 5/8 defensive end. Felix Onodike Uzoma, defensive end, Kansas State. Hear me out. Good pick.
That's a great pick. Yes, I agree.
But I'm sorry, Austin. Are we bothering you?
yeah,
No,
you look
Can I
busy.
come to
You
you?
look busy. Yeah.
Okay, well, that was unnecessary. That was...
Just saying. Jeez.
Just checking the
Are we
time.
counting that as edge?
Yes.
We are.
This matters. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Austin, you're up. Are we counting him in his position?
I know. Shut up.
You got a point, Josh.
It's a position of need. I didn't have him falling too far out of the second round. I think he was in like my top 5 or 6 picks in the second round. So I'll go with a solid B plus. I think
Agreed.
that's fair.
Can I say one thing before Josh brags about us having to buy him a jersey?
No, I wish.
I would like to say that I think the Chiefs reached on a guy that they were extremely comfortable in reaching on for that 5th year.
Yeah, I'd say he's got the measurables though. In fairness.
Oh, no, he's great, right? But
Yeah.
they definitely had phone calls about trading out
Oh, yeah.
for Hendon Hooker.
Oh yeah.
And they said, no, we actually really do like this guy. I love this pick. I think this is a home run.
I would argue, in fairness, like when you get to the 30s and like kind of late 20s, it's like a very, I don't know, like in terms of us, like when we look at guys that we would consider like late first, early second, it's kind of a mishmash compared to like what we actually are seeing happen. So,
What do you mean?
no, it's just like I think based on what the Chiefs are seeing and what is available, it's kind of like, yeah, or is it really worth trading down when we can just get a guy that we like and maybe add that extra year on the back end and like we could see eventually becoming the
I mean, it's definitely worth trading down for the right package for a quarterback for Hendon Hooker. If the Vikings were looking to trade up for Hendon Hooker, the package would include a first or something. Hold on.
Would have taken like Will
Stop.
Levis at 23 though. No?
Agreed. Austin, let's go to the ranking.
I believe I gave
Bullshit.
Felix Ndike Uzama. I believe I gave him a solid B.
Just a solid B. Okay.
Give him a B.
It's a fucking B, bud. All right,
Pay
dude.
attention.
That's a fucking B. Wait, he punches
Austin, I
the
get-
fucking
I get an
table,
A
and the table
for
hits
being
the
in class
camera, and
today.
the camera. Yeah, Austin, can
These
you
two
get
jokers,
Hold
they
on,
don't
time
get
out.
nothing.
I get a lot. I build all these stupid fucking
we
graphics.
Look forward to this every single year.
I
We
built.
deserve it.
Josh, you want to go through all the fucking graphics I built that don't matter?
He
Hold on.
Pretend like I don't know.
He deserves
Pretend
A
like
at
I
least.
don't know
Josh.
about all the fucking graphics I make.
Not this time.
Not this
Cedric
day, not this
Tillman,
day.
Go look
Josh
at the 2020.
Downs.
Not this day.
The 2020.
Yeah.
I've had to do this for 3 years. What do you
That's
mean
not my
the
fault. I was
2020?
busy.
I know you were busy. Jerking off Josh fucking Allen.
That's
All right,
right.
Austin, it's just you on the screen. I'm not even clicking the button until I finish this beer, so do you, buddy.
Okay.
Get naked if you want.
I would not want to do that.
It's weird.
It's very true. Look, I think I've had 2 failing grades in here. Let's talk about those. We had what's his name? Oh my God, it's so far up. Jahmyr Gibbs to Detroit was an F, and Dalton Kincaid to Buffalo was an E. The next worst grade.
Did you give a grade for the last pick?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. All right, Greg, don't yell at me.
And then the latest.
22 fucking notifications from Twitter.
So the worst picks, the top 3 worst ones in these grades. Gibbs at 32. We had Kincaid at 31, and we had Johnston at 30. F, E, and D.
I'm still blown away by the fact that E is an actual grade. That's the part that throws me off.
Austin.
What? Well, I'm sorry.
Fight him. Fight him.
I already said.
No, we can't hear him. We can't hear
That's
him.
the point.
I'm
is
thrown
you
off by the
stopped.
fact that I'm thrown off by the fact that E is an actual grade, Austin.
He does not enjoy the fact that E is an actual grade, Austin.
Yes, I'm thrown
You
off by
can't
that.
just skip a letter. What are you,
You
psychopath?
can't skip a letter, idiot.
What? When was the last time?
When was the
ever
last
gave
time
an
you
E
ever
to
gave an E
to
to a
bud?
student, bud?
I don't, because normally my students did well. Not so that they didn't need E's.
Wow.
He said you're an idiot.
Okay.
Listen, all right. I love A, B, C, D, E, F.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh,
You know who won?
I kind of do, Josh. I'll be fully honest.
All right, because I spent all night fucking keeping track. That'd
Yes.
be cool.
Should I? Don't. Yes.
Sorry, I'm curious because I finished in last, so might as well.
Can you
did.
honestly tell me how bad Greg lost?
I did horrible, so go ahead.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, I did
to
horrible.
me.
All right, good.
Yeah.
To me.
That's all that matters,
Okay.
Josh. I want to buy you a fucking jersey just for that, Josh.
Okay, so Greg came up with 6, and they were only positions.
That's what I figured.
6 points or 6?
6 points.
6 points.
6 points. Yeah.
He didn't get a single pick.
No, he didn't get a single pick.
That's what I get for
I'm
being
so
cocky.
excited.
I'm okay with it.
I'm so happy.
I also didn't get a single pick,
Doesn't
but
matter.
I feel like everybody's going to give me a pass on that because I did get 9 positions.
Can you name them?
I know.
Name
Go
them.
me.
That's
Go
crazy.
me.
Name them,
Yeah.
Josh. That's honestly, hear me out. You're not the draft guy. I'm very proud of you for that.
I had the Panthers and Texans taking a quarterback. I had the Colts taking a quarterback. I had the Titans taking offensive tackle.
Oh my God, Will
had-
Levis is still available.
He is.
Yes, he is.
Holy fucking shit, Josh!
Steelers-
Holy shit!
Steelers need to hold
Can we?
this for ransom
Okay,
in the worst
Josh,
way.
you keep going. I'm gonna recap the guys still available real quick on a computer because
I
I'm
didn't
so
have
sorry.
Will
I'm so
Levis
sorry.
getting taken in the first round.
That.
What?
How many points
No.
are you behind me where Austin still wins?
Um,
Damn, he's
2.
gonna answer. God damn it.
2.
All right, you get a point and a half.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I had Tennessee taking an offensive tackle, the Commanders taking a cornerback, the Lions taking a linebacker, the Chargers taking a wide receiver, the Ravens taking a wide receiver, and Kansas City taking edge.
So what did I have?
You had 9 positions correct and 2 picks correct, the players.
Oh, only 2, man. Damn it.
And he's going to win the jersey. And quite honestly, if we're making like a comparison to goals and assists, he had 9 positions correct, but he had 5 fucking picks correct.
Yeah.
14 for the ranking.
Good job, Austin.
Good job, boss.
All right, let me read out, Josh, because NFL already put out a blog about the top positions available.
Okay.
So I'm going to read the top 10 because I don't maybe top 15. Will Levis, Michael Mayer, JPJ, Brian Branch, Luke Musgrave, which I disagree with. He should be in the 20s. Hendon Hooker, Steve Avila, Keanu Benton, Jonathan Mingo, Darnell Washington. Then gets into Joe Tittman, Tyreek Stevenson, Osiris Torrance, Sam Laporta, Julius Brents, and then Keanu White. There, dude, hear me out.
What about Jair Brown? Is he not in there?
He's
He's farther down.
I'm so sorry I clicked
Very
out.
further
He's at
down.
least 30.
Or JL Skinner. Yeah.
So Skinner
Damn.
and Brown I had as day 3 guys, and I didn't feel good about it. Is how I word it.
Yeah.
It's a
Safety's
weird
not
safety
strong in this
It's a
class,
very
man.
weird safety
Yeah.
class.
I also would say that if you got Jair Brown and JPJ, your secondary may be looking pretty good
Well,
for
I
the
mean,
next couple of years.
Tomorrow, guys, we wake up and we have the first pick.
We do.
So out of
Yeah.
those names, I mean,
JPJ?
JPJ's got to be.
dude, I feel so. Go ahead, Greg.
I'm just saying, like, I would
Talking
go
to your
back
mic.
Ransom and try to trade, because like, there's plenty of
For
teams that-
Levis?
yes, there's plenty of teams that probably want a quarterback.
But why take Levis there? Why trade for it? As opposed, there's no 5th-year option.
No, but you're also banking on the idea that other teams probably want a quarterback, so try to play teams against each other. It's
Yeah, but don't you think the Cardinals would be more likely to trade back their 2 than the Steelers would be to trade back their 1?
fair. That's definitely fair. I would be.
And we know the Steelers aren't taking a quarterback, so like
Yep. Yep.
Here's what I'm saying. You have.
Go ahead, Josh.
Austin.
Sorry, that was.
Well, no, I'm saying that's a good point.
Yeah.
Like, you go off King.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that Will Levis could end up with the 37th or the 38th pick. That is Seattle, and that is Vegas.
So let's talk about it.
Are we surprised?
Are you guys okay? I mean, it's just
Yeah.
us. Are you cool to
Yeah,
talk? Okay. So right now, sitting here, round 2, Steelers, Texans, Cardinals, Colts, Rams, Seattle, Raiders. Those are the big ones. Will Levis goes there, right? Like, we can all feel confident that Will Levis, Austin left.
He's just
I
taking
know.
off his jacket.
Oh, okay. I love you, Austin. You don't gotta show me the jacket.
He just
I
wants to make
trust
sure
you.
that he's aware.
I came back to. Okay, anyways. So I apologize. Steelers. I don't see any need to trade out of this pick.
No.
I sit
Especially
here- Go ahead, Josh.
especially when you have a guy who you were originally linked to take in the first.
I would feel extremely comfortable if we walk away from here with 3 players:
Who's that?
JPJ,
Okay.
Brian Branch,
Mhm.
Steve Avila.
Not even Keanu Benton.
I wouldn't be mad at Keanu Benton, but he doesn't deserve to be the 8th spot on the CSBN thing. He's a late day 2 guy, quality-wise.
So yeah,
He's not a good NFL player,
He
Greg.
was getting inflated, but just because of the measurables. Essentially.
I would rather us take Darnell Washington than Keanu Benton.
Darnell Washington would be fascinating at 49, maybe. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Josh?
Yeah, so like Steve Avila, man, I
It's
feel like
just
we did so much work at
Agreed.
really fortifying that O line that like I feel like having a guy who could be the guy in the secondary along with Minka.
Love
But I do love Steve Avila. Literally his biggest knock is that he likes to flatten guys in the second run blocking.
Dude, I love
He
it.
just likes to hit somebody.
Love
I
it.
fucking-
His
that's
biggest
a
knock is
Steeler.
that he hit
That's
too
a
many
Steeler.
people.
There are many worse things in
Draft
this
him.
world. Just saying.
That's a
I have him
Robert
as my
Spillane
top-
at guard.
We already got our tackle, so you might as well get another guard to like fit that mold. Why not?
I
I
also
wouldn't be mad
wonder-
at Brian Branch, Josh, because you have Minka out there as your safety. You have Brian Branch, who just
yeah.
Do we have a second pick in the second round or no?
we do.
We
We
did.
have
We
2.
have 2 picks.
What's-
a lot
what's
of
our
people,
second
a
one?
lot of people thought we were packaging them up. It's the same as whatever 17 is plus the math.
32 and 40.
Okay.
We're at 49, Josh.
I mean, you could wait and get Brian Branch if you really, really like somebody.
I think that Branch might go early in the second round. I think that we could get Drew Sanders.
At
I
what,
love
32
I
or
love
49?
Drew Sanders.
Well,
If we get Drew Sanders, like you might lose your mind.
Is he going to play on the offside of TJ then in your brain, Austin?
No.
No, I don't think so. I think he would play interior.
He can't play interior.
He
Like I know
Lineman?
that's what he's listed as.
he's already better than Holcomb and Richards, or out in
Roberts.
Roberts.
Wait,
thank
do
you.
I have the wrong guy? I might
Drew
have
Sanders
the
is
wrong
the
guy.
linebacker guy that I was fighting.
Yeah.
That is Micah
Yeah,
Parsons.
he-
He's an interior linebacker, inside linebacker. He's better than Richards and Holcomb. He's our best linebacker if we draft him tomorrow. He also was an edge rusher for Alabama, though.
So here's he's dumb. That's his knock, is that he's dumb.
I love that this is a thing with you, and I'm so happy about it.
It is a thing because here's the deal.
Hey guys, hold on. He's a fucking idiot.
But okay,
I'm with
first
you,
off,
but that's great.
you can't at inside linebacker. We can't have dumb guys. Like we already did the Spillane thing, right? Yeah, he hit like a truck, but he was an idiot, right? We know the Devin Bush thing did not
Hold
work.
on. You loved him.
You did.
You told me he was a
aware.
better linebacker than Miles Jack.
Yeah, because he hits like a truck.
Okay, but he's a dumbass, and
But
Miles
he's
Jack.
dumb.
Miles Jack is smart.
Yes, I don't think that contradicts my take that I like big dumb guys that hit. That
But
seems
then
to
why
be pretty
not
on par with me.
Why not Sanders?
Yeah.
Because I need a smart middle linebacker
But you
if I'm
loved
the
Spillane
Steelers.
was the thing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You know. Okay,
I understand but I'm talking about this draft pick.
Cool.
I
Totally cool.
I need my field general, my smart guy in the middle.
I was going
thing.
against what you normally do, but yeah.
No. Yeah. That's where, and I like Sanders a lot. High motor, good
Oh,
speed.
breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. It's about DeAndre Hopkins. Why can't I get to this?
Oh shit.
Oh, I don't believe you. No, never mind. It's a fucking moron.
I was gonna ask,
Okay.
I was
It's
gonna ask
not
something
real.
real quick. So,
But like Sanders has good speed, good size, good motor, but he's an edge guy. So if you're going to say like he's your Highsmith replacement moving forward, maybe you know what I mean? Like I just don't see where he fits into the middle for us.
Yeah, I think it's
Because
fair.
we need a guy like a Overshow who's got size and speed, great intelligence. You know what I mean? Like a guy who can drop back into coverage, that kind of thing.
real quick, I did want to ask you though, in terms of dynasty, just from fantasy value, is Bijan Robinson like 1-1?
Yes.
He's got to be.
Yeah, of course. Gibbs though fell hard. Gibbs fell massively hard.
Yeah, Gibbs in terms of 12 overall is aggressive, but in terms of Gibbs being a Detroit Lion though,
No,
I just
it was a terrible pick.
It's like that's like when Katie went to the Suns. There's only one ball.
Facts.
There's only so many snaps.
Let's kill the show.
Okay.
We're done with the show. I'm cool with sticking on and talking Dynasty and hanging out for a while if you
that's
want
why
to.
I brought that conversation.
I love you guys. I want to be able to not just sit here. We could do this for another 3 hours.
It's midnight for us.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Josh, Austin, thank you guys so much. I can't imagine moving forward and doing a draft show without the two of you involved. I love doing this show, and it has. I could not sit here and just do it with Greg. I love you, Greg. It just makes it better that you two are here. Yeah. So thank you guys for doing this.
Just me by myself would like drive you probably, so it's
I'm
understandable.
very thankful I could pop in at the end. I don't know who that professor guy was here earlier, but he was a
You're good at this, dude. You're
He's
fucking good at
switched.
this.
He's really
You're good at this, and it's scary. You're good at this shit.
Yeah, your
Um,
hair's not down though, so that's the problem. Though.
No, this guy's way hotter. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for all the comments in here. I know no one's viewing right now, but we do this because people comment and hang out. Thank you both for being here. I'm gonna put out a blog tomorrow morning for the top guys available round 2. Feel free to do the same. Everybody here. I feel like Dre is gonna do it on day 3 or something at this point. Josh, I love you.
There's a guy from Robert Morris you've never heard of.
Yeah, dude.
Here's a guy from Liberty you've never heard of.
I
North Dakota State left tackle. He's a big pick here in the 5th
can't
round.
express
Cody
how much
Mouch,
I want
yeah.
to throw things at Dre all the time. Austin, I love you, buddy. Thank you for being the ranking. You make everything a little bit better, and not a little bit in terms of what you do, but like everything we do involves you, and you yourself just make it better.
Thanks, man.
Go eat that. Go eat whatever you were eating earlier again.
Oh, it's done.
Shepherd's
It was
pie,
done a
baby.
month ago.
Shepherd's pie. Good
Shepherd's
call.
pie.
Even Greg knows. Shepherd's pie. All right. We
All right,
will
love
see you guys Thursday.
Yeah. Say goodnight, Derek.
Fuck if I know.